how you can observe this diminishment of defilements is taking place within you. Many are stuck because they rely only on concentration meditation without cultivating insight into the mind. So they cannot reach the ultimate goal. We've been talking about that in many conversations, many discussions, how this path, the true path, is not the same thing as concentration meditation. It's insight meditation. It's based on penetrative insights, based on seeing the truth of this thought in this moment. By seeing that, by shedding light on it, by seeing that truth, the truth that appears in this moment is stripped off of its illusion into Nibbana. In this moment, it just goes to Nibbana. Even in our advanced sermons, you must have noticed that the Nibbana is shown in the moment. And that is the unique thing about these sermons, because no one can take you to that. No one can show you the truth in the moment unless that particular person has realized it themselves. So now we have met the true noble friend, true Aryan say. In the Arya path, one cannot hold desires for the future non-existence of the being or for becoming a future Buddha. Buddhism is not about some achievement to experience after death. It can and must be experienced in the present moment. A person who is completely burdened by the notion of an individual self cannot perceive true Dhamma. Dhamma arrogance, the pride of thinking one knows, cannot guide someone trapped in the idea of a separate self toward Nibbana. People are naturally eager to know and experience true Dhamma, but misconceptions obstruct their path. This Arya path emphasizes realization in the now, not in some future life. Even if you think about Dhamma as a thing, if Dhamma becomes a thing, there's no such thing called Dhamma even, because Dhamma is, as described many times by Buddha, it is the raft, it is not the journey itself. It's a tool, it's a system that takes you to Nibbana. So if we hang on to it, then you fail to see the Dhamma. You fail to see Nibbana or get to Nibbana. I mean, when using language, we talk about it as if it is also a thing that exists, but you have to be really wise and really see the truth beyond um, what's said in between lines. If you are caught up in the idea of I and mine, your mind cannot truly see Dhamma. If there's a person who sees Dhamma, if there's a person who understands and to whom the realization happens, then still it's not Dhamma, because Dhamma is this nothingness, emptiness, not in the same sense that it's widely spoken about, where it talks about something is absent of a thing that was already there. No, but this nothingness or the emptiness means it's empty of the illusion that we thought existed. So it is not missing something that existed, it's missing the thing that we thought existed, the illusion. Even thinking you understand Dhamma is useless if your ego dominates. That's what happens. Anybody who gets into this path, it's unavoidable to get to this kind of pride, thinking that I know this Dhamma, because most of the truth seekers, it's like the important thing to them in their lives. They were looking for it, they were searching for it for years. So once you get that thing that you were looking for, you were searching for years, and that was the ultimate valuable thing in that mundane plane, it's very difficult to not have that pride. Oh, I found this. But that's a pit. There are many pitfalls in this journey we've been talking about. This, even though in a mundane sense it feels like there was Dhamma and I found it, but there's no such thing called Dhamma. Even wherever there's the self kind of spread into, like how we spread butter on a slice of bread, the same way this sense of self, the idea of self, can be spread in each thought if we are not present, if we are not aware. So once that's seen in the moment, that value that's been attributed to the self, to the so-called world, slowly diminishes, and what's left is just the system just going on about the day. No weight at all, no burning at all, so peaceful, tranquil. There's no claiming ownership to a self with every thought, because thoughts are so fast. It was so easy for us to get that spreading with each thought. I'm doing this, I'm doing that, this happened to me, that happened to me. And that being diminished is like a headache that's been there forever, gone. And there's nothing to even talk about. One might say life is easy or whatever it is, peaceful or tranquil, or even to say that you have to kind of stop there for a moment and contemplate, compare. Even that is uneventful. Discourses by Buddothpado and all other authentic resources provide pure and true concepts of the Buddhist doctrine. They guide you to understand the mind, perception, and the fading of the notion of self, which are essential for achieving Nibbana. True teachings like those of Buddothpado don't give shortcuts. They present clear path to insight. We know by our first-hand experience all kinds of paths that are available to a seeker of truth. But once you know what's real, once you see what's real, all of us had that sense of what is true and what is not from a very young age, I guess, within us. Then you see the difference. You see the gold from imitation, which is showing how the mind works and how the illusion of the individual self fades. By studying and practicing these teachings, you can experience Nibbana here and now, not in some distant future. This was the catch that we've been told. It's a far-fetched thing. It's not possible during this lifetime. During my Sunday school, I remember I asked this teacher, what is nirvana and can we get there? Can we see it? I guess that's how I worded it. And he said, oh, it's a big thing. It's not easy. You have to wait for lifetimes and lifetimes. But it didn't really make sense. I don't remember believing it. So that is the end of that discussion. If we have any questions, just in Teruvan Saranai, Rebecca, and Sindhu, I believe, Teruvan Saranai. If you have any questions, we can discuss. If not, we can start until the rest of them join. We can start the next discussion, which is on the book. So, Teruvan Saranai. Yeah, so this is the next discussion on the book, which is titled Night Zoom Discussion on Saturday, September 16th, 2023. Participant, I'm reaching out today to share my Dhamma journey inspired by your discourses. Currently, I'm in a blissful state of mind. It's not the kind of satisfaction one feels after eating something delicious or experiencing ordinary pleasures. It's a deeply relaxed and contented feeling. Aran say, you appear to be on the right path. However, the end result cannot be predicted. It is good that you're experiencing this relaxed feeling. Even as you report this, you do so with the notion of a self. Within the tricks created by the mind, consciousness, experiencing such a state is entirely possible. So this practitioner talks about this blissful state of mind which is not conditional on anything. When we say something is conditional on something, that already means the mind is assuming the existence of the so-called world and the self. But this state is irrespective of any of that because it transcends the mind. And Aryan Mahalse here notices that this person talks with the still, even with this tranquility and relaxed feeling he's experiencing, talks with the notion of a self. So that is a trick of the mind. That is the way of the so-called self. So these are the pitfalls that we should be aware of. Because it's very subtle and profound also at the same time. Because one starts in the mundane plane and continues to see the mind as he goes through day-to-day activities of the life, and the truth is seen. Yet what will happen is, with time, he or she will realize that the defilements are slowly being diminished, and he or she will go through the same event again, and in that moment will be realizing, oh, month ago when this same thing happened, I was really upset, but it's no longer there. Will be felt, but if you are to think about it, it will be a thought. But the thing is, if enough presence is not there, then that person will think my defilements are fading. So that is also another pitfall, because again, true enough, the defilements are diminished, but that becomes a thing in that moment, and that is not noticed. So these subtle and deep things are, we've talked about these during different sermons, discussions. All the time our advance points out these things. So just knowing it even will help as you go through the path, because as you come across these things, you will it, you're more equipped to notice these things. Participant, when I go shopping, I now buy only what is necessary. Before this experience, I would grab everything I saw. Even in dealings with family, I perform my duties without attachment. In my mind, there is neither sadness nor happiness. Things simply flow naturally. Anand Mahansi. When you describe it this way, you're referring to results or pala. The most important factor is how you practice the path itself. Even when the view of an individual self remains, it is possible to experience this state of mind. Only by following the path correctly will you be able to know for certain. So again, he's referring to this neither sadness nor happiness state, that being able to carry out your day-to-day chores and duties without any attachment. But the thing is, as you walk this path, as you talk and get advice from the noble friend, it's always better to talk about not just the fruition, because the mind will deceive you. And if you say, okay, everything is fine, now I'm in tranquility, then there's nothing really um, to take that conversation forward. What will help so that the noble friend can help you is to know what's not working, what's, where you have defilements. Then that way, the noble friend can clear out the unique meditation instruction more. And he's able to see how the practice is carried out, where the individual self remains. So that is the important thing, not to, because whenever someone says, okay, my defilements are diminished, now I'm in tranquility, there's always a person, and that's always being reinforced. And that's not going to help. So only by following the path correctly, you will be able to know for certain what's really happening. There's no need to be in a rush to just say that I'm fine, I have attained Nibbana or whatever. Always, because the mind can be extremely tricky, and it's always have to always take whatever it says with a grain of salt. Your actions are becoming less driven by desire or aversion. You notice that whether you shop or interact with family, your mind is calm and unattached. This is promising, but it's crucial to focus on the practice itself, not just the results you observe. True understanding comes when the path is consistently followed beyond temporary experiences. So that is the whole path, consistently following, because the words are what's there for the communication. That is just a tool. When someone says, my defilements are diminished, and this person has been listening to Dhamma for 3 months, another person would say, my defilements are diminished. This person has been listening to Dhamma for 1 year. Another one who's been listening to Dhamma for 5 years would say, my defilements are diminished. but the level of diminishment is different. So it's rather than just rushing to say, I'm okay, I'm there, whatever it is, always just be vigilantly uh, observing the mind. That insight meditation is really important. Participants, I feel that these experiences occur only due to the senses and that there is no such thing as a self. Even before listening to your discourses, I would stand before a mirror and ask the reflection, who am I? Now, after absorbing your Dhamma discourses, I have realized that there is no self. I also understand that things arise when causes arise and ceases when causes ceases. This understanding guides my Dhamma journey. And this is a very beautiful insight. Any practitioner, um, if practiced properly, gets to this insight. There's no such thing as self, because and this observation too comes to the practitioner at different depths, at different profoundness. Because at the very beginning, as you listen to the Dhamma, the wisdom of truth, this makes sense. When the Dhamma makes sense, this makes sense that there is no self. But as you practice and continue to practice, the depth at which this is self-evident to us becomes deeper and deeper. So initially it just makes sense intellectually, and then it could be that begin to notice it when you drive, when you cook, or whatever it is, that you will see the system at work. That initial, uh, if a thought arises in the mind that I need to cook, the corresponding mental image will appear in the mind and the body will be activated. The body will be walked towards the kitchen, and whatever vegetables will be taken out and will be starting to wash, and all these things will happen. And after a while, this practitioner will realize, oh, this is what it means by this. There's no doer here. This is the system. And the more deeply this practitioner practices this, it gets more profound, and this person will realize this fact throughout the life in very very kind of extended to all aspects of life. Even in thinking, that person will see this. Even when we think, sometimes let's say we are solving some sort of a problem at work or whatever it is, back in the days when the Dhamma, we haven't heard this Dhamma, this person would, every step of the way, every time a thought is created, the self will be there. I have to do this, I'm going to do this. But now, even this thought process can be observed without a doer here. And it's in a very deep sense, you can see that one thought leads to another, and to another based on the previous thought. Another logic will be built, and the reasoning will come into place. And after some time, after even solving the whole problem, maybe there will be a thought that will creep into the system to say, all this while there was no one here. So it becomes very subtle. And with more and more time into the practice, these um, realizations become deeply self-evident to us, and one day the system goes on and there's no doer, that will be the prominent state. So if anyone would like to ask a question, that'll be a good time. Teruvan Saranai Ananda, Teruvan Saranai Justin. Yeah, so yeah, so what happens is, as we go through the practice, first the first karmasthana, or the first unique meditation instruction, that the external world is not true, it's quite convincing even intellectually, and you will begin to see everywhere, you know, how these are just bunch of mental constructs. The experience of seeing is different to the experience of thinking, experience of listening to something. This distinct difference, the importance of this meditation instruction is this distinct different. Even though we, however much we talk about it intellectually, there's an distinct difference that needs to be realized by the practitioners. So with practically doing this over and over again, there comes a light bulb kind of a moment that elaborates, oh, these are really a bunch of thoughts. This is that Tinnan Sangati pass. So this is how you know, in the realization, you will see, oh, this is what's meant by that. When Narayan Wahanse comes with this example where in that concrete factory, you as input to this machine, you put cement, rocks, water, sand, the same materials, and on the other side, what comes outside is elephants made of concrete, horses made of concrete, ducks made of concrete, posts made of concrete. So different names: elephants, horses, ducks, posts, but the material that went in is the same thing. So same way, the materials that go into this machine of the mind is uh, essentially, at the deeper level, it's just vibrations. But for a beginner, we would say colors. The raw material that goes into this machinery is colors, light, sounds, taste, smells, touches, and what's coming out is my car, my petrol, my whatever, the thoughts, or the table, chair, the self, and then my. So this distinct difference can be seen within you. Once you see that, it becomes evident that everything is a mental construct. There never was anything that we could call an external. And once the practitioner begin to see that and clearly sees this and has this fact kind of embedded in his or her truth, and then still the thoughts will be there, and then seeing that the thoughts are just again manufactured from the same materials, and the value that's been attributed is due to that same vibration. Because of that speed, it feels like the thoughts are there. When I say this person hurt me, or some past incident, we are still dwelling on that past hurts that we faced. They would surface, and even though the external world world seems like, okay, it makes sense. It's a mental construct, but these thoughts feel real. This because it has that. If you pay attention, that pain is like there underneath the thoughts. That is the value that's been attributed, the mental charge. If we are skillful to see that even in that case, these are just made up of same materials, and material means the raw material. They're not any materials, just for the sake of using words. uh, the weight that's been given to the thoughts will also be diminishing. And now the so-called external and the so-called internal both begin to slowly collapse. If you think about it, or if you try to understand everything, these mental bunch of mental images with different kinds of value that's been attributed, and by seeing that everything with all these insights, they kind of accumulate these tiny insights that with every by seeing the truth of either either a so-called external object or a thought, these get stripped off of its ignorance. It goes to cessation in the moment, and sometimes you can, like, in a very, just using words, but in a kind of a tangible sense, you can see how the weight of a thought is lifted off in the moment. So when this so-called world and the so-called self slowly collapse underneath our fingers, like, just before listening to this number, the whole world existed, now slowly disappearing, like how ice melts or something, like, and it becomes lighter and lighter. And even then, at that stage, still we get deceived by thoughts. And then the thoughts, then with seeing the truth, the thoughts, we are not being deceived by so thoughts moving, shifting in that direction, and trying uh, slowly beginning to see that it is the system. See it for the system it is. And then not trying to claim any ownership to any thoughts or any activity that's happening around. And it's like there's a greater vision which is not affected by everything that's happening. There will be the internal commentary will be there, commenting about thoughts. Still, now you see that they're just how the system works. There's no need to even have that kind of judgment or whatever, because this is how it is. And uh, just beginning to see how this so-called self has been operating all along is now kind of seen through it's like a bird eye view. And it becomes now even more easier. Whatever the pain, suffering you had initially as you entered the path slowly dissolved. And now at this stage, they're like very subtle kind of sufferings. If you can't even, back in the days, if you had any suffering, you would talk to a friend and cry about it or whatever. Now what would you say? It's like such a subtle thing. Now you don't even need to talk about anything to anybody. It becomes totally the inward transformation and inward observation, the internal story. Doesn't Can't even call it a story. So subtle, the bird eye view is there like a CCTV camera seeing what's happening with this system. And that is the whole path. I mean, we can talk about it in many ways, many angles. And Buddha had explained this um, using different systems, using five aggregates, using eight noble truths, um, eightfold noble path, and four noble truths, three characteristics, 37 factors of enlightenment, whatever the way in which this is talked about, it is the same thing that we have to say what we are trying to understand and then eventually realize is how this mind is created. We thought there was this flowing mind, continuous mind that was continuing from the day you were born to this moment in time, and it wishfully thinking that it will continue to some moment in the future. Turns out it's not the case. It is also this part of extended illusion. That is also thought. Thinking about the past is not the same thing as the past. Thinking about the past is a thought about the past. It is not the past itself. A thought that appears in the mind in this moment. Thinking about the future, planning for a future, fearing a future, what will happen to me, where will I be, will I be okay, will I have enough money, all that are thoughts in this moment, worrying about a future that has never arrived, that there never is. And once we see all that, what's happening is awakening to the moment. This moment is all there is, and we can't call it this moment even. Whatever we think about, whatever you think about right now, whatever the thought you have right now in this moment, that's all there is. Everything else is contributing to the grander illusion. So in this thought too, there's no truth to it. Just like in that concrete factory, some materials gave rise to something else. And when the manifestations of vibrations, whatever we call the light or the image or whatever it is, there's enough of even scientific evidence now. The science is coming up with all kinds of uh, findings that support these claims, if somebody wants to call it claims, but you can't even call it a claim. A person in the mundane plane would call it a claim because these are truths. Because it's not self-evident to them, they would call it a claim. So there's enough, even in intellectually, for someone to understand, there's enough of evidence, enough of findings, enough of science that is scattered everywhere. But Aryan Mahansi kind of aligned everything together to shed light on the truth. Science still can't explain this in one go or in the form of a kind of a theory of everything kind of a way. They can't, but Dhamma can, because science assumes this world exists and all its experiments are based on the underlying assumption that the world exists. So they're only seeing half the truth. The assumption, what if the world doesn't exist the way we believe it is, not taken into consideration to do any scientific experiment. So we cannot ever take it as a whole truth, but in this Dhamma, not just even with all the sciences, we couldn't explain what the mind is. It's They talk about psychology, they talk about neurology, biology, all that. Even with all they experiment with the brain, still there's nothing that they can conclusively say that about the mind. So here the Dhamma, the truth, the absolute truth talks about how the mind is created in the moment and how that mind itself becomes the world. So it explains everything. Whereas science talks about mind in psychology, and then the theoretical physics talk about how the world is created and nothing matches with anything, and nothing makes sense. So, and the self is created in that one thought. There's opposing polarities, positive and negative, and we have experimented with this in, I believe, in grade 4. You have the positive wire coming from the positive terminal and the negative terminal that is attached to a battery, and you attach those two wires, uh, connect a bulb through those wires, and you see the filament becomes yellow, the spark. And once he has explained it many times. So this spark, when you have this positive and negative, depending on the potential difference, it could be uh, the spark that we can see. It could be the sound we can hear. It could be the smell that we get. It could be the taste. So different manifestations of the same vibration, same potential difference. That is why when we studied resonance, the principle of resonance in school, they talk about few different scenarios in which this can happen. One is when you have a tuning fork um, at a certain frequency, and there's a second tuning fork, and when one is vibrated without the second one being attached to the first one, the second one begins to vibrate. And uh, we know that, like Karan once explains, when thundering happens, our window panes vibrate too. So, which is picking up part of that vibration is vibrating at the same um speed. And we know that opera singers, they they are able to sing higher notes, and at those tones wine glasses will break. It's the same frequency, because the frequency of the note that's sung and the natural frequency of the wine glass becomes the same. Therefore, that vibration is amplified in the wine glass and it breaks. And there's famously, I think, this bridge in France or somewhere, bunch of soldiers were marching on it. When you march on the same command. So everybody that creates a vibration that uh, kind of propagates along the bridge, and this bridge collapses, which is like a very, I think, 16th or 17th, very kind of a famous example of natural frequency telepathy, same uh, phenomenon. So when all these things were present, they were talking about a natural frequency of something, of a thing, and they never questioned or dug deeper into it to see why we only see some symptoms of it? What's the truth about it? And in this Buddothpado discourses, we saw that is the essence of everything. Everything is vibration. Everything is manifestation of vibration. These vibrations happen so fast. These potential differences give rise to this vibration. With more vibrations, the power it carries is accumulated. So when we see something and all of a sudden you see the image of the mother and certain kind of a happiness is created within that, the speed of the vibration and the underlying power carries this nature that the mother is there, that plump, that full, that something is out there, that existent feel. It's and with respect to that, I am observing this mother, that feel something's out there existing. All that is the extension of the same vibration maturing and um, vibrating at a fast speed. So this, even though however much this was explained by Aryan Mahanse, we've been taking it in as knowledge, but this becomes self-evident, and it is then you realize that it's not something that cannot be grasped with the mind. That is where the necessity or the utility of abhijnana or the transcendental super wisdom, because that is why the science hasn't been able to explain how this world works, how this mind is created, how this self is created. Therefore, the suffering in one theory, because they didn't understand this, because they were mix and matching like a like patchworking something, like making a collage trying to make sense, because they do not have this transcendental wisdom. This truth cannot be absorbed with mind. When the mind is less, only this can be seen, and not just barely less or little less, but by transcending the mind, by realizing how it works. So that is the uh, beauty of this Dhamma. It's not just a, it's not a, not mere knowledge. It is the entire truth that is communicated word by word and then made 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 for us to see within this truth. Sandittika, self-evident Dhamma. And that's why Buddha said, come and see for yourself. And Aryan Mahansa says, if you have any logic, that's fine. You can keep it to yourself. We don't need any logic because we know this. You can continue to argue, but it doesn't change the truth. You can come from any background. You can argue whatever you want. There's no argument once you have seen the truth within yourself. So, if anyone has a question at this point, it'll make it easier for the discussion to flow in a certain direction than just explaining in general. Tervan Sarna, just in if you're in a state that your state of
Tervan Sarna.
Tervan.
Yeah. So when we explain this Dhamma to the non-Buddhist, what they argue is that they believe and they live in a world, mundane world, uh, in three tenses when comparing to the time. I mean, the present tense, past tense, and future tense. They say they have future and they have past, at the same time they say present. So the question is, uh, in Buddhism we don't explain it like that. So we have only this moment. So they argue that it also comes under present tense, present. So the present moment. So what we discuss here in Dhamma is the Shana Sampakti, the instantaneous moment. But that doesn't come under these three category, I think. Isn't that so?
Yeah. So the past tense and the future tense, even the present tense, but before coming to that, if we were to explain it to someone who's not clear about this, they are all mental constructs. How? Because just as an experiment, let's think about something that happened yesterday. Let's say there was an accident that we saw on the side of the road. Two cars crashed into each other, and somebody was um, in a serious critical condition. People were helping them. See, there's a mental image now. As we talk about this, now we in the eye of the mind, we can see the cars, people helping somebody, injured. But it's in the moment, this moment. We are talking about it in this moment. The mental image itself is in this moment, but we are referring to it with words, saying it's past. How is it in the past? We are thinking about it now. You didn't leave the chair. You're still in the same chair. So is what is there to call it in the past? Okay, let's say this was telecast on TV, and what is the proof that there's a past? A video clip is a proof of the past. A photograph taken, is it proof of the past? You have to turn on the TV and see it now. You will see it now. Even then, it's a bunch of colors. Even your mental image is a bunch of colors, manifestations of vibration. Worry about now. Tomorrow you have to um, do something important, your daughter's graduation or whatever, something, some medical test, MRI that needs to be taken. Or I have to get ready, go to this place at this point in time, arrange the transportation. If you think about all that, did you even leave the chair? Is a thought proof to a future that hasn't even arrived? Where is the past and where is the future? As a mental image, and that mental image is only a mental image. That's all. Like a newspaper article about a past is not the past itself. The past was lived in this moment. Now a memory, now a mental image. And we know mental images, what they're made up of. Just like that concrete factory, made up of manifestations of vibrations. So where's the past? Where's the future? Where's time? Where's space? Everything, even the space, the so-called space, with enough presence in the mind, when as the defilements diminish, that is, we see that we become the thing that we are looking at. That's another insight that you get. Actually, the object to have that form, that underlining or outlining, three-dimensional outlining, that three-dimensional outline is required. In that while that requirement is fulfilled, there's idea of a self, the thought of a self. So even the idea, thought of the self collapse. And okay, let's come to the present moment, whatever you're focusing on right now. Okay, for this Zoom, there's a mental image of a Zoom, people talking, like for every voice that's heard, there's a, even though we haven't seen any of us, about our advances, there's like a vague mental image with that voice attached, even without the face, even without, even we haven't seen our advance, even without seeing our advance in certain, because that mental image comes from similar voices that we have listened to. If we have listened to a similar voice like our advances before, that person's image is kind of attributed, appropriated to this voice, salvaged to this situation to create that mental image. Everything has a mental image. Even when we lack information, with the information we have, with the sense inputs from the five senses we have, that mental image is completed. Like that question you asked some time ago, even for COVID, we have some sort of a label based on whatever the experience. And when we say experience, if we drill down to those experiences, also those so-called experiences are again made up of these mental images. So another way to look at and understand this is what kind of prominence that's been given to these different mental images when they're made up of the same material. So now the present moment, whatever we focus on, whatever the focus object is, that is the world. The whole, I'm sitting on a chair in a room, but there's my mental image. I live in this address. I live in this city. I live in this province or state. I live in this country, and this country is compared to Sri Lanka on the map in this place. All mental images, if you pay attention to that, and all that is in this earth. And we have an image about the earth taken from the International Space Center, this blue planet, and that is in the solar system, and that is in the Milky Way, and that is in the universe. So with all these hierarchical mental images, I sit on a chair and talk in this Zoom. If we didn't see the truth, that is the situation. And then I have mental images about each and every individual who's joined this Zoom, how they look like, even when I haven't seen them. So thinking that I am talking to them, sitting on this chair in this planet, the voice just comes out. That is how the system works. But the mental images have been created from the day that the system was able to create mental image. Even when this voice comes out, being released, this mental image is attached to I am talking in this Zoom. All mental images. So when you see the truth, there's nothing that could be left, no stone unturned. Everything just, you not even able to talk about anything. How can we talk about anything? The moment we talk about anything, we have to use a mental image and a thought. Not that we are not going to have any thoughts that when we fully realize, we still understand these images are still required to communicate, but the weight that's been attributed by this system, we thought we were attributing this value. because we didn't understand that there was no self. Now that value is gone to zero. These mental images are just mere tools that facilitates communication. For a person who non-Buddhist, by Buddhist, what we mean is being able to see that there is no thing here in this moment, or nothing becomes a thing. If something becomes a thing, the the fact that that thing is seen by me is also established. Itta sanya and atma sanya, existent feeling and the perception of self is established. That relationship is collapsed the moment the truth is seen. So that person who to whom that relationship is collapsed, you can't even say to whom, um, is Buddhist, Buddha. For another person, the noble friend or whoever is explaining the Dhamma has to take him from the ignorance to seeing the ignorance in the thought that he believes in this moment. If he's able to see it within him or herself while it's been explained without taking it as mere knowledge, then he's able to see. But we know that not everyone is able to see that. So that is why, if someone is genuinely interested in learning and realizing, if someone is a genuine seeker of truth, then it's okay to argue, and that that needs to be facilitated so he can see more, he can have more penetrative insight. But there are other kinds of people who just wants to argue for the sake of arguing. Whatever you say is irrelevant. This person has a standing that whatever Buddhism is, I'm going to attack it. Or there we meet people like that. They just have this uh, preconceived notion that this is all irrelevant or uh, not worth their, just useless, some sort of wrong vision. And that is not an easy thing to address if they don't have the uh, required spiritual suitability. Like, for an example, if Patashara was not in that state of mind, if she were to meet Buddha at least few days prior to that event, those sequence of events, she wouldn't have been able to understand this Dhamma. So is Angulimala. So that those life experiences bring in a level of spiritual maturity that is required and needed to understand and realize this Dhamma. Thank you, Justin, for asking that question. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, thank you very much, and Thiruvan Sarnai. Justin had this question, how, a person coming from a different background, non-Buddhist, how we would explain this present moment to him, because it's very difficult to understand. Yeah.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yeah. I heard what you were telling. So different background in the sense, so people tend to think in Sri Lanka, in Myanmar, in China, they think they are Buddhist, but people who comes from mundane plane never will be a Buddhist unless he or she sees the thought as not real. So So that is the most trickiest point that we have to understand here. So in the birth certificate, we have that we have been assigned to certain religion. So they mentioned as I'm a Buddhist and this person is Buddhist. So actually, how to become a Buddhist is very different rather than uh, stating that particular uh, name flag on the birth certificate. So, so how to be a Buddhist? So yesterday, Aryan Maharaj explained this thing very well. So if you are able to, irrespective of the background, the context that you are coming from, so either you may be a Muslim, either you may be a Christian or whoever, if she or he doesn't feel that this thought is really existing, the thought is real, that is the point where he or she becomes a Buddhist. That means Bhava Uddha. In Pali, Bhava Uddha. Bhava means birth. Uddha means eradication. So cessation. So cessation of becoming is the real meaning of Buddha. So that person is becoming a Buddhist. So otherwise, none of the so-called Buddhist will not be will be real Buddhists. So it is very difficult. So we have been talking about the thought. So thoughts are there. The functionality of the mind sensor is creating thoughts. So eventually what will happen if you don't know this Dhamma, this reality, the nature of the thought, you assign certain value for that thought. This automatically that will happen. So if as long as you put some value on that thought, the thought become real for you. That means you feel the thought is really existing. So we'll take an example. As we take the uh, most common example, the chair. So if we know the chair is a thought, so if it becomes a real thing for you, that means you assign some value for that chair. That means you tend to feel that it is really existing. Uh, uh, chair is really existing in front of me. So at that point, the creation of self will be inevitable. So at the same point, you will be get created. The self will be created at that instant, at that very moment. So then what will happen? So for that kind of a person, can we call a Buddhist? No, because he is there. The person is there. The self has been created at that very moment. That is the Buddha. That is the moment that thought became true for him. Thought became real for him. For at that very instance, the self gets created. So if the self is there, so we can't tell he sees Buddha. Because he thinks that is real, that is his ignorance. So as long as a person who believes the external environment, external things as real, we can't say him a Buddhist. Even though the name flag there in the birth certificate is Buddha, we can't Buddhist, we can't say he's a Buddhist. But after learning this process or this system, if some person will say a Hindu, will say a Muslim, will say a Christian, if he or he is able to see the nothingness or the impermanence or the non-existence of the thought. So as in the example, if you, even though you see the chair in front of you, you don't feel like, if you don't feel like it is really existing because you know how it is get created, then of course you become a Buddha, a Buddhist. So it is a very practical thing. It is very practical thing. So so it happens in that very moment. This moment, if you think that you are existing, you feel that the environment is that the world is real. So that in that point, you are not a Buddha, but you are not a Buddhist. If you don't feel, if you feel the world that you are living is not real, that means he is Buddha, even though he is coming from a Hindu context or Muslim context or Catholic. It doesn't matter. So that is the point. That is the moment that for that moment we call the Buddhakshane, the where he sees the impermanence of the truth. It happens in this moment even. It has no time frame. So if you feel like, if Bernard feels like this moment as real, he is not a Buddhist in this moment. If Bernard sees this moment, the impermanence of this moment as well, this thought as well, he is a Buddhist. So it is very practical. It is very practical. So that is why the feeling, the wisdom, the inner internal transformation, and what do you call this? This adhikata samadhi. I don't get the word for that. Yeah. So all these things refers to one exact thought. That is the Buddhakshane. That is the moment where you really see the Buddha. So at that point, there is no self. If you are that is the tranquility that you achieve through the vidarshana. So if you are able to see each and every thought as impermanent, so that is the vipassana. That is the tranquility that you achieve through the vipassana. Vidarshana is the penetrative insight, is seeing the truth in this moment, this thought, at that particular moment. But if you are able to see this impermanence in each and every thought that comes subsequently, so that is the continuity of this vidarshana. For that call the vipassana. So there you get some kind of a permanent kind of tranquility. For that we call this what do you call this, adhigata samadhi. I don't get the name for that, the English word for that.
Super awareness.
Super awareness. So super awareness is some kind of a feeling that is there, deep seated within you. You do everything that you do as usual. You talk, you laugh, you enjoy, but without a self. So it is a kind of a permanent permanent state of awakening. It is there with you at any time, irrespective of the work you do, irrespective of the mm, yeah uh, time of the day. So that's why Aranvasa says in Sutra also this says night will be same as the day will be same as the night time. Uh, Surface is will be same as the underneath the depth will be same as the surface. So there is you don't find any kind of demarcation of that feeling. So because everything is a thought. The thought is not permanent, impermanence. So yes, Harshi, everyone Sarnai. Any
Saranai,
comment on that?
Dr.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is true. This seeing the impermanence all throughout the penetrative insight, stripping these thoughts that already assumes this existence and the so-called self. That is what it is all about, right?
yeah,
And yeah, and it's not easy for someone, like bring someone from a state where they believe this, wholeheartedly believe the existence of the so-called world and the self, to a person to be able to see that it is not the case in every thought. Yeah, that is the challenge, explaining someone.
yeah.
Um,
What
it
what
involves.
what people usually do is they are practicing to see the thought, whether it's a, a, um, a thought full of anger, whether it's a thought full of greed, whether it's a thought full of aversion, or like that. So that should not be the correct way of doing this vidarshana practice,
Yeah,
isn't it? So,
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Even I practiced like that. Um,
That was the misconception that we had before we listened to this Buddothpado Deshana, isn't it?
yes. Yeah,
Yeah,
because that will be another thought. Oh, this
yeah,
is
that
a.
is exactly. Yeah, we are thinking whether this thought is full of greed or something. No, it's another thought.
Creating more thoughts about thoughts, and it's not taking that original thought to cessation by any means.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But through the Buddhottpada sermons, we realize how to analyze that particular thought. So after analyzing that thing, we will realize the impermanence of that thought. So what is it? So, so there is no space to, no room to develop kind of aversion, greed, or something, isn't it? Because we see
Yeah.
the thought, we see the thought, we see the impermanence of the thought. So why do you bother with that? Just let them go, isn't it?
Yeah, like, whatever the fancy ideas or fancy meanings, emotions that's created, you see that behind that it's nothing but a bunch of differently manifested vibrations. And that
Exactly.
doesn't get assembled in that same manner anymore. I mean, it gets with that value that's been attributed, it gets assembled to communicate the meaning. We are not going to be in a state where you're not able to recognize the table from the chair from the tree.
Mm,
But yeah, it's very beautiful, huh? Like to see
yeah,
that they go to cessation.
yeah, yeah. So as a person, similar to a person who is in the mundane plane, person who understand this dhamma also perform very similar to that person because he knows the impermanence of the thought. He knows the there is nothing existent. So all are thoughts. So that doesn't mean the external world is not there. So you can clearly deal with the external world very well because you know how this external world gets created. So there is no kind of internal burning that you get through this changing environment. So that is the liberation. That is the relief you get after you seeing this thing. So
Yeah,
it's a big relief
big
because
relief.
so
It's like a lifeline.
yeah, exactly. So uh, if my daughter uh, fell sick or something, so what I should do is just give her adequate medicine and just stay calm. So what else we can do? Even though that the person who is in the mundane plane does the same thing, but he has some kind of a burning inside because for him or her the child becomes real. So it carries a lot of pain, but if you are able to see this as a thought, so the impermanence of the thought, non-existence of the thought, so that will relieve the pain what you have. You perform exactly the same way as a mundane world. So you can do whatever the things. You can even plan for the future. So in next year, I'll do this thing. So next year, my daughter should go to the university. So uh, I must provide adequate facilities for her. So those things are there in the mind. So that's all right. That is the mind. So with the understanding, we know all of them are thoughts. The mind sensor works. So who cares? Let it happen. So I'm not the I'm not the one who is thinking. No. So we know there is nothing but not other than the interplay of these sensors.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
exactly.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so that is the problem. Every thought that the ownership has to be claimed. Oh, this is me,
Yeah.
that is me. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Without that, it's still happening the same way. The same thoughts will appear. It's not like we are going to say if there are few different people in a room, you have to refer to this body as yourself. You will
Yeah.
refer to it that way. You will use the language as a tool. But if before, if it was like, I have to present in front of this many people, oh my god, what will I do it okay, will I make a mistake in front of people, will they laugh at me, whatever the insecurities and all these thoughts that gave that fright and the worry to present in front of people,
Mm-hmm.
that we understand that it is unnecessary. Not
Yeah.
that we can't even say we understand. It is understood that it is unnecessary because
Mm.
this whole thing, this whole room full of people became real before the true Dhamma. Because we were in the ignorance. And all that was real. I existed, and I am the one who's afraid. I have the stage fright and all that. Now it's like there was a light and it's being switched off. Nothing has changed, like you correctly pointed out. Everything is the same way. There
Yeah.
will be certain changes. This unnecessary worrying about stuff,
Mm.
show off,
Yeah.
what do you call it? I can't remember the word. You know, for the
Or the
sake of
boasting,
this,
boasting,
yeah, for
boast.
the sake of the society, the things you did.
Yeah.
that will no longer be there, because who is acting now for whom. Both end of the deal is kind of lost now. There's no deal. Like everything, more and more you realize everything was just bunch of mental constructs connected to each other through more mental constructs, living in mentally entangled world. And that is not even you. There was this element of you was a mental construct. This, we thought, oh, who am I am this person who takes care of, that was my narrative, who takes care of everybody, like who has dedicated her life to everybody. So,
Yeah.
and acted accordingly to fulfill that character. It's like a character written in a script, and the director assigns characters and gives the script, and the actor reads it so many times, understands it, and act accordingly. Adopt that character within the self, and in that acting. And if he's a good enough actor, he forgets that he's even acting. He becomes that
Yeah.
character itself. That's what had happened to us. Luckily, now we are able to see that illusion
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
yeah, it's like really easy. You don't have to act anymore now.
Yeah. So, so in other angle, if somebody takes this message as another thought, it would be little bit, it will be dangerous, because so he gets it, he or she gets this. If he get this message as a thought, what will happen? See, so he thinks, no, there is no person here, so I can do whatever I want. No, it is not the thing, right? So you will be, I don't know. So Lord Buddha doesn't put any conditions and rule for the Buddhists. So the tranquility that they get through this understanding will make him or her to stay calm. It is not done intentionally. It will happen because he tends to see the impermanence. So if he gets a feeling of stealing something, he knows I'm stealing my own thought. The stealing is a thought. So chitte niyati loko. My mind is the world. So I am stealing one from my world. So what is the purpose of stealing? So what is the purpose of blaming people? What is the purpose of hitting or arguing with the person? So I'm arguing with myself. I'm arguing with my thoughts. So what is the purpose? So that is the behavioral change will happen automatically as you understand that thing. So if person takes this message as another thought, it is very dangerous, because
Yeah.
he thinks if there is no person, I can do whatever I want. I can steal, I can kill people, I can uh, fight with the people. So it won't happen. It won't happen. So the impermanent should be seen. The non-existent should be seen within you. That will make your path more clear, and that will guide you. That will shape your way of behaving. The behavioral pattern will be defined within that frame, because you know the non-existence, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, very
no,
true.
I want to add something because Teruan Saran, Dr. Ravi,
Everyone.
Yeah,
because because nobody is here is the feel, alive feel is disappearing. There's no soul is here, no body is here. Who is killing others?
yeah,
Everybody is him, no?
exactly. Yes, sir.
So that's the feel. That's the final feel. So that's internal transformation. That is why we are talking about. Someone is getting this Dhamma is mine. He's in there. He's going wrong. He don't know he don't know the truth. It's not mine. It's not thinking. It's internal transformation is happening. His feel is changing. So this is very important. So what's this feel? So finally, it's not soul. It's not, there is no soul. So that feel is non-existent feel. So meaning is your side is disappearing. Everybody is you. It's a feel. It's changing. Now ego, now is normal mundane guy. Now ego, because he is there. So what is the happen? This truth someone understood. This ego is disappearing. Meaning is others, everybody is him. Everything is him. That's the feel is changing. It's very important. Someone happened this internal transformation. He's not given anybody. He's not given anybody any pain because everybody is him. Feel is coming. Everything is him. That's a nature like that. It's a very kindness. It's very kindness. It's very peaceful mind because ego is disappearing. What do you think about this? Defilements also disappearing. That's why. What you think about? What you think about Harshi? Yeah.
Yeah, Renvans.
There is
Yeah, you don't feel, yeah. There's no feeling of the self is gone.
Yeah.
It's like everything, you just feel the other. That's all. There's no border or there's no emotional transaction or nothing. So you can feel the other more. If the other person is, say, upset or whatever, you feel that feelings, but it's not like a person feeling sad or whatever. There's compassion and loving kindness and all that. I think we are circling back to Kema's original question. That is, that is all there is. That a world that is centered around you, which was centered around you, is now slowly diminished, dissolved to just, we can't even say word, but that experience is in everything, in a tree, in a flower. You just experience the rawness of the things without the interference of the self. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Like, and if you think about it, only it will come to you like this. But if not, it's just there's nothing to talk about it even. But from time to time, these insights will come to you, so you notice these things about the experience. Yeah, it's a answer. Dr. Ravi, you have...
Yes, Harshi, yes. Yes, as you said, as Aranvans said, you become everything. So if you become everything, so there is
and
no...
yet there's no you. No you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah.
That's how we will have to say it, no?
Yeah. So there would be no doer here. So who try to perform a stealing or no one? So it won't happen actually. So it is the internal transformation, as Arana said. It is the internal transformation that happens. You become everything. So if you see the chair becomes you. So if you see a mother is you. If you see some kind of a gold here, gold bangle or whatever, you are the bangle. So how can a stealing thing happened. No, no way. So it's very difficult to think with the mind, but that is the expected transformation with this understanding.
Yeah, it
Isn't it?
cannot be grasped with the mind. It's an
With the mind,
experience.
yeah.
Yeah.
Even at this moment, even we talk about these things, it's very difficult to imagine take that into a mind. So it should kind of, as Arana said, it should be a real experience. So we have to experience it, otherwise we can't express in words.
Yeah, so this same state is talked about in similar words in a lot of other teachings as well. But but the thing is, how it's explained is now we kind of also use the same words. It's difficult to explain, but if you kind of suppress thoughts, okay, this thought is not you, this mind is not you, this body is not you, and kind of get to a state without understanding how the mind is created in the moment, and without going on a without going on a gradually progressing path. I mean, for a certain person, it would be a sudden realization, but we are only referring to that sudden realization in the moment. Prior to that, that person has been coming on a gradually progressing path. Let's set that aside for a second. If someone doesn't understand how the mind is created in the moment, and by suppression of thought get to a similar state, that is not nirvana, because that person doesn't understand this subtle sense of self will be left. It will, and for that person, this kind of state will be the prominent state for a while. One day, somehow, even by accident, that sense of self appears. Only that person will realize that he hasn't attained nibbana. This is not nibbana. This experience, Buddha talked about it. That's why Buddha left the 5 ascetics after getting to the state of perception, neither perception, no perception, asanyatala. Because he himself realized, okay, this is not nirvana. There's a sense of self intact after some, because it will kind of temporarily, it will not be visible, but one day out of some chance, if it appears, then that person knows, which is in line with Aran Wahanse's experience. Aran Wahanse, practicing meditation for 30 years. So yeah, that is why there's gold and there's imitation. If you are not the, properly trained goldsmith, how would you tell the difference? That subtle sense of self that is bound to appear someday, if you do not understand how the mind is created and seen it in the moment. That is the beauty, and that's the difference. And that is why no one claims it as nirvana. They will call it other names. But this nirvana is just nirvana.
Yeah. That's why Arana says the Buddha did not attain the enlightenment. So enlightenment is a wrong word.
Because in other contexts they say even after enlightenment there will be defilements. You cannot talk about, that's not the case. If you are in the sense that Buddha, they say the Buddha attained enlightenment. If they are referring to that enlightenment, you cannot have defilements after enlightenment.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think we have reached the end of the session, right, Doctor? We will wrap up today.
Yeah, we can conclude.
Aran Wahanse, it's okay, I suppose. Let's wrap up for the day, right? Theruvan Saranai, Aran Wahanse.
Theruvan Saranai, thank you very much, Harshri. Theruvan Saranai, Aran Wahanse.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining, Dr. Ravi, Justin, Kema, Aran, everyone. Let's all pay homage to Aran Wahanse at our feet. Theruvan Saranai, Aran Wahanse. answer. Let's meet again tomorrow. Thirwan Saranai.
Thirwan Saranai all. Thirwan Saranai.
Thirwan Saranai answer. Thirwan.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Thirwan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Thirwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arhants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Thirwan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book, Volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 73, the discussion titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Saturday, September 16th, 2023. Aryan Mahanse, Thirwan Saranai. Participant, Thirwan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. You have advised me to practice Chittanupassana, or mindfulness of the mind. I was able to focus on only one part of it. My question is, what happens during sleep, and how does thought arise at the moment of waking? Aryan Mahanse. Awake. You are awake. Isn't that so? Buddhism is concerned with practical experience. What is the essence of this question? Are you asking whether there is a way to eradicate thoughts completely? In deep sleep, is it possible to see dreams? In a half-sleep state, thoughts appear and vanish. In deep sleep, thoughts do not surface. So this participant is asking about his practice on mindfulness of the mind, which is in Pali called Chittanupassana. And he has a question about what happens during the sleep. And Aryan Mahanse explains that sleep is natural and thoughts behave differently depending on the state of consciousness. In deep sleep, the mind is resting and inactive, so thoughts don't arise. In lighter sleep, fragments of thoughts or dreams appear. The point is not to eliminate thoughts forcibly, but to observe how they arise naturally. Participant, in that case, how does a thought arise in the mind even before you are fully awake? Aryan Wahanse, there is no such pre-arising thought. Nisanna sanni, visanna sanni, no asanna sanni, no bhuta sanni. This does not mean there is no perception at all. It means the mind is in an inactive state. When someone is experiencing dhyanas, what happens? There is no constant perception. In formless dhyanas, only a very limited number of thoughts are present. This is temporary and not permanent. None of these states reflect the mind of an arahant. Some people think thoughts appear before waking, but in reality, the mind is in deep or transitional states, is simply inactive. In meditation, particularly formless dhyanas, the mind only allows a small number of thoughts, showing the contrast between ordinary experience and higher spiritual states. Even this, not permanent. It is kind of a training state, not liberation. So there could be temporary transitional states in which thoughts are, or the mind is inactive. An arahant does not indulge in perception. When we speak of sensor activity during sleep, it does not mean the senses are asleep. They're temporarily inactive. Buddhism does not describe a state of complete non-knowingness. For noble Arya beings, it is the fading of perception, the extinguishing of the fire, not total inactivity. The perceptions are there, the burning that it carries is the one that will be zero. Your ignorance interprets these as permanent phenomena. They are only thoughts, the burning sensations of sensual desires, anger, and other defilements exist, and a person must investigate these defilements with mindful awareness and maintain an open and an honest mind. So even the mind seems quiet, underlying desires, anger, or attachments are still present unless you see the truth about it. Until you see the truth about it, until you understand how these thoughts come into existence in every moment. Meditation or isolation cannot hide them. Concentration meditation especially just suppresses them, and no amount of sleep or seclusion removes them. True practice requires honesty with oneself, observing thoughts and defilements without illusion or avoidance. Make sure you understand how these thoughts are formed, thoughts come into existence in the first place. Some people retreat into forests to practice in isolation. They may be separated from the material world, but can they escape their own mind? Can you stop thoughts just because you are in a secluded place? Can you hide your defilements by sleeping or isolating yourself? No, you must maintain an open mind and be honest with yourself. Just as you cannot escape form and formlessness, some indulge in concentration meditation with the wrong belief that they have reached the Arahant state. These experiences are limited to dhyanas and do not reflect true enlightenment, or um, in Buddothpado discourses, we actually call it super awareness. These are false beliefs and wrong views. Concentration meditation alone does not lead to Nibbana. It's just a suppression of thoughts. Those meditative absorptions would take you as far as neither perception nor non-perception, meaning asanyatal. Even we know, based on Buddha's or Siddhartha ascetics experience and Aryan's experience, that even in that state, the subtle sense of self is intact.
Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Yes, you have a question, Tisuka, right?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
When you get angry, like how is the power made?
So, may I ask, have you been listening to these sermons? If so, how long? Tisuka?
2 months.
2 months, okay. Sounds good. So, here's the thing, when you're angry, let's say your mother says something that you don't like, okay? Or you have a fight with a friend. Let's say you have a fight with a friend, he or she calls you something that you don't like to be called, and you get angry. If you get really angry, sometimes you may slam the door, depending on where you are, you may react. Your body will have certain kind of a reaction to it, right? Maybe you might cry even. So to carry out these reactions, there's a certain power that's generated through the anger that's created. How is this created? Okay, let's say that this your friend called you some word, okay, that you don't like. This word, as you hear, a thought is generated. How dare this person calls me that? I'm not that kind of a person. Whatever, in reaction to that, a thought process is created. But if you pay attention to the experience of it, what you hear is just a word. Okay, give me an example, like some word that you don't like to be called, or some word kids use these days to annoy another. I don't know what these are.
Stupid.
What is it?
Stupid.
Stupid, yeah, that's a good thing. So when that person says stupid, now like you can hear when I say that word, same word, stupid. How do you hear this? Through what organ or what sense base? How do you yes?
You hear it with your ear sensor.
Ear sensor. Now when I say stupid, do you have any emotion at all?
Yes.
I'm just saying that. What is the emotion?
If my friend is saying it.
Yes, if your friend was saying, good answer. If your friend was saying it, it'll be
I would get angry.
Angry. But I am saying the same word. Does it make you angry?
No.
I'm not calling you stupid. I'm just pronouncing that word, right? I'm just saying that word. So then, is it something to do with the word, or is it something to do with the thoughts that's been created connecting to that word?
The thoughts that have been created.
Yes, because you have this idea, this is my friend. Connect as soon as you hear that word from your friend's mouth, or forget about the mouth, you hear it through the ear. There's an idea, this person is not supposed to say these things to me. And that's a thought. So that in that thought, there's the meaning of the word stupid, idea that there's a friend, an idea that there is a self, the sukha, to whom your friend called, whom your friend called Tisuka stupid, right? So isn't all that in your thoughts? Nothing to do
Yeah.
with the word, right? So the
Yeah.
word you hear through your ear is just a sound. If it was part of a song or a rap, nobody would get upset. It is based on how the thoughts has been created, what kind of ideas we have about the world. Our reaction is depending on that. So, and if we dig a little deeper, do you know what a vibration is?
I'm not
No?
sure.
Not sure. So anyhow, forget about all that. It's just a word. It's just a sound, right? It created a thought and an emotion. So that is what we are supposed to see. And based on the kind of thinking that you have, it has created like a very strong emotion. It could be a lighter emotion, could be a stronger emotion. So that is all what we have to see. So similarly, whatever the emotions that we have are depending on our own world. So Tisuka has in his mind, even though we say his mind, there's no existing mind. Whatever you hear and related to it, whatever the thoughts are generated, that is the mind. There's no existing thing called mind. Whatever the thought, now you're listening to this and you're thinking, maybe you have a question about it. That question comes in your awareness as a thought. That is your mind in this moment. Understand?
Yeah.
Yes. So whatever, if the life is happy, it's okay. But when things go wrong, when we get upset, that is the situation that we usually feel, as we don't like those kind of situations, right? So if you think about that, everything, let's say you see something, you on your way back from school, you see a car, and you're all of a sudden a thought comes, oh, this is that car, this car I like very much, and this was made in this year, this is made by this particular company or whatever, you're like cars, right? So
Right.
is that something that all the thoughts that came in your mind, those thoughts, are they in the car?
No, they're not
Where were they?
in your mind.
In your mind. That was your mind. That thought is the mind that was created in that moment. So the car, if you pay attention to the car, what you saw, can your eyes recognize the car or the mind recognize the car?
The mind.
Mind. The eyes can only see the color and the shape. Similarly, ears can only hear sounds. Ear doesn't know stupid from smart from brilliant. Ears don't know how to make that distinction. The mind knows. Similarly, like let's say you're walking in front of McDonald's and there's the fried chicken smell or French fry smell or whatever. You're like, oh, that is the French fry smell. I like it. Hungry, it smells good or whatever. But did the nose recognize that or the mind recognize that?
The mind recognizes.
The mind. If it was your favorite thing on the earth, Oh, wow. Maybe your mouth will be watering just by smelling that, right? So our five senses, we call them five senses: ears, eyes, nose, the tongue, and the skin. You can, if someone touches you, you can feel it, right?
Yeah,
If
you can feel.
you, Mhm. And if you walk on sand or if you walk on the road, you can tell the difference. There's a difference in how you feel under your feet, right? Yes, Tisuka?
Yeah,
Yeah. So that is overall, your entire body is covered with skin. So the skin can feel if something is hot or cold, or if something is rough or smooth. So all these senses are all that we have to experience this so-called world. And if you go back to your earliest memories, how old are you, Tisuka?
I'm 12.
12. So if you go back to your earliest memories, your kindergarten memories, if you can kind of think about or try to remember what it was, when you were born 12 years ago, you didn't speak, right?
Yeah,
You started speaking around the age of 2 or 3, probably 1.5, 2. And you didn't start speaking all the words you know today on that day. You started with very simple words. Either your mother, father, or a teacher taught you these words one by one at a time. And even usually kids' first word is mother or ma or pa or father. Initially they would say ma, 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 ma. Like, you won't be able to even say it properly, that mother or mummy. Is that what you call your mom?
no,
What do you call your mom?
Amma.
Amma. Okay, amma. So, um, so when you were a kid, the mother's picture, which can be seen through your eyes, when she was present, she would say Amma. She would introduce herself as Amma. And little Tisuka, little by little, began repeating these words, Amma, Amma, Amma. And it got registered. Now, whenever Tisuka sees Amma, Tisuka is able to recognize your mom, as Amma. Similarly, dad. So these thoughts are slowly beginning to appear. And then in kindergarten, teacher showed you yellow colors, different colors, pointed at yellow and asked you to repeat after the teacher. Lelo, lelo, started with lelo, lelo, and eventually Tisuka was successful in pronouncing that word, yellow, red. So what the eyes saw was the color, right? Are you
Yeah,
with me, Tisuka? Yes. And but what you heard, the label that was given to that particular color was given through the ears as a sound. Yes.
yeah,
So these two together feels like something is out there. The sound is coming from the ear. If you think about it, it feels like it's coming from within you, inside, right? The ear is closer to you, whereas the image is far away. But both of them has to come together. And it feels like yellow is outside. Are you following me?
yeah, yeah,
Yes. So same way, mother, father. And at some point, these thoughts started appearing. Now you have a thought saying yellow, red, mother, father, bag. Your mother will ask, Tisuka, show me your mom. and you will point at the mother. Show me your dad, and you will point at tata, amma, tata. And then, Tisuka, show me your. I'm talking about when you were little, very little, just beginning to talk. Your bag, and Tisuka will point at the bag. Eventually, there's a thought. If you remember, there's a thought. Oh, if that is my mom, my amma, if that is my tata, if that is my bag, or this self who's seeing everything and hearing everything must be Tisuka, must be me, must be myself, must be Tisuka. They ask me to pronounce his name all the time. Oh, I must be Tisuka. And Tisuka checks Tisuka's self in the mirror and sees the face. Oh, and then that image, that picture, now you're seeing with the eyes, that is connected to the self.
Yeah.
Except for that, there is nothing much. That thought of a self. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
So is there a self somewhere, or is it a thought?
It's a thought.
It's a thought. And from that day onwards, Tisuka was like, now Tisuka started calling himself Tisuka. These are all labels now. And this inside thought, inside voice started exploring. What does Tisuka like to eat? Tisuka likes to eat chicken. Do you like chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah. And maybe ate fish and didn't like. And then this voice continues to say, I am Tisuka, I like chicken, I don't like fish. And your parents ask you, Tisuka, when you grow up, who do you want to be? I want to be a doctor, I want to be an engineer, whoever. Now that voice says Tisuka wants to be an engineer. Now Tisuka wants to be a doctor. Now Tisuka's world is slowly growing one thought at a time. Tisuka likes this, Tisuka likes that, right? And Tisuka goes to school, Tisuka sees people, and they now come and talk and introduce themselves. And Tisuka, he listens to these people's names. They come through the ear. Now more thoughts are now born in the mind. Now Tisuka starts calling these people my friend. This one is my friend. This is Elizabeth. This is Paul. This is David. David is my friend. David called me stupid. How can he call me stupid? I'm so upset. There's a lot of power because you're close to David now. Because these thoughts say, David is my friend. We have good times. We are going to play today. Slowly it's growing. This power these thoughts have, they also slowly growing. When if Tisuka doesn't understand at an early age like this, people who doesn't understand that at an early age like Tisuka, they go on to say they go on to build more stronger relationships, and based on how attached these people are, if they hurt you or something, if they hurt these people, other people, or they think other people are hurting, but actually, can anybody hurt you, Tisuka?
Yeah.
How can they hurt you?
By hitting you.
I'm sorry?
By hitting or punching.
By hitting or punching? Yes, it will pain, right? But if you really think about it, it seems like people are hitting, punching you. But what we have to see is this everything is nature. You know, birds fly, and in the morning the sun rises, right? Have you seen these things? And the flowers bloom. Do the flowers think I am going to bloom? Now I am blooming one petal at a time. Do they think like that, or it just happens?
It just happens.
It just happens. No doer here. The sun rises. Sun doesn't think, I'm going to rise now. I'm giving a little light to the earth now, little more light. No, it just happens. That's what called nature. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
The whole, when we think about the nature, there's this earth, the trees, the animals. We go on trips and we look at these animals, we see them doing their stuff, but it's a process. It's naturally happening. Nobody's doing, even when it feels like there are animals and they have life, but it's a natural process. Do you think we are part of that nature, or are we any different to that nature?
Um, we're we're part of it.
We are part of that nature because we have a mind and we think we can think, we think we are different. But if the whole world is heading, if the whole world, have you seen those pictures when the NASA astronauts, they in the International Space Center, they have taken pictures of Earth? Have you seen them? The blue color?
Yeah, I have.
Yes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So can you see Tisuka in them?
No.
No. There's 7 billion, almost 8 billion people living there. Can you see any of them in that picture?
No.
So do you think humans are any special in that big picture? Any
No, they're
any
not.
any different to the nature that by which that whole earth is operated by?
No.
Can their mind be any different?
Um, no, I can't.
It can't, right? When it rains, there are fish, there are small animals in the water. They flow with the water. They get washed through that water to the rivers and to the ocean. Do you think it matters what they think?
No.
No. And they don't have, for your information, they don't have complicated thoughts like us. But at the same time, they are also part of the system. That is why they are being washed to the sea, to the river, from river to the sea. We are also part of that system.
Yeah.
But since we are able to, it feels like we are able to think and all that, it feels like we are any different from all that nature. I can do this and that. But all these thoughts that come to you that says, I can do this, I can do that, that is also part of that same nature. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Yes. So when you think David called me stupid, I am upset, that is also part of that system, part of that nature. There's no you, that's just a thought that's been taken.
Yeah.
So is there a reason to be upset about anything now?
No.
Because everything is part of the system. If someone punches you, have you seen dogs fighting, monkeys fighting, animals fighting? Have you
Yeah.
seen that?
That's
That is part of the system. Nobody's doing it. It feels like, this monkey is fighting fighting against that monkey, but it is part of the system. This world, okay, what's in front of you right now?
My bed.
Your bed. Close your eyes. Now is your bed there?
No.
No. But you know your bed is there, right? Even when your eyes are closed.
Yeah, I know.
How?
Because when my eyes were open, I remembered that the bed was in front of me, and I can feel that I'm on the bed.
Touch your bed while your eyes are closed. What do you feel? The bed or just a feeling?
I feel the bed.
Just pay attention to what you feel under your fingers. Can you feel the whole bed?
No, not the whole bed.
Just whatever your 4 fingers or 3 fingers can feel, right?
Yeah.
But the idea that you're touching the whole bed is a thought, isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough.
So in reality, you think, or the system rather, the correct way to say is the system thinks you're touching the bed, but you can never touch the bed. There's some sort of a softness that's felt underneath your fingers. But the mind gives a thought that you're touching the bed. Do you agree with me?
Yeah.
So even when your eyes are closed, you have an idea as to how your bed looks like. Now, while your eyes closed, can you see that in your mind's eye? What your bed looks like?
No.
You can remember that, right? Remember how your bed looks like while your eyes are closed, right?
Yeah, I can remember.
Yeah. So in that picture, let's call it a mental picture because your eyes are closed. You're not seeing the real bed. In that mental picture, is there a bed or is it just bunch of colors?
A bunch of colors.
Bunch of colors. Because you think or because you remember the bed was there before you closed your eyes, because of that thought, that is a thought. It feels like when your eyes are closed, the bed is there, but it is just a thought, and underneath your fingers, you can only feel that softness only. The idea that you're feeling a bed is also thought. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
So like this, everything we think about, everything we think exists is mostly thoughts, almost thoughts. All of them are thoughts. You can do a small experiment. Just think about this. When you're doing other stuff, just pay attention. Like, touch something, close your eyes, touch something and see if you can really touch that entire thing or if you can feel just some sort of a hot or coldness or a rough or smoothness. When you listen to something, see if it is, that meaning you have in your mind, is it that or you just heard a sound? Then you will begin to see the truth. It just, when you open the eyes, the world appears. When you close your eyes, it's no longer there. But the mind, because we have seen it so many times, the mind, we have a thought that it exists even when our eyes are closed. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
So is there any reason to be upset about anything in this world?
No.
Sad?
No.
No, right?
Yeah.
So can't you now do your schoolwork happily? Like, there's not even anything to be happy about. But when you see this, it's a different kind of peace that you will have. Do you have any reason to fight with your siblings?
No.
You do?
Oh, yes.
How many siblings do you have?
2.
2, younger, older?
I have one older brother and one younger sister.
One older brother and one younger sister. Younger sister is young, like, how young is she?
10 years old.
I can't hear you, Tisuka.
10 years old.
10 years old, and your older brother is?
14.
14. Do you fight with them? Or do they fight with you?
Yeah,
Who? Who fights with whom?
both.
Why?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah,
You don't know why you fight with them, or you don't know why they fight with you?
yeah, I don't know.
You don't know. Next time when there's something like that happens, just slow down. Take a step back and try to think about this. Try to kind of understand who's fighting whom for what reason. Is right?
Okay.
If there's no reason to fight now based on what we discussed here, if there's no reason to fight, then it is the best time to see this during a fight, right?
Yeah.
How's school? School started, right?
No, it's starting in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Do you like school?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you like about the school?
Science.
Science. Oh, wow, you like science. Why do you like science?
It's fun and it's interesting to learn.
It's interesting to learn. Oh, so you must be good at science, huh?
Yeah.
That's nice. Who do you want to be when you grow up?
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet. That's good. That's much better. You have time. I think Aryan Mahans is also here. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahans.
Theruvan Saranai Harshi, I think I will
Theruvan
take care.
Saranai Nandima.
It's a really interesting discussion we had, Tisuka and yourself. So, yeah, Tisuka, so as Harshi tried to explain, this is actually a mindful world. This is a thoughtful world. So this is all the mind. So what is mind? Actually, mind is a natural process. Mind is a natural process. So everything is happening here. That's what we try to understand. This whole body system, even though we say eye, nose, ear, mouth, tongue, the whole body skin. So everything is a sensor. There is no person called Tisuka or Harshi or Randima or anybody here. This is just a sensor system. This is every time electric spark occurring. Some electric spark occurring. So even we say like I, what is I? I means it is a spark. It is a electric spark. So it is actually an isolated electric spark. When the eyes is open, without anybody's intervention, this isolated spark occurs. There is no meaningful here because of this electric spark, some visual element form, which is formed in the present moment. So cow see a different world. Cow experience a red world. We experience a different world. And you see, human experience a colorful world. But what is the experience in the eye? That is just a electric spark. So that spark is a process which is happening every time. It is happening. You see, even when you say the sound is another isolated spark. None of these sounds carry any meaning. So just sound occur, you see, randomly, they just occur and just disappear. Nothing meaningful here. Everything is formed in the present moment. But how the world is really formed, that is combination of these sounds and sight. So as Harshi explained, by taking that newborn child, you see, for newborn child, it doesn't know, it doesn't have a mother. It doesn't know whether this is a mother or somebody like. But it is just a eye spark only, just a sound spark only. It doesn't have any complaints, you see. That is me and my, those things are not there. But you see, when after some part of a age, when that child come to kindergarten stage, like slowly this eye spark getting very powerful, sound spark getting very powerful, and automatically the sight spark and the sound spark combine. But once it combine, yeah, it has these perceptions. That is this mother. So what is mother? Really, mother means at eye level, it is just a visual element only. Eye doesn't know whether it is a mother or bird or something like. Then ear level, it is just a sound spark only. But when this sensor, you see electric sparks, once it get combined, it creates this worldly
Sarah,
things.
Sarah,
Therwan Saranai Aranna.
Yeah. Once.
uh,
Yes, ma'am.
that little baby, how old are you? How old are you?
12.
I don't think. I don't. Do you understand this? What I say, our Dhamma friends? Do you understand or no?
Yeah, I do.
You understand? Which country? Which country? Huh?
Canada.
Canada. You are the Shanika's son, no?
Yeah.
What's your? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hmm. Yes. It's very simple, no? Buddhism.
Yeah.
No? It's very simple. So you think, not outside, it's your mind, everything. Not outside anywhere. You are thinking. No? Chair,
Yeah.
table, everything is you're thinking. That's simple after that. So, what's your question? What's your question here? What's your name? First, what's your name?
Jessica.
Jessica.
Isuka.
Ishuka.
Tisuka.
Tisuka. It's okay. You're a boy or girl? Yeah.
Boy.
Boy. Tusika. Tusita. Tusika. Yeah.
Tisuka, Aaron Hansen.
Tisuka. Tisuka is okay. What is this, no? Very hard, no? No, it is very simple. Don't get this hard. It's very simple. Buddhism is very simple. Yeah. This knowledge is everything. It's okay. But that you think that's a Buddha's son, Rahul. How Buddha teach Rahul, 7 years old? You are 12 years. So Buddha told Rahul, this world is your mind, not outside. You are thinking everything. That's simple, no? It's simple.
Yes.
It is true. Because everything we are think. So it is after that. No difficult. Yes. It's outside there. So you're thinking, it's okay, it's your mind. Because when we are blind, how we can see? We can't see. So our eye creation, I like a camera. Our eye creation, so yeah, look, see. That's why. No? Otherwise, our ears, something happen, or how we can hear. So the sound is our ear drum represents. So I think it's enough, no? Our eye, our ear, and our nose given the smell, and our tongue given the mouth given the taste. Otherwise, our skin, body skin, is sense creations given smooth, rough, solidity, liquidity. Is how our body feel, skin feel. So it's very simple after that. These are, you can't, something happen, you're sick or something happen, your nose and smell is not coming. Like that, this sensor creations. You know about, no? Can you speak Sinhala? Can you speak Sinhala?
Yeah.
Little bit. Are you hearing Dhamma discourses, Buddothpado? Sinhala
Yeah.
Dhamma discourses? Yeah. You tell me what's you thinking about the Buddhism and your side. What you think? You tell me. Yeah. What you understood still now. Yeah, your side. What's the Buddhism? How you told no, you are hearing Dhamma discourses Sinhala. Yeah. How is your understand? I won't know.
That
Yeah.
everything is a thought, and then none of this is real.
Yeah. Continue. I want more. Your side, how much you understand how much you understood this Buddha's explaining. What's Dhamma? What's this nature is happening? Who are you? You have that question, no? Who am I? So how is these thoughts are creating? Do you know how is these thoughts are creating? Babi? Yeah. Do you know how is these thoughts are creating? You explain me. Yeah.
By the sensors.
Yeah, sensors. Yeah. Sensors, how? Yeah, explain. Yeah, sensors. Yeah. At what time now your side? It's night time, no?
Yeah, 11.
At what time? 11 at night. You're not coming feel sleepy?
A little.
How to feel sleepy? No, it's okay. This discussion is very nice. That is I know. It's okay. It's okay. You explain that. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, our senses. Yeah. How is creating our senses? It's okay. How is thoughts are creating? No. How is thoughts creating? Yeah. You try. It's okay. Yeah.
You you see you see a book from your eyes, and then you from your mind you know that it's a book.
It's a thinking. It's a thinking. Book.
Yeah.
Yeah. Book have a name. That's a sound. It's okay. Book is a sound. The English word is the book. Sinhala is talking about both other languages, other one, no? Chinese language. So this sound, no? Book is a sound. No? Book is a sound. Otherwise, book have a picture. No?
Yeah. Book.
Yeah, that's a sound and form together coming. That's thought is there. No, thoughts is happening. No? Yeah, you are great. No, no, you are great. But your name I can't speak. What's that name? Tusita. No. Tushi.
Tesuka.
What?
Tesuka.
Tisuka. Your friends are talking about Tusika. This no other name. No any other name. Easy name. Tushika. It's okay. Tushika. It's okay. It's good. Yeah. Okay, Tushika. Why are you not laughing? Why are you not in happy? Why are not? Why are you like a struck? Some type of sleepy or is what's
Yeah.
your side? Sleepy. Sleepy.
I'm a bit sleepy.
It's sleepy. That is it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, you know how is thought are creating. You know, no? Now you know. It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Thought everywhere. What you are thinking? What you are looking? Bed. No. What's you in? What's your front there? Chair. What's there? What you are looking? What's your yeah? Example is yeah.
My bed.
Bed. Your bed. What's the color is your bed? Your bed sheet color. Blue.
White.
White. Ah, yes, okay. Yeah, many things. You tell me others. Bed sheet is okay. White. No, any other? Yeah.
My table is black.
Table is white.
No, black.
Black. Black table. It's okay. So your chair
Black as well.
is okay. Oh, which color you like? Which
Brown.
brown is nice. Yeah, it's okay. You know, this red, yellow, blue is sound, no? Red is a sound. And yeah, red have otherwise is the color, no? Yeah, you can see color. It's okay. But red is a sound. No? Someone is telling now, teacher is telling, no, kindergarten time, our teacher is telling, no, red. Yeah, red. Is after children start talking about red. Yeah, teacher, red is this. No, like this. So after red is there. But other countries talking about the other sounds, no? Other sounds given, no? Ratupata is Sinhala, no? You know Sinhala? Is Ratupata? It's a red. Yeah. Yeah, Sinhala, you know. It's nice, yeah. It's okay. It's simple, no? It's simple. That's the word. It's red, and the chair, table, bed, white. Everything is like this, no? It's a thoughts. That's my thoughts. This world is a thinking word. No, world is a thinking word. No, we are thinking. Is the brown is nice. We are thinking, no, brown is nice. Some girls are like pink color like that, no. Yeah, babies are Now, what do you think about the pastel colors? Light, no, pastel colors. You're not like luminous colors. You don't like.
No,
Are you like luminous
no,
colors? No, it's okay. That's that's our otherwise that's our we are thinking, no? That's why we are thinking. Everything is like this. It's okay, no problem. Dhamma. It's okay. Dhamma is that one. It's our mind. Someone understood this Dhamma is it's our mind, not outside anywhere. So it's the first stage. It's good. Yeah. You want more understand what is the you want more understand. So this okay. So outside is not real. It's everything we are thinking. It's our mind. It's okay. Yeah, but our mind have a chair? No. Mind have a chair? No. That's why, Mind, where's the mind? Mind have a chair? No.
no,
What do you think about? What do you think about? Mind have a chair? No.
no.
No, that is why it's nothingness is coming, no? That is why
Yeah,
nothingness is coming. Yeah, great guy. Great boy. It's okay. That's the nothingness. It's okay. Because mind have anything. Mind haven't anything. But we are thinking, yeah, that's the point, no? That's the point. Nothingness. You see
yeah,
that? Yeah, that is the Buddha. Buddha told this. It's our mind, everything, mind, where's mind? I haven't anything. No, it's a nothingness. That is why it's coming nothingness. So after what happened, so we know everything. It's like this. It's okay. We are thinking. It's nothing anywhere. But it's okay. It's a nothingness. It's there. It's okay. But you think, baby, but we are living normally. We understand this Dhamma. But after, it's okay. It's understanding. It's okay. But it's understanding. It's okay. Normally we won't living. Normally we won't study also our day-to-day activities. So everything we want to we understand. It's okay. This is the Dhamma. It's okay. This is the real. It's happening. But we know that. But we won't live in. No, we won't eat something. No, we won't. We won't. We want to study because when you are big guy coming, you want it strong. You want good job also. You want money because how you are living. You want foods. No, you want maintain your body also. How is you maintain? Because how is you maintain? You want doing some job or business or something. How you are doing? You want to study? No, that's why. No, that's why we won't keep going. Yeah, we won't keep going. We won't understand. Yeah, it's okay. After we won't keep going. No, normal life is we won't go there. No, normal study we won't do because this it is okay. We are know what's happened here because it's the truth. But it's okay. It's a knowledge. No, it's our understanding. No, it's our understanding. Yeah, it's our understanding. That's why control. You won't control yourself. It's okay. You are understood after. You want control. It's confidence. You want confidence. That's why. You don't fear anything. You have fear? No. You know this Dhamma is nothingness is anything. But you don't think about more because it's a normally, it's a normally life is going. You want to face this life. That's you. That's why I'm telling this. Because you're a baby, no? Yeah, we won't tell you the truth. It's okay. After we won't teach you how you want to be go your path. You are studied. Everything is worth for you. No. That's right. No, that's right. Yeah. What do you think about? What do you think about? You are your side. You are okay. No, your mom. No, it's okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Mom is good, no? Mom is good. Yeah. Now, long time you are speak with us. Is I think enough, no? So it's a more, no? It's okay. It's okay, baby. It's a nice, nice. How I say good night, no? So, yeah, it's okay. Comfortable sleeping today because relaxed mind is good because it's calm and cool is the nice, no? Calm and cool is nice. Relaxed mind is nice. It's okay. Everything you understood after you want cool down. It's okay, no problem anywhere. After that, you know that it's okay. Are you love your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah. How is your father? Are you love your father? Yeah. And your sister, they are your sister, no?
Yeah, I have a sister.
Yeah, you have sister. Oh, you are a boy, no?
Yeah, I'm a boy.
Ah, you have sister. You love her, no?
Yeah.
She's good, yeah. She's younger, no? You are
Yeah, and
elder.
I have an older brother.
Tell me again. Pardon this.
I have an older brother.
Your older brother. Two brothers there.
No, I
Yeah,
have one brother.
one brother. It's okay. It's okay. You and your sister, only two. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
but
okay. Yeah. It's okay. Shanika, are you there?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරාධ හංස.
Yeah,
නිහස
yeah. What you think about? It's
actually
okay.
it is
Nice. Yeah.
it's very nice Arana Hans. Actually he
Nice.
asked me about what's going actually how that power is created. Then I asked him to just talk with
Oh,
them.
how is power is creating? He is asking that type of question.
He
Oh,
after that I asked him to better to talk with them, and I really appreciate Harshi and
that is
Andima
how she and
very
who's Randima explained in this power how is generated. But little guy, no.
he has been listening to Dhamma, I think.
My mind is coming. Rag is happening.
Yeah.
That is why I'm coming to cool down. But it's okay. I don't know that question is power. How is coming?
He asked me
Yes.
that, but I said better to talk with them. And sometime I don't know, Hans, it's better to talk with someone else. Like all the time I'm talking with them, and
Yeah.
yeah.
It's good, yeah. Because
Yeah.
it's okay. Okay, Shantima, keep going.
Yeah.
Shanika is okay.
And
No, single is here. It's okay. This is English Dhamma forum. It's okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
Mr. Andima and Harshi, I really appreciate you did great job. Thank you so much for all the help. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Shanika. Yeah. Harshi, are you there? I don't know. Randima? Yeah, it's okay. Keep going. It's okay. My side, I'll mute my mouth from my side. It's okay. Right?
So yeah, Archie, I think that was a very wonderful explanation. So yes, Tisuka, it's so nice to talk to you. I think your question is great.
Yes, Tisuka Teruvan Saranai, and thanks a lot for asking that question. We appreciate that.
Actually, this mind, this mind is the power. So the problem is this power comes. So we, even though we say hate or we dislike something or like something, so everywhere some sudden fire like rice. So that is the mind. So what is this mind? I mean, this fire keep on coming. The desires, the likes, dislikes coming up. So when this felt only, the whole problem comes. So, but as Tisuka's question, if someone understands what is this power, what is this mind, how this is formed, I think it's quite easy. So this is just a sensor system. I think Tisuka aware about these sensors. So in this system, you see, all the time you have only this five experience. What is this five experience? Anything, it is either just a sight or sound or smell or taste or touch. That's it. So even though there are billions of things, even though we say there are billions of things to experience, all these experiences, if we just club like either it is some sight, some sound, some smell, some taste, or some touch. So what is this sixth sense? That is this mind, that is the power, you see. Whenever one of these five senses spark, you see, some feel come as the mind. So for some sites, naturally your system likes. Some site dislikes also come. This is this system. But nothing meaningful here because I think Tisuka understand. Everything is this sensor world, sensor created world. So it is nothing outside. It's all the time the senses creates every moment something and some feel come. Some sudden fire come, some likes come, some dislikes come. So but its life is, you see, very easy. Life is very cool. Life is very calm. There's no major panic on anything. When someone understands this is just every moment, just a mind experience only. There's no person suffering, no person suffering, no Tisuka suffering anywhere. Whatever happened, I mean, whatever happened is just a moment, some thought only, just a mind only. So this is very interesting because whenever the mind, whenever that fire or whenever that power occur, like automatically Tisuka is now cooled down because Tisuka understand very correctly. This is not Tisuka's experience. This is just a naturally mind experience. This is just the mind. This is just a thought. No worth, just sounds and forms coming together. So now that can't, you see, make Tisuka panic anymore. So Dhamma is very simple, as R.M. Mahansa explained. So Tisuka, any life experience, any experience in this system, you don't have to take as you see or you smell or you hear or you feel. All these are just, you see, just this system experience only. So nothing we can't control. The thought we can't control. The thought comes and go, but we understand one thing, that the all this is just a happening thing. It is not your fault or you are doing. So life is very easy and cool when you understand you are not there. This is just a mind experience only. Yeah. Yeah, Harshi, Teruvan Saranai.
Yeah, Teron Saranai Nandima. This was here. Hopefully, it helped him So it was a very, that the original question was how this power is generated, and so we were having the whole discussion kind of supporting that. I think Dr. Sakuntala, if you can, that was the original question. If you can, like in simple terms, kind of give an explanation to him, it will help him. He's 12 years
Thiruvan,
old.
okay. Thiruvan Saranai. Thiruvan Saranai Tisuka, it's nice to hear a soft voice of yours. We are very happy to get children join this program more and more. I'm sure there must be lots of questions when you sort of hear these things at the very first time, but I'm sure the mom may have explained certain things to you. Actually, when you learn what is happening here, what is this mechanism, you will be able to do the things more efficiently, and you will be able to do the things in a more light and relaxed manner. So that is the beauty of that. I'm sure when you are studying science as a subject in your bigger classes, I don't know what level they are teaching at in Canada in your class, but when you grow up, these things actually are explained in science. There is a current generated when there are two opposite ends. So that is a simple theory. It is a nature's law, I would say. It is something which is not created by, not sort of controlled or maneuvered by anybody. There's no person behind this mechanism, but when there are two opposite ends, there is a power created in the middle. So that is what we are explaining as waves. I'm sure you have some idea about the waves. You have different types of waves, light waves, sound waves. I'm sure you must have heard this. So all these waves have a power generated. So that is a mechanism. That is a nature's law, as I mentioned. So you can't find a particular reason why it is happening, but it is a nature's incident. So all these things that we see and hear, the taste that we feel, are forms of waves. So that means there is some simple current which is generated in those waves. So this current or this power or this, I think the current is a better word, current or the power which is generated, make you feel that it is really existing. And the other important thing is all these things happen in a very fast, unimaginable speed. Now, we know that in the physical world, materialistic world, we know that the fastest thing which is explained is the speed of the light. But the speed here is much, much more faster than that. So when something happens in such a fast speed, you tend to feel that it is really existing there. So when a wave vibrates in a very fast rate, you feel that there is a sound there. And when a light wave, when a wave vibrates in a very fast manner, in a different way, you feel as if there is a shape or a light. That means a creation of your vision. So simply this is what is happening because the eye doesn't know. Eye is simply a camera. There is some vibration in the eye and it creates a picture there. And the ear is simply an earphone and it vibrates and creates a sound there. Now, this is what happens in the very small baby. Now, all of us don't remember what actually were the things that we experienced as very small babies. But when we grow up, little by little, these functions tend to get together. They merge together. This is again not somebody's work. It spontaneously, as a part of the mechanism, these sensors, that means the your information that created by the eye, information created by the ear, then the tongue, nose, and the skin. These tend to merge together, and then only you have these thoughts. So at the end, this current or the power generated in these different faculties get together and then form a more stronger current, which we which we name as thought. So thereafter, we are sort of manipulated, or we are guided, or we are directed by our thoughts. So thereafter, the thoughts will take in charge. Thoughts will direct you or get you to do whatever the things. Now, every thought is a word, actually. Now, you have to express it as in a word. Now, a thought of the apple is a word. A thought of mom is a word. Thought of sun, moon, they are all words. So word is the creation of this mind. So that is ultimately what happens is all these sensor functions, that means the hearing, vision, then the skin feelings, taste, and the smell, all these automatically get together and then have a bigger current, stronger current, which makes you feel that there is a person here. So this current is the one we name as, this current is the one which is generated, and then that current we interpret as a person. That means the feeling of self-perception, or you feel that I am there, I am existing. So I don't know whether this was simple enough, Puta, for you, Tisuka Puta. He must be sleepy anyway. Maybe he can listen later and see whether it is simple enough to understand. So I think that explanation, I would conclude from there. Anyway, it's very nice to hear his voice and that his interest. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, Puta.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai.
Okay, could you understand what I said? I thought you have already gone to bed. No? Anyway, if you have a problem, if you have anything to ask right now, you can ask, or you can listen to it later on, and then we can maybe discuss again, because when there are a lot of new things to grasp, it takes a little while for you to listen again and then see what are the things you understood, what are the things you didn't understand, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends, Aryan Mahanse Pada. I pay my homage to Aryan Mahanse. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala. So Tisukaya, now go to bed. Like, we'll have a discussion again. Just feel free to ask any questions whenever you join, okay? Yeah. So I think we have come to the end of the session. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining today, all the Dhamma friends. And let's all pay homage to Aryan Mahanse at our feet. Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. Let's meet again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahanse. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. With deepest reverence, I pay my humble worship to our noble teacher, Buddothpado Mahanse first, whose boundless compassion continues to guide us along this sacred path. And also, I extend my warmest greetings to all you present here today. May the blessings of Triple Gem be always with you. That will surely light up your hearts with peace, tranquility, wisdom, and steady progress towards true liberation. As is our practice, before going into proper discussion, we begin with reading from our kind of treasured series, The True Dhamma Has Awakened. These profound texts not only anchor our reflections, but also open the way for sincere inquiry into the absolute truth which was revealed by Lord Buddha about 2500 years back. Today we once again try to draw wisdom from these texts, taking them as a like a what you call the compass to direct our journey inward. So yes, so these texts will serve as a guiding tool. So that's why on everyday morning we begin these discussions by reading few pages from these texts. These texts have been written under the guidance of our noble friend Buddothpado Mahanse, where it clearly shows what the truth is, where they clearly show what the absolute truth is. So for those who wish to explore further, I warmly encourage you to visit our main website, that is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website, where the entire collection is freely available. Currently, we focus on volume number 6, and I invite each of you to read attentively, to reflect carefully, and bring forth your questions and experiences so that our collective understanding may grow richer and richer. So this should be the effort. It is also mentioned, it has also stated by Lord Buddha as well. We have to have some kind of a courage to see this truth. First of all, a strange kind of message we get from our eternal friend, the monk friend. So we get some kind of a curiosity within us to explore what it says, what it means. In order to explore, in order to investigate the truth we have heard from our noble friend, we need those kind of texts as well. So apart from, in addition to these kind of discussions. So I encourage you to visit that site and take a quick glance and see whether they fit for you. And I also wish to highlight our there is another kind of platform, that is www.wisdomofasia.com, which has been designed especially for those who approach life through science, analytics, and inquiry. So this initiative shows how the Dhamma harmonizes perfectly with the modern understanding by providing that this truth is not bound by time, culture, or the what do you call this, perspective. So even you look from the scientific angle through the modern day science findings, you also reach the same destination. Actually, the Western scientists also, from here and there, we usually hear these things, especially through the podcasts that they conduct. They also tend to think the absolute truth should not be a materialized thing. So very recently, I was happened to listen to a podcast that has been conducted by a famous astrophysicist. He also says more or less the same thing. The truth lies beyond these materialized things. But unfortunately, he doesn't know. But no, he doesn't know the absolute truth. But he has some kind of an insight. The material things that they explore is not the absolute truth. So, so we know what is the core message that Lord Buddha wanted to give to this world. It is, that message is very valid for this era, for Buddha era as well as for the modern day world. What is the core message that Lord Buddha wanted to deliver? Is the non-soul Dhamma. What is this Dhamma? Dhamma is cause and effect law, cause and effect theory. That is kind of a theory. That is kind of a concept that has been developed by every Buddha, that has been revealed by or understood by Lord Buddha. Dhamma is kind of a concept to explain how this non-soul angle could be investigated. So we use this cause and effect Dhamma, cause and effect law, as a tool to explore to investigate the non-soul status. So in this noble research, what is the question? What is the research question? Research question is the non-soul, status of non-soul. But we have been dealing with the soul for such a long period since our birth. So we don't feel, we don't aware that there is kind of a non-soul state within that experience. Because we haven't yet perceived that absolute feeling of being without a living, alive feeling. That doesn't mean that you need to give up say goodbye to your this life. No. During this life, you will be able to experience this non-soul state. At a glance, it is very confusing. When you hear this Dhamma, when you hear this, at least it becomes a little bit confusing. So we feel that we are living. We tend to see the entire world through this life angle. Even during this discussion, you keep on listening. You know, but you don't think every moment. But involuntarily, then idea is there, hidden within you. And I am the person who is listening to. I am the person who is taking part with this discussion. So there is a hidden feeling that you are a person or living being. You are the one who is dealing with the world. At the same way, you have a same kind of a feeling that you have been born in on such a day, and you will be leaving this life in some other day. So both death and the birth is there for you. So these concepts are coupled with the living state of the self. But what Buddha said is Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo. Even though you think that you are a living being, it is not like that. the way, the pattern the way you think is not correct, but you are helpless. So that is the way how you think. You think that you are living being, but what Buddha said was, is not that thing. What he said was, there is no person here, no living being here, but it's very hard to take it up. So how do you convince yourself that there is no person within ourselves? In order to do so, we have to conduct kind of an experiment in related to ourselves. So we are the sample. We become the self become the sample for that noble research. So then the methodology is the way you should conduct the experiment is well written in the cause and effect Dhamma. So once you understand the methodology, you can apply to that sample. Sample is you. So then you will realize and you will feel, you will experience the results. What is the result? Expected result, intended result is the experience of non-soul. So we started with the soul. When we conduct this novel research, we have research question that has been set up by everybody, and methodology is there. The literature is also there. Literature, if you search on the literature, you will find in the Tripitaka and all other instances. So we can take it from the Pitaka, Sutra Pitaka and Vinaya Pitaka. So these are there. Literature is plenty of literature is there. So you can refer them as well. So then you can conduct the research. So what is the sample is the you. So you have to take the sample, then the result will be felt. The result is the experience that you gain while you are conducting this normal research. Then you will conclude what Buddha said was correct. So unless you reveal it applying to yourself, after applying to yourself, you won't believe. That's why Lord Buddha said, it has to be seen by you. That's why it is said the noble research, noble investigation. So even though you hear this Dhamma, if you don't conduct your own research, you will never get your results. Results in the sense, what are the results? The real experience that you achieve, that you gain. So without doing a research, you won't get that particular experience. So you have to do your own research. So whatever the thought, whatever the things taught in the Paticcasamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma, you have to apply it to yourself. That means it should this understanding that you gain through studying this, learning this cause and effect Dhamma, you have to apply into your day-to-day life. So that will make you to experience the non-soul state. That would be the result. Then you are so confident about that result because you conducted the research, then you got your own results. So those results cannot be achieved by someone else. So you can't copy someone else's research because the way, the phase, uh, the starting point and the end point would be different from one person to another. So you will definitely experience the absolute truth. So that is the truth. What is the truth? There is no soul here. But with any kind of a thinking, so you can't take that result unless you practice. So that's why we talk these things yesterday as well. The experiencing, the practical way of doing is very important in this regard. So, yeah, if I say something about this, I mean, how this alive feel comes. So the life field, in the sense, it is a kind of a product, byproduct, or the main product of some kind of a, what do you call this, reaction. So what is this reaction? Reaction is the speedy occurrence of a vibration. So here I'm not talking about a person. If there is some kind of a vibration, if at any point some kind of a vibration in the sense, if some kind of a duality happens at any point, there would be some kind of different polarities get created. Different polarities in the sense negative and positive ends will be created. So where there is a how can I say it? In the place where, so just imagine a empty space, like a space, outer space. So no stars, nothing is there. Only the empty space is there. Whenever there is some kind of a vibration take place, different polarities get created. At that point, there would be some kind of attraction in between, because negative, positive, in between there would be some kind of energy that will develop. It is a system. It happens. But that energy has some kind of a power. Power. So we know energy is power. So that particular power can give rise some kind of a feeling of existence. So I'm not talking about any kind of animal, any kind of a living thing here, but how this alive feel. So I'm explaining here how this alive feel gets created. Whenever there is some kind of a vibration or negative and positive polarities get created, in between those polarities, some kind of a energy will be built. So that energy can give rise to some kind of a feel of existence, a life feel, existence feel. So think it tends to that energy, that initial energy can trigger the sequence of vibrations to happen. Subsequent vibration will happen using that same energy. So what will happen? You will get more vibrations. Then if more vibrations are there, more energy will be generated. So then what happens? The feeling of the existence will be become more and more. Then what will happen? Then it tends to create some kind of perceptions. To that perceptions we call the faculties. The faculties get created along with this perception. So if you perceive some kind of a feeling, not you, if somebody feel some kind of a perception of a life feel, at that point a kind of perception comes, either in a way of light, either in a way of sound, either in a way of temperature. So
right?
Yeah.
In there, I think the alive feel and the feel of existence there's a slight difference, I think. Did you get that? Did you understand that?
Yeah, as far as I think I can understand, but
how would we put that into words? What do you think the best way? So as a child, as a baby in the cot, you can feel but we are actually trying to elaborate this, but you have to go back to that stage, which is difficult at the moment because we are in the mind. But if you try to understand, if you look into that state of existence before the mind has developed. We have the field of existence because you still can feel something, and the feeling that someone is feeling something will be there with the consciousness, because the perception is something, consciousness is something. So when perception becomes a thing because of ignorance, it automatically becomes the consciousness. So in eye consciousness and the ear consciousness and this taste, touch, and smell consciousness, even though the mind is not developed yet, you still have that ability to develop the mind consciousness. Because of that, the glue-like thing that we call sasrava, because of that glue-like, the self-vibration, that's where the actual the existence story is there. But in the other way around, when the mind is formed, what does that mean? Because the baby, always there is a person coming towards a pic, actually a photo, like eye takes a photo like a camera, and then at the same time the sound, at the same time mother's smell, they all or mother's sound, they all come always coming at the same time, simultaneously. Then this system itself produce a new vibration, which is the mind, which is the thought. So when that thought is there, then there's the alive field. Because to have the alive field, there should be, the mind should be there. So we have to get this separate. But when we come to our level, like we have passed that stage, we are not babies anymore, we are like adults now. But to go back to that particular moment, we need to go back and understand the existence field is actually in the main faculties where the mind has not formed yet. But still, the blue, the vibration, the self vibration is still there, because that actually made the faculties to grow. Every cell has this vibration, the self vibration. That's what gave it. It's always there, and with the growth, then when baby understand, or the mind vibration is developed, then the life will comes. Are you okay with? Is that okay?
Yeah. So to get some kind of a alive feeling, you have to have the faculties.
The mind senses should start.
Yeah, I got that point.
Yeah. So then when we deal with the mind sensor, you can't actually go back to the previous state. Now, automatically, if we understand this person is mother, the mom will be the only thing that would come. We can't really separate them again. We can only separate them with the advice of a noble friend, that we try to separate them and see what happened. But in reality, it's always mom, it's always dad, or it's always your pet, whatever. Then what we try to understand is this alive field is actually can change. This human system, the magic about the human system is this alive field has a vast range to change from the highest and the lowest status. I don't know the English word for Brahma, but do we have a word for that? Like higher realms,
Higher realms and lower realms, yeah.
Yeah, higher realms, lower realms, but no one actually will listen to us. If they are like Europeans, they will not even understand that. But we can tell in simple language. This mind will have very very smooth levels, and this mind can have very rough levels. Rough level example would be you're trying to see a serpent, or like you see an animal which is going to you see as a threat, and then you try to kill the animal. Then you can see how the mind has that enormous level of power, how it has changed. And then also when you are in a peaceful, according to this area, we can say when we are near the beach or or in hiking, when we see the whole world, the calm, and you might feel that calmness with you, then you can feel the higher realms. Actually, it's in one particular thought. So, but we can feel that this vast area, the vibration, the area of the change between the vibrations, only species that can feel this is humans. So this alive field, you can feel this from like to whatever these things. So this alive field can change. So the more higher realms, it's more towards the mind. The lower realms, it's more towards the body. They don't have a strong mind. But the humans, they can appreciate all these levels. That's the beauty of humans. That's why humans can attain this understanding and actually attain the non-vibration. So this actually the non-vibration and then vibration, and the vibration is only manifested properly when the mind is originated. So when the mind is originated, when we take it as a one thought, this mum thought actually has all the levels of the vibration. So the alive field has all the capacity to have all these levels of vibration. So if you feel very strong about mom, and you feel that the mom is outside, mom is this, then actually it has to have a lot of power. And then if you get to know that that's not true through Dhamma, and then you keep understanding, then the actual perception is not true. It's actually a formation, a mental construct. Then you kind of the attachment, the vibration, that level of vibration actually goes down, and then the alive field, you might not feel it anymore. That's where you kind of will not take all these mom, dad, daughter, son, ice cream, chocolate cake, whatever these things, that particular system will not feel it as a thing, because that system has comprehended and actually experienced that it's not a thing. Then when that happens, only thing that you would feel would be the feeling of existence. Then you understand that's the actual culprit, that feeling of existence is actually the vibration, the what is it called, the self vibration. If someone came through the correct path, that understanding that actually there was no one before, like if we understood that there is actually no one, but we feel it because when there is this the mechanism, we have to understand the mechanism, how one feels this feeling of existence. How one feels feeling of existence is because the mother, the mother, they feel it as a thing. So that one, even though it is, you know that it's not there. If it is not, even if you know by theory that these things are not there, you still feel that, because you know that the chair is not outside. You know that the chair is not the just a perception. Still, you might feel that it is there. That is the actual feeling of existence. You just can feel it. You can't really put it into words, because now we know that putting into words is useless. And then we feel that, and because we started with the right vision that there is no self, then we understand that even the light, even the this touch, the temperature, the smell, the taste, they are also actually we feel that consciousness because of the lack of knowledge, like ignorance, because we feel this 3D world, and that's actually a construct. The 3D world we feel, now I'm outside standing and I can see the clouds, the blue sky, the trees, and so you might feel like, yeah, I'm existing. Why not? Because I can feel, I can see, I can hear. That's actually this 3D world which is manifested. It is a manifestation. It is a manifestation of the senses. Then when you understand this, the manifestation of the senses doesn't really matter, because it's a manifestation, because that manifestation differs from the elephant's manifestation. If you ask elephant, what do you see? Then elephant can see a different field, can feel different things, can see different things, can smell a lot. So likewise, if you ask a bird, what do you feel? That bird might tell so many different stuff. If you ask a bat might say completely different stuff that we even can't understand. So which world is true? None of these worlds are actually true, but they are manifestations. They are constructs. Yes, there is a 3D world you can feel. That's the mirage is. Then you need to understand these 5 senses actually bring up give you a sense of existence, because of this how fast they work together. The eyes work together with the ears, and they work together with the sensations. you feel the existence. You can actually experiment with this. You can experiment with this. You can do your experimentations, because in one particular fraction of a second, it's only one sense which works, but we feel as everything is there because that's how it is. Because we have the ears by the side, two eyes, and then we have the massive skin area, which has so many receptors: pain receptors, touch receptors, temperature receptors. So these everything. And the ears has another separate kind of receptors for balance, and all these really give a beautiful mirage of living. So the most important mirage is actually the mirage of self-existence. That's not the chair, not mother, not father, not the daughter, not the dollar, not America, not Sri Lanka. It's actually the beautiful, not beautiful, but how can I say, the amazing mirage which is created so far is this self-existence. And if you understand this, you find the truth about what Lord Buddha said. If you find this, you will understand that there's nothing to say that you are living. Actually, it's just an existence of some sensory organs. And these sensory organs had a power, massive power. That's the mind power. But I'm talking about who has come out of mind to a field. So when you talk about the field, that's the existence, the field of existence. But if you are in the mind, it has a different. It's a life field is quite different. It's something you should experiment. And do you have any questions, Ravi? I think it's enough for me to talk.
Yeah. No, I have a question here. So, going backwards in this manifestation, so we know the mind is a manifestation, collective.
So
kind
actually,
of.
last night someone asked me this: what is mind? So then I was trying to say that, and then I realized it's only one way to tell, because there's no mind. How do you say that? It's only, we got the one particular.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahasi at his feet. Tiruvasarnai Aryan Mahasa. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is the daily discussion time in the Buddothpado PeoTV English channel. And these 2 hours from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. it's dedicated for discussion where any doubts that any of our listeners had during these Zoom discussions or the sermons that is conducted in both languages, English, or if you have got any queries from the Sinhalese Zoom, that also we can try to explain. So our other Dhamma friends also will join soon, who are doing the sermon. So we will be able to do some justice to your question. We invite any friends who are listening via other means to join the Zoom live now, so that we can take this forum as a discussion, which will be very useful for the person who is asking as well as the people who are conducting the Zoom, both sides will be benefited. So we know that these Buddothpado discussions or Buddothpado Dhamma discussions are really unique because this is different from what we have been listening always because we have got so many sermons that through the social media we tend to listen to them every day, and we really felt that there is a difference between them and this deshana because these things were quite applicable to our day-to-day life. So therefore we felt, all of us who have been following these Buddothpado sermons and the discussions, we felt that there's really a difference. So that made us to stick to this without changing. So I'm sure if you are the first time to listen to these sermons, please continue because from one sermon you will not be able to see the difference, especially if you have been listening to so many other sermons from other venerables. If you do not understand, if you feel that it is quite deep, do not sort of hesitate, continue to listen. And that is what we have been doing, because when you continue to listen, automatically things become quite sort of simple and you tend to understand things more and more. Not only that, the beauty is that what you know as a part of your knowledge, you feel that it gets applied to your day-to-day activities. And there are many changes that you will observe within your own system. And we know that Aranvahasi is taking a huge effort to give this Dhamma to the world. That is why this channel 24/7 was started in English medium, because there are many people who are trying to find truth, because we know that truth is something common to any person, any race, any country, and any person who is in any religion, who has been following any other religion. So truth is common to everybody, and we clearly know that this is not a belief. Lord Buddha didn't say believe me. Lord Buddha, what he said, Lord Buddha, what the Lord Buddha said, that always come and see. That was an open invitation to come and listen and then see whether it gets applied to your day-to-day life pattern. So that is what Lord Buddha said. That is what our R.N. Mahase, noble friend, also says. Come and see. So we invite all of you, and our Dhamma friends have joined, so we can start the discussion. Thiruvana Saranai to all of you. Were there any topics yesterday that you wanted to continue today? Anything particular? Thiruvana Saranai.
Thiruvana Saranai.
Yes. Yes, Thiruvana Saranai, I can hear you. We can hear you.
I am going to discuss about my experience I had last days.
Okay.
Shall I?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Last Sunday, my neighbor called me to go to Aramaya with her, by her three-wheeler. We decided to go there at about 6:30 morning. I got ready and waited her till she comes. I waited about 1.5 hours, but she didn't come. Then I called her again and asked what happened to her. She told me that she has gone to the Aramaya without me. At this moment, I experienced my burn.
Mm.
I discussed this incident with Aryan Manse also.
Yeah.
He told it's only a sensor creation.
Mm.
That's all.
Yes. So I will just start the discussion. Others will join after. Yeah. Join. Actually, as you said that you felt the burning at that time, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you feel did you feel that shouldn't have happened? Because you are listening to Dhamma, did you feel that it shouldn't have happened?
What? Yeah, I thought it's burning me, that me is there. I thought that at
Yeah,
that
but
moment.
okay, now only the arhants the state of the mind of the arhants will not have any fire at all, isn't it? Because still you and me, we are on the path. So this having the fire, that feeling, that burning thing, in relation to a stimulus, now that was your ear vibration. You had a sound, and then that was a vibration at the ear level, isn't it? And then the thought came, which gave the explanation that you gave me. So it is the two senses, as Sarana Mahasi said, it is a ear vibration of the ear and the vibration of the mind, isn't it? So
That's all.
yeah, so as a result, that burning feeling, or maybe you can name it as sadness, or maybe you can name it as anger or whatever. It may have been in a very mild form, because you may not have had that gross level anger or sadness at that
Sadness.
time. Yeah, but at that time, the kind of, you can name it, I mean, you can give so many names: disappointment, anger, sadness, whatever names can be given, but what you felt was that fire-like feeling. So that is actually part of the system, isn't it?
System. Aryan
Yeah,
also told that
yeah.
it's a part of
So
system.
it is a part of the system. So only thing is, there is no owner to that burn. What happens is,
No honor to this burn. That's
yeah,
all.
because what we are used to is that whatever happens, we put the label myself. I felt angry, or I felt sad, I felt disappointed. So there's no myself in that actually. That fire, that burning feeling that you had, that itself is that which gives rise to I mean, you name it as myself. That fire-like feeling that had is really labeled as myself. There is no real myself, but that burning feeling is the one which is labeled as myself. But it is a part and parcel of that sensor functions. So
Sense
there's,
function.
yeah, there is no owner. I mean, uh, that point is the one that you have to understand. Because we are used to that, isn't it? Whatever happens, whatever happens, we always put that me label into that.
Me
I,
label that. One.
yeah, that's right. There's no myself actually, but that feel is labeled or called myself. I felt it. That happened to me. So it is just an incident where the system has worked, and as a result, as a product of the mind sensor, you felt that
Aryan
feel.
also told that it is a creation of mind sensor.
Yeah, it is a creation of the mind. So actually, it was the sense of senses has had some activity there, but there is no owner to that burning feeling. So that is what you have to understand. Because if you think that um, if you think that there was a self, yes, then there is a self. But really speaking, there was no self there. So those things can happen. They are part of this system function. So just if you recognize that burning, that's all you have to do. The more you recognize that burning feeling, then it helps to get it faded little by little. So nothing can happen beyond this senses. Everything that is experienced are within this limit. So whatever you feel, that what the feel that you had, you explained, that is also just simply a sensor function. So that burning feeling is a very gross level. But when you when the system is capable of identifying more and more, that will get less and less gradually. Dr. Kokila Teruwan Saranai, would you like to add anything to that?
It is Sakka edit, isn't it? Wrong way. That's the attribution. Giving heavy burden to self. That's the main problem we have anyway. The self-view. Nothing much.
Yeah, okay. Anything else, Malini Amma? Do you have anything else to
No, that's all I want to tell.
Okay. Any other points that you were discussing yesterday that you wanted to continue today? Because I wasn't there yesterday.
Yesterday was actually, again, more and more talk about this self-perception and, of course, other perceptions. Yeah, but this is very important, this self-view. I think I tell that every day. This self-view, if that is not shattered, there's a problem. Even after that self-view is gone, the power will be there. And because the self-view is gone, the power will be slowly reducing. It can take ages, it doesn't matter. What matters is this self-view, because each time we feel a burning, we will put that aside. But it has, the self-view has a deeper meaning than that. Chair becoming a thing is also in the more superficial level. Chair becoming a thing is also self-view. It is the same thing. If the chair is a thing, self is also a thing. If you really believe that the chair is there, self is also there. So there are so many aspects to this right, wrong view. Today morning, did you all listen to the today morning one? Can't remember the last night one. Actually, I forgot. I actually listened to the whole thing. I can't now remember exactly. But if you all mention something,
Yeah,
it will come back.
I also listened to both of them, but I can't remember which one is this. But to the morning one, that that one lady, she spoke about the fact that when she's going for these one-day programs, towards the evening, she said that she feels sort of kind of restless because she wants to check whether her son is coming to pick her up, and whether the son will be able to find the way. So she cannot concentrate much on the happenings in the Aranya at that time, simply because she gets agitated, and that she has this kind of desire that want to go home by evening, wherever she goes. So those were the experiences that she was explaining, and Aryan Hansi again explained how the thoughts are happening, how this self-perception occurs. So basically, in a very simple and a short sort of like short and sweet kind of explanation was done by Aryan Hansi. I don't know whether you remember it now.
But actually, don't you see that everything goes back to the wrong way?
Yes, yes. Yeah, everything goes, yes.
Not only attribution to self. This, you know, the going back home is a thing. I mean, a lot of things are there. But I don't know. It is very tricky though, because self view, self perception. Because if a person is fully aware that there is no self here, usually what that means is chair can't be a thing either. I mean, I don't know. Chair. So if chair is a thing, you are there. To fully realize this Dhamma, you have to pierce. Actually, it will pierce both of them, because if you know the chair, if you actually feel that the chair is not there, at that particular moment, the self feel, alive feel is also not there. If that happen, then you fully realize actually both of them are not there. You know, chair, because when chair is not there, you don't feel the self feel. So this is the thing that, but this whole revelation insight actually helps a lot. So you realize that actually the none of these thoughts are true. Self thought is also not true. Chair is also not true. Sun is also not true. This going home is also not true. Whatever the thought is not true. But if the thoughts are felt as real, then you are there. Gross you is there. It's she's a person who listened for a long time. I can remember her voice for a long time.
Yeah. She is the one who introduced Buddothpado Deshana to Dr. Uddami also.
Yeah, I
She had
remember.
been listening even before that. Yeah, as you said, I mean, many things sort of showed the various aspects of the self view. Now, things like what she said was that I do not know about the roads, and then I am used only to sort of shuttle between home and the workplace. That's all. So all those things, all from every corner of it, you could see that self view was strongly there, isn't it? Everywhere myself was there. I'm the one who cannot find the road. I'm the one who is not familiar with the roads, etc. So many aspects. Yes.
And see, this is a bit. It's actually good that they talk even openly, because when they come to the Zoom meeting after the Dombagoda program, they talk like as in a trance. So when the trance is gone, then you are back again in the same problem. This is the problem. This is insight meditation, not just concentration meditation. This is the same thing with the concentration meditation. Concentration meditation time, you are really floating, but in the other time, you are back in the Kunuala. What is Kunuala? The
garbage pit.
Garbage pit. Yeah. It is tricky. And I thought that was a very good insight to us, because as someone who has listened such a long time, how she is so heavy in her own, you know,
Mm.
the whole thing, it's so heavy, you know. I don't know, it's very, very delicate area to even discuss. It's I'm so glad that Aranansi is there to even tell these things to the all of them, because I don't think they will even realize it if told by someone else. I think we discussed this yesterday. We were trying to talk about going to the marketplace example. If we are really feeling that you are going to the marketplace, of course, so if the marketplace is really real, it's a gross level of you, the thought level. So there's only a slight demarcation between these things. 100% the demarcation comes from fully realizing that when the self is not there, when the stimulus is not a thing, the self is not there, that is the groundbreaking revelation to oneself, because then only this thought level is shattered. That is the thing. So we have a challenge. This system is never going to believe anything just by telling, It's not going to do that. But that's why when a child is burnt by a flame, they never touch the flame again. Otherwise, they will listen to the mother, but they will have actually doubts whether, mom said it might burn, but I don't know. She said so, so I trust mother, so I don't touch it. That might happen as well. One child may very like trust mother and not touch the flame. But definitely, if you get burned, then that baby will never touch the flame again. It's a
Yeah,
metaphor I'm trying to say.
no, it is a real. Now I remember a real incident happened at my place when I was small. I was a child. There was a candle lit because there was some power problem at that time. There was a candle lit on a windowsill. My sister and brother are both younger than me, and my mother was nearby. Mother they were sort of very curious about it, and mother, I feel, may have just done a warning, but brother first went up, and then he caught he kept the finger to the flame because it was nice golden color flame, and he started crying because the finger burnt him, and the sister didn't. I mean, she could not stop doing the same thing. She just went after him and then touched the flame again. And both of them were crying the next minute. So those are actually real experiences. It can really happen because that gives the first-hand experience. So that is a perception that they got not to touch the flames hereafter.
Yeah, likewise is non-self experience. Because non-self experience mean the both sides are gone. Jaya is also gone, self is also gone. But there is an experience, that's all. There are no two sides then. It's not falling anywhere. The experience is not falling anywhere. Experience is there. But until that experience actually happens, doubts will be there. So you're floating with the knowledge. That is a problem. And actually last night, now I remember, even last night talk was good for the hindrances. Is it last night? Oh my God, I'm confused now whether it's the night before. But last night also there was something which was pointing out the hindrances, because why this why this will not come up. So the restlessness in the mind, in any form, it doesn't matter why. Restlessness and the worry, the uddhacha kukucha, that will prevent this experience. And Vichikicha is about the doubts about Dhamma. Even if you don't have the doubts about Dhamma, this restlessness. So I think Swarnamali said something about calming it down. So this whole thing, it's a skill actually. To actually have this inner transformation. So
Yeah, I think she suggested paying attention to the work that is being done.
yeah, that is very tricky
Sometimes.
though, because
Yeah,
everyone can misunderstand that.
as
Again,
a
can go to
concentration.
a
Concentration.
concentration
Yeah.
meditation.
Mm.
But I think she's trying to help. So the thing, with this has to be fully understood properly, because we are very famous for taking things as the face value. So like, oh, she told you do this, so I will just do this, and left, right, left, right, left, right, or something like that will come up. Or touch, 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 something like that. End of it. That is not the thing. It's just that something to calm down, because this sometimes some people's minds are very restless. It can happen even anything can happen. So extreme kamachanda, extreme desires. What is the other one? Not the agitation. Ill will. Is it ill will or the second one? Kamachanda,
Karma.
Vyapada.
Yeah.
Vyapada is ill will, isn't it?
Ill will, yes, ill will.
Yeah. I don't know why the word is different to anger and stuff.
I don't know whether
Uh,
Sudharma knows because she's more familiar with these words.
No, I also saw it as ill will, doctor, in the books.
yeah.
It may be not the combination of defilements like
Vyapada
anger
means
and
actually
hatred kind of thing. No?
there must be some kind of because Lord Buddha never uses a word just for nothing, There must be something about that, because it may be, I don't know, hostile or
And
what?
hostility, hostility is a
I think
Because-
there's
lighter
different
version of
forms
that,
of
no? Yeah.
different forms of aversion and hate, Dr. Kokila, because there are
Yeah,
varying degrees.
because even if I look it up, it says malice, malevolence, spite, grudge, enmity, bad. Yeah, so it's kind of not
all
just
kinds
anger.
of degrees. Yeah.
The anger is even not there. It's
It's
kind
part of
of
it, actually.
yeah, but
Anger is
subtle
not
things that
as
people have, people can say, no, I'm not angry, but you have some kind of,
Even
I
that
mean,
little
we
kind
all
of
have
grudge.
felt that. Yeah.
anger anyway is not as malicious as hatred and ill will, no? Anger can be at superficial level and
Yeah, and the ill will is, I think, lingering anger.
yeah.
Kind of. kind of. I mean, you can get angry, but this one is like bit more. And the malevolence, that one is desire to cause pain or injury. So desire to cause problem to others. These are very, very difficult things, you know. Sometimes you are not even coming out with that idea, no. Just imagine you would like to see someone else falling. Okay, now I will take an example. Two countries are having a war, and both have become a thing to you, and you wish one country will win, one country will fall. Just imagine. It's a very difficult, not even straightforward. This will be very evident in family life also. One relative will come, and sometimes your own relatives, you will be surprised to see that they are happy when things are going wrong. Intense dislike is like hostility. That is a different thing. Grudge is anyway again another thing. I mean, these are these are all, that is, I think the other side of this is paramita, isn't it? What do you think? I would like all of you to talk. Because you can't have paramita. What do you, how do I say this? All these,
Perfection.
now with all these bad stuff, you can't be having paramita, no?
Yeah, not having them is the paramita, isn't
I
it?
think so.
Yeah.
And you are having a grudge inside your mind. When you are daily walking around thinking about something, how can you pierce one thought? There's no chance, isn't it? Internal transformation, as Saranwansi says, whatever. The word doesn't matter, whatever this, fully feeling non-self at least once. I mean, at least once is not good enough, but at least once. So the whole thing is this understanding, even the hindrances are very important.
And Dr. Kokila, when you were explaining about those relatives' criticism of subtle, I mean, happiness that they have when someone else
It's very
fails in
common, no?
something, or yeah, it's very common. And even two best friends, just imagine now when if they are taking an exam, facing an exam,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
may wish, I mean, all the best and so on, but still underneath, one feels, no, I should do better than the other one. So
Yes.
defilements are like that, no, that they don't show it within them. They have, I mean,
Yeah, it is
I
okay to
also.
do better, but the thing is, planning or hoping that the other would not do better is a different one, though. It's a different one. Don't misunderstand. So you can do better. It's not the problem. But that is Kamachanda, I think, that way. So you want to do better is a kind of a different entity, because you are actually targeting something and going for the target. Who will have time for Dhamma? Nothing. Because you now just imagine needs money. So you go after money, 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 money. So the day will end, the years will go, you will die. Yeah, money will be there, but you will die. So that is kind of the first one, where you are doing something, you want something. But these things actually, whether it is happening to you or not, you feel that others should not. That's the thing. Others should not. Actually, Vyapada has some Sinhala meanings. What is the Sinhala meaning of, how do you say Sinhala meaning of Vyapada? I think that is the thing, like,
It's anger plus hatred, to my
uh,
understanding.
Yeah,
Anger
Padis
means
Taraha.
malicious kind of vicious, being vicious. It is towards others actually. Anger is innocent. We compare to vicious and wicked and all those. I mean, something that's how I feel.
mm,
Anger is a better version anyway. Anger is for that particular person. No, it is at superficial level. You, I mean, show anger to others, but wickedness, viciousness. Sometimes the person will smile with you, and underneath
and
will have, yeah.
it says mental state of aversion, hatred, malice, or anger directed toward people, things, or experiences. My God, that's a good one. Like PTSD kind of thing.
Mm.
Even experience, you don't like that experience. You avoid that kind of thing. So it can be very broad then.
What
Mm.
is that definition for ill will?
Ill will, yeah. I
Oh,
just wrote down and checked ill will in Buddhism.
okay.
It says within brackets Vyapada
That's right.
is a mental state of aversion, hatred, malice, or anger directed toward people,
Ah,
things, or experiences.
that's right. It always for others. Quite the opposite of loving kindness.
Mm.
Maybe something like
So ill will is something stronger, isn't it, than the
yeah,
anger?
definitely,
And
definitely.
anger, we talk about an anger which is not a thing also.
Yeah,
Tarahak kila, so that is a
yeah,
kind of superficial level. Mm.
yeah. And the Kamachada Vyapada, Thina Vidya is a stupa and slot. That is where all these exercise or whatever different things are important to keep the mind active and also in a good state. The restlessness and worry, I mean, that is again another kind of thing where you can't settle down. That's where 5 minutes concentration meditation might help. Restless people, there are kind of different aspects. I mean, we meet people in all kind of things like this. So just imagine one has some kind of one, like something like this ingrained in their life, some anger or like extreme ill will. It is going to cloud the whole system because it is all in the mind. It's going to be very heavy. So that's the thing. So it will actually obstruct the spiritual progress or mental clarity.
That is where this confession works, doctor. That's why Aran was
Even
encourages
subtle
it.
resentment.
Yeah,
Subtle resentment is not good.
yeah, true. Goes deeper and deeper.
Yeah, confession is good in that way.
And doctor, I was wondering, actually, after listening to that giving a toffee to the mind thing, so anyway, we are using the mind to realize the mind in this journey. So
Mind should
as
be very ready for that.
exactly, and so this way now every day you remind us of this self perception. So that is like again that reminder is extremely important. I feel like giving a toffee to do something, reminding that there is no self. This is the self-perception, that reminder itself
Yeah, actually, speed of
leads
the
to,
sensory
yeah,
organ is the
yeah.
which that is what gives you the self perception.
Mm.
Yeah, that
Otherwise,
actually
we
is good
forget.
because that part is needed anyway. It should be there underneath. That Satyajnana or the truth should be there fully. It should be there.
And
So
you were talking about, doctor, now somebody being, I mean, even I have the experience when those days Aryan Mahansa shouted at me. I felt very happy when he was shouting at another person in this Dhamma forum also.
So we
I
feel that we are in the same boat, isn't it? We all are.
That we, so there you are kind of thing. It's not only so with that type of strong self-perception we have had even in the Dhamma path.
well, actually, the one time that he when I tried to say something, he actually started with the very high note. He started telling Dhamma like from the 0 to 100. He said the whole Dhamma, and the thing is, nothing came to my mind. I was like a stone. I listened to it, the whole thing. So that's the thing. I mean, I think that helped me. Nothing. It such a concentration came there. I remember still, because at the end of it, I felt so relieved that whatever he did, it was like shouting, but whatever he did, I felt so relieved that
Because asking about us, he says he become he becomes us. No, he just transcends the duality and he feels the whole our thought pattern and everything. He says that's why he's
yeah,
asking, where are you from? But tell me about
not
the
even
family.
that time. This is like yeah, I know, and this is like late. I was trying to say something that Aranwansa is actually he in the end part of it he said that what I said was okay, but then in the beginning he kind of crashed me. But the thing is, the this restlessness in the mind, if it or ill will in that case, yeah, as you said, ill will or restlessness, if they arise, even a lot of vitakka vichara, if that happens, if the internal radio thing, if that happens, the actual dhamma can't enter actually. I don't know, that's my experience.
That
No,
is
that's true,
Dr.
doctor,
Vitak.
because
Yeah.
that's the time because the mind is too active, isn't it? There's no time, no way
No,
for the feel to
yeah,
arise.
yeah, and to synchronize.
Mm.
If anything with the synchronization to happen, it should be in the field level. You can't synchronize with the mind.
Mm. Yeah.
And you can feel it if you are angry. Just imagine if you are sitting next to a tiger, how can you listen to them? You can't. And Lord Buddha rightfully said, go away from them. What was that sermon, Surangika?
I
Sabbhavasana.
haven't heard about tiger.
Sabba. It's a metaphor. He said, it's a metaphor I used, not
Ah,
actual tiger. Sabbhavasana Sutra, isn't it? That he said, stay
Yeah,
away from things.
I
yeah,
think that is
Sabbasa
Sabbasa
Sutra.
Sutra. Yeah. Yeah, avoid such situations, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Avoid.
said the
Yeah.
tiger for metaphor.
Mm, mm.
have
I thought it was one
never,
of those stories.
I have never sit down with the tiger, by the way.
No, I mean, I thought it was one of the Buddha's time stories. I was thinking, I haven't heard about a tiger story. Yeah, Sabbasava Sutra is actually very nice. Uh, talks about all those things like seeming, how you have to be patient, how you have to be get away from things which are are going to be harmful, all that type of thing. And for the being patient thing, it was the tortoise, no? That was the example. How when the fox comes around to the tortoise to harm the tortoise puts all the hands and legs inside the shell.
Oh, why was that? Why was
Isn't that
that told?
Sabbasava Sutra?
I can't remember.
Um,
No, I don't know about the tortoise.
It's
What
about
about the?
it's about the patience.
Yeah, okay. Is that in that sutra? I can't
I thought
remember.
it was in the Sabbasava Sutra. Like that, for everything, there is an example for each of those ashrava.
Do you remember them?
No, and I heard it through Abhay those days in New Zealand. I can't remember, but
But
each
no,
one of them had a.
Aranwanse also said these things.
Yeah, maybe I haven't listened to that particular sutra for some time now.
Yeah, Aranwanse said I haven't heard anything from
Yeah.
anyone else.
There was another one where there was another example. I don't know whether which ashrava that was about a cow whose skin had been completely
Yeah, I remember
removed
that.
and who was being bitten by fleas. And to that extent, I don't know for what it was given, that example, no, Dr. Kokila, but that I just can't remember, but that is the type of thing. And then about another example of a person being flogged.
What does that mean,
Flogged.
that word, flogged?
Flogged means being hit really badly,
Oh, okay.
continuously. That was also another example for another thing. Can't remember. Maybe you shouldn't say if I can't remember anyway. But all those were, I
Yeah.
think, really good examples for. Some of them were relating to the ashrava about how much one has to tolerate, and those kind of qualities that have to be. It's like a skill, like that paramita thing. Those skills that have to be enhanced or cultivated to
Yeah.
be suitable to go on the path, type of thing.
See,
I
this
mean,
is the
not to go
thing.
into the.
We are very happily, we say we have listened to Dhamma, so we are very suitable now. Like that, we anticipate even next day I will be an arahant, like kind of thing. But the thing is, there's so much things that we have to detect as a self-perception. So all
I still
these,
remember R.N. Vance saying, I don't know, all of you all might remember, he said how when he used to go to monasteries as a, because he's not wearing the robes, the monks in those monasteries used to get him to cut down trees with thorns right along the path to monasteries. And you can imagine they are not, temples are not on the road, right? So they have long winding entrances. So he said something like katuakul or something, meaning some like bushes of thorn bushes and stuff. And so without a meal or something, he was doing it for the whole day. So you can imagine the patience, isn't it? You can imagine the all that from that task by itself, and nothing was said to the monk because the monk had that idea that I am a monk, I am wearing a robe, so I can't do work. I think he was explaining from that perspective. But it also showed the enormous amount of patience and tolerance, but not just patience and tolerance for the sake of that. the fact that there is no self here to protect, isn't it? Because of that task was not too menial. It was done as just a task, and that the humility in which it was done is the real thing, is the real test. Now none of us have ever gone through that kind of thing. No? So as you said, Dr. Kokida, these are things that, in this society, we are not tested.
Yeah. Yeah, we are not that tested, if there is heat, we might put the air condition. So we don't know whether we are going to get irritated with the heat even. Even the workplace is air conditioned. Home, of course, we don't use it, but very rare, the children put it. But the thing is, workplace, it is always on. Controlled temperature. Aaron Hansi talks about this resentment with the temperature and stuff. Yeah, he talked about that before.
Recently, doctor?
No, it was it's normal in these things. It was said to a person, a male person, how we can get irritated by just the sweating.
Yeah.
The temperature, how people can get irritated. Situations, So kind of hostility towards the situation. It's not towards anyone, no?
Yeah.
Agitation, grumpiness, judgment, discontent. Actually, words can be used a lot.
Actually, I think that Vyapada must be encapsulating all those degrees.
Yeah.
Because all those degrees are forms of, ill will, forms of anger, hate, begrudging, discontent, as you said, resentment.
You told that you actually detected it when the neighbor refused to help with the cutting of the tree. The small thing, it's not even a big thing.
Yeah, just a tinge, but definitely felt at that time.
Yeah, like something like that. So it's not a big thing, but these things happen. But the thing is, these things will not matter if someone enters the samadhi. After that, everything changes. Samadhi, then there is no place to these things. Actually, they have lost the root kind of thing, because the hindrances that we talked is based on me, no? Now the base is gone. Kind of lost.
It's
they
like
will be there.
that.
They will come, but they are lost.
It's like that metaphor, water on a duck's back, no?
Also, I wanted to ask a question from you all, because it just came to my mind. Why did Lord Buddha say that? Aranwanse must have told this, but I can't remember. That Vedana, similar to a drop of water. What was that thing?
Air bubble, isn't
Water
it?
bubble.
Bubble,
Where
bubble.
water, yeah,
Not
water
air.
bubble.
Is it air
No, no,
or
water
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 bubble?
bubble.
bubble.
Water bubble,
Water
yeah.
bubble.
Yeah, but why?
So instantaneous. It's
What do
so
you mean that?
instant.
Oh,
Here, it is not the pain, no, doctor. This is one of 5
sensation.
aggregates. Yeah, no, 5 aggregates level.
Yeah,
Form.
sensation, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, sensation.
sensation.
Vedana.
Mm.
Is that
It
to say that it is
all
fast?
like
But
fast, like
everything is
fast.
like that, isn't it? Everything is so
Yeah,
fast.
form is form. Form, FORM form is FOAM form. That is
Yeah, like
just
the
lump
penna.
of
Form.
form. Yeah.
Mm.
Form is
Then
like form, FOAM. Yeah.
penapindak. Yeah.
Benefit.
Then Vedana water bubble.
Yeah, but I
Sanna
was
mirage.
actually wondering why he specifically used that only without telling anything else.
Other three you can explain, isn't it? Now this
Yeah.
the rupane or the vibration, which sort of now the form which looks like real from the distance, but there's nothing
Mm-hmm.
there.
Mm.
And then when it comes to the perception, when it comes to the construct or the sankhara,
Sanya. Sankara.
Volitional formation.
volitional formation, it really matches to this banana tree trunk or the onion or
Mm.
whatever. I mean, inside there's nothing. And then the final thing is a magic, the consciousness is magic. That also
Mm.
matches very well. But as you said, is the only reason that it is instantaneous.
No,
Because
it
all of
rises, ceases. There's nothing in it, no?
No,
Just
yeah. I think all of us are thinking about the Vedana as in pain. It's not that, no, here. It's
it's
that,
no,
not
no,
as
pain.
not the pain.
Sudhamma said, it's the 5 aggregate sensation there.
Yeah.
Yeah, not pain,
Yeah,
Yeah.
certainly.
yeah.
So sensation is just like a spark. So I think to denote the spark, which is instantaneous, only that example has been used. The whole problem is we feel it's continuous because of the speed, no?
Mm.
Even the light is the same, no, in that case. Now the Penapindua and the Diabubul are not much of a difference, right?
Difference. Yeah, that's right.
No, yeah, that's why I thought why specifically, but that's all. Yeah, I mean I got it. Not that I didn't get it before. I was thinking whether you remember anything else.
But everything is only an instant, isn't it? I mean, because it's
Yeah.
happening at such a speed, only you really feel that it is there. But everything is just only that instant.
Mm. Yeah. No, it's okay. I just wanted to see whether you all have anything to add on to that. That's not a great problem here. The great problem with us is our own defilements, isn't it? Yeah. Because he used so much similes. The similes that Lord Buddha used is such accurate.
All 5 lead to emptiness, isn't it, doctor? Form,
Yeah.
there's
And
nothing. Water bubble, there's nothing. Mirage, there's nothing. Banana trunk, there's nothing. Ultimately, then illusion. It leads to that illusion. I
same
think so.
thing, yeah.
I don't know what I'm trying to say, whether it will come out correctly the way that I want to express. Now, when you say that uh, we know that there is nothing outside, so it is the mind only, the thought only, and then the thought is
Nothing
also
outside,
not
nothing
what
outside.
we assume is not there outside.
Yeah.
So the thought also, there's nothing permanent. That is also something that was created instantly. And then the next level, the self becomes actually zero. There's no self here, but it is only the stimulus. But in that level, the stimulus is also kind of a penetrated stimulus, isn't it?
It's a feel only. So it doesn't fall any side. So it's, even though we
It's a
call it
feel,
like
you can say.
become the flower, it is
Mm,
as a metaphor that Aranwansa is using it to give this feel to others. That this
mm,
side is gone. This side, we always feel that this side, this side, this side, this side. It's a
mm,
continuous thing that we have felt forever.
mm,
For our sansaric journey, we have felt the this side, this side, this side, this side. Only, these experiences are very rare. That's why Lord Buddha said that he used to say so many metaphors to say that it is rare. So when this side feel is gone, that self feel is gone,
mm,
it is felt as, you can use a metaphor as it is falling out other side, but actually it's not falling to any side. It's actually that feel is there, but it's not falling any side. That's what the appatitita vijnana means. Vijnana is
mm,
still there,
Not
but
falling
it's not
to.
falling into any side. But as a
Mm,
metaphor, you can tell this because Aranavansi is trying to give the essence of the feel that you lose you thing.
mm,
That's why he is using that metaphor. It's actually the you can relate to that if it happens. It's actually not falling anywhere. It's just the feel
mm,
that because there's no actual flower there, because you have passed that stage anyway. But seeing is there because
I
the
think,
yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Kokila, why that metaphor is given is because even for the Arahat, the manifestation is still there. No? So when the manifestation is still there, only that he says it reverses back again to the outside. Doesn't mean that the outside is there, but because the outside is still getting manifested even to the Arahat, that is the only thing that remains to the senses. This
No,
as
but
manifesting to the senses, but no,
no, it doesn't
there is
fall
no
as
power.
such.
That is why it's apatita,
No,
tittita.
it doesn't fall as such. It is,
No, not
you can
falling, but
not
manifesting
falling.
still.
You can say that because it is a radiant mind now, so you can't really say, because radiant mind never had a chair. It's a radiant
Yeah, but
mind
this
now.
is not radiant mind. No, for the Arahat, Arahat has now already formed the perception. No?
Yes, but it is like a radiant mind now. So
Yes, that's why
so
it still it reverses back again to the what is discerned.
no,
To
I'm
the
talking about the practical side. So when we talk, we can talk anything. When the practical side of it, especially the how do you say, the eye faculty, we can explain like that. But the other faculties, it may it's not definitely, because eye faculty is slightly different, because these faculties are slightly different to each other now, because the feel is different. But then when it comes to one vibration, it doesn't matter. But importantly, what I'm trying to say is, it's not actually falling anywhere. The experience, so the vijnana is, it's the consciousness we are talking about. So which doesn't fall anywhere. So it's not like, how do I say this? I don't know. I mean, but when you actually describe the situation, you can say that. Still, you can say that. Become the flower is a very correct way to say that. And even you just imagine Lord Buddha is there and someone sits in front of him. You can say Lord Buddha is synchronizing because there's no power in Lord Buddha's side. There's no zero power. So there's very easily it can that system will synchronize with this system in the front. Yeah, but then that is again the vibration level, no? I mean, it's not. It's a difficult thing. It's all in the field side. If you remember, there were some people who came to see Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha was silent the whole time. Do you remember? And they sat there and they understood Dhamma, something like that. He was silent the whole time. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I think faintly I can remember. Dr. Sakuntala Sudama, can you remember that? I can faintly remember.
Can't remember, of course.
I have very little knowledge about sutra and sermons.
No,
I
it's
really
it's
like,
it's it's
yeah.
something I knew even before this Dhamma thing, that how Lord Buddha sat silently.
Giving time for contemplation, no, must be a certain strategy he used. I don't know.
No,
Just
that's what I'm saying. That even silent, there's a
Communication.
communication.
Yeah,
So
is
this
it something to do with the gods who used to come to that? Those are in the history. It says no, early hours the gods used to come to listen to our Lord Buddha, and that sort of communication could have happened at that level.
well,
Is
I
it
will not
possible?
answer that. Yeah, I will not answer that.
and Dr. Kokila, when that this side and that side thing comes at superficial level, when someone perceives his or her own body, I mean, at that level also, this side, that side becomes
What do you
alive.
mean? I mean, it's very
No,
confusing thing that you told. If you can repeat.
yeah, no, now duality. Now I perceive something out there at that level, basic level. If when we perceive our own body parts, they are also at superficial level. Then who is looking at this body? I mean, wrong view is there. That way also, this body is also then outside. That is the truth, no? In that sense.
Yeah. Body
The
is anyway
even
like the
our
chair.
voice is, yeah, our voice is also like the chair. The voice is also outside because I ear perceives our own voice. I
Yeah,
perceives
yeah,
our own, yeah.
yeah. Yeah, actually, if someone fully realized Dhamma, that the samadhiti, if someone comes to the right way, they might feel the self-perception, but the thoughts are not a thing. The thoughts, that body, they are not really a thing. But when the defilements are slowly coming down, it will change. Until no return level, there is gross defilements. After that, also there is craving for the form level and craving for the non-form level. We should pay a lot of attention about, getting the mind power down.
I have a question. Maybe That Vijnanahara and Mano, I think last night they were talking about Mano
Manosanchetana ahara.
Sanchetanahara. And
What are those
Dr.
aharas? Can you name them? I remember Kabalinkara ahara. Manosanchetana ahara because Aranwansi says now it has come to the vocabulary. What is the other one?
One is Vijnanahara, which is what I wanted to ask, the difference between Vijnanahara and Mano Sanchetanahara.
Vijnana is the field.
The field.
Non-form, yeah.
Okay. Is that the
Consciousness.
liking for the field then? What is the Ahara part then?
No. The ahara part is the consciousness actually runs this whole system. It feeds this system anyway. It feeds it's like catch-22, no? All these aharas are catch-22s. Ahara. What is the ahara words in English? The food. Yeah, so the food for this vibration. It's actually feeding the vibration kind of thing. So it helps to keep going.
So if that at that non-form level, if there is a liking for that field also, that is the food there. No?
Yeah.
For the self vibration.
Yeah, even asanya, it is there, no? So it is very tricky. But what I'm trying to say is consciousness itself is, so specifically Vijnana word is for consciousness. Consciousness itself is giving this catch-22 thing. It feeds this ignorance, don't forget. So these all four foods. I mean, I don't know much about Pali terms. What I'm trying to say is from the understanding that consciousness feeds this ignorance. So the Manosanchetana is the mind, complete mind.
So
mind feeds it anyway, no?
No, so what is the part that is feeding the mind there in Mano Sanchetana? The thoughts, is it?
Yeah.
So the perception, will that also fall under that category? The form realm?
Okay, now I have to be careful here. Mental perceptions, yes.
Doctor, I got 4 types of food in Google in relation to
4 types of food. Okay.
Contact as food is there.
Passa.
Yeah, what you said is exactly correct. Consciousness as food, called Vijnanahara. This refers to awareness itself. Consciousness supports the continuation of life and experience. May not be true, but still, what you said that.
That is that awareness thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Mental intention as food, called Manosanchetana. This is our will, intentions, and choices. These shape our actions and karma, sustaining our mental and emotional existence. Contact as food, called Pasahara. This refers to sensory contact, what we see, hear, smell, taste, and touch. Our experience through the senses feed the mind. That makes sense anyway. No? Then physical food, called Kabalikahara. This is the ordinary food we eat: rice, vegetables, food, etc. It nourishes the body and keeps it alive. So, contact as food is the sensory perceptions, mental intention as
These
food.
all are helpful to maintain the alive field. In the sense, this self-vibration. As a vicious cycle, actually.
It is so complicating, this mental intention and consciousness for me also. I can't differentiate. Mental
Why can't you
intention.
differentiate?
No, can't get it, doctor. Please explain. It says our will, intentions, and choices.
Why
This
chair?
Mano
Chair has
Sanchetana must be Dhamma, no? The thought.
chair,
Oh, chair.
but
Actions.
the actual consciousness is like light consciousness, touch
Yes, yes.
consciousness,
Mind. Hmm.
That
Yeah,
taste
is the
consciousness.
feel. Yeah, now I understand.
yeah, that's the feel.
The feel that it exists, Sudama. Now this Aranvasa says, no, the
Mhm.
chair is there, one thing. Then the
Yeah,
feeling that the chair exists,
it's the
that is
second
the
part.
consciousness.
Conscious.
Okay, now I also got it. I forgot about that part.
You mean the formless level? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, formless level.
Uh,
Yeah, but the feeling it exists. So you know how
Yeah,
he says the chair is there, that's one thing. And then the feeling the chair exists is another one.
And then
yeah,
Pasahara contact, what is the explanation?
that, that is sensory inputs, doctor. What we see, hear, smell, taste, and touch our experiences through the
Right.
senses.
Okay.
They feed the mind. It is so rational. So
Mm.
that is now with Kabalikara. Actually, I was reading it from bottom to the top. That's why all starts with physical food. It keeps the body going, like it keeps the body alive. Then contact, it feeds the mind. Senses feed the mind. That is the bottom line. Then mental intention food. Uh, please explain it again, doctor. It says these shape our actions and karma, sustaining our mental and emotional existence. That is mind then.
yes, 100%. Yeah,
Mhm.
we
Consciousness as food.
this
Yeah.
mind bubble. Yeah,
Hmm.
Dr. Kokila,
Consciousness. Yeah.
sorry, you
yes,
continue. Sorry.
No, Suranga, it's the last line. Consciousness supports the continuation of life and existence. That is maybe the feeling of existence. That must be the life. That's a life feeling. The feeling of existence. Consciousness as food. With that, we feel as if something is there and we are here.
consciousness is there even in an amoeba. If you can relate to that, because amoeba doesn't have a mind. So, this all four applies to the human, but as well as everything else.
Actually, Doctor, before listening to Buddothpado, I have heard that Kabalikara is actually not physical food. That's the common understanding. But that Kabalikara is also obviously no. I mean, if you think about it, ahara is not ahara. Ahara is also just a thought, isn't it? That it's again another form of. I'm not sure what R.N. Mahans. I haven't heard R.N. Mahans explain. No, he has said it's the physical food, but before Buddhothpada, I have heard that. I have heard both versions. Some saying Kabalika Ahara is the physical food, and others saying that it's actually still feeding the mind because it's the mind that takes pleasure saying that it is eating a pineapple, but can the mind ever eat a pineapple like our advances
No, I
says
think
can?
the Kablinkara is actually for the food, because if the body is because Lord Buddha has looked at it from like a eagle's eye, like it's looking from everywhere now. So
But Kaya
he,
Anupassana is ultimately not Kaya, right? Ultimately, Kaya Anupassana is
yeah, it's
also the
Skandakaya, yeah.
mind. So
No, it's
he never talked
Skandakaya, not
about
the
any
mind.
physical thing, the Buddha.
No, Skandakaya is not mind.
No,
Skandakaya.
Skandakaya is mind.
Oh, now Surangika, There is
Why the
six
Kaya Anupassana,
six.
Aryan Vans
There's
also
six,
explains. No?
six. Yeah, there are six. You always forget that other 5.
Which 5? You mean the basic perceptions?
Yeah, that's Skandakaya.
Yes, so Skandakaya is Aramuna, no?
Yes, but still that light is also like that. So the how can I say this? So skanda, even the basic skanda is skanda. You can't really differentiate skanda from that. So if you can't just drop down all the light consciousness and the sound consciousness.
Oh, I mean, so I was, there's no physicality, no, anywhere? The physicality is a state of mind, isn't it?
Now, once I remember,
No,
Arun
but you
said,
have to pierce that to come to that level. That is the thing.
once Aranvase said that in some of the sutras, some of the original Lord Buddha's sayings, the word skanda has been used to represent the physical body. But in most of the places, it is the skandakaya which is created in the mind as a thought. So he said that one day, I very well remember because it was something that I asked him. He said in some sutras, some places, it is that word is used to represent the physical body. But of course, in this Satipatthana Bhavana, always it starts with saying that, assuming that there is a body. So that means there is
No, I
nothing
never
really.
took it like that. I never took
No,
it
no,
like
you
that.
can't, yeah.
I never took it like that.
Anupassana is not never considered the body. I mean, other
No.
teachings do.
No, I mean, what I said was always it starts saying that there is nothing, but for this moment, assuming something
No,
as
even
it is.
assuming is just for fun. I mean, like it's narrow downs the whole thing. But what I'm trying to remember here is the Surangika's question. I mean, baffled me now. I have to think about a way to say that now. So
What was the problem? I can't figure out what the problem was. Sorry,
no,
Dr. Bobby.
because you are saying that you are saying that there is no piercing of light consciousness, no piercing
No,
of
I didn't
sound
say like that.
consciousness.
I said Skandakaya is Aramuna.
Yeah, that is Aramuna, light consciousness. So Rupa Vedana Sanya Sankara Vijnana is light consciousness.
Yes, that part I know. We were talking about the physical food, no, doctor?
Yes,
So for
but
the
that
physical food only,
Vijnana
I said there is
Ayatana.
no physical food.
No, I don't know about that. But I'm not actually saying anything about that. I was trying to say that statement you did is not right. Something was wrong that in that statement you did some time back. I'm not talking about the actual physical food here. What I'm trying to say is skanda. It's about skanda, I'm trying to say. Skanda, you can, so you know that we have 6 organs. All the 6 organs give rise to consciousnesses. Mental
Yes.
consciousness,
That part I know, doctor. Yeah.
though all 6 are skanda.
Yes, because in the basic level also the skanda is, the 5 aggregates is happening no, for the light
Yeah,
perception
otherwise
to
we
occur.
can't explain the amoeba.
Yeah,
And
otherwise there is no
so,
eye consciousness, ear consciousness, no? Yeah.
and this human only, in this human only, this one thought can pierce all these things. If you haven't pierced the consciousness level, you can't, once you come to the consciousness level only, you actually find your own taints. Strength, power, whatever the word that we use. So that power is felt in that. So what I was trying to say is about the definition of skanda, we can't really say in humans it is only mental consciousness.
Yeah, true.
this is why human one thought chair has all these levels. That's why
Mm.
humans can achieve the nirvana. Otherwise, if you miss one, you haven't realized that part, then useless. How can it be nirvana then if you haven't pierced the all three worlds?
Mm.
Even the amoeba level has to be pierced. In the sense, this whole thing should be realized, felt. But this whole talk is not about the food thing. I was disturbed by that thing that what you said about skanda. So because people can get a different idea. So when you say skanda, humans have 6 consciousnesses. Priority may be mental consciousness, but before the baby didn't have mental consciousness. When you realize Dhamma, you are passing the baby level. You are actually coming to the one vibration as well. That's the thing. So don't forget that. This Dhamma goes deeper. So don't forget that. So the baby didn't have a mental consciousness. Until about 1 year, baby's mental consciousness is not prominent at all. I mean, it can happen once or twice, maybe, I don't know. There's no hard and fast guidance about what age and this week and that week. Nothing. You don't need that even, because nowadays kids are actually getting bigger quickly. So achieving the mind earlier. So the mind power is early, coming early. But what I'm trying to say is this piercing involves all really with wisdom, understanding the everything, every level.
Mm. Yeah. Mm.
So every level has food. Do you get it?
Yes, but every one of those other levels doesn't involve a physicality.
No, but you don't need to. But Lord Buddha is such a magician, not such a magician, such a how can I say, such supreme. Well, that's why we call him supreme, because he is not leaving anything out. Every level he has described the foods. So of course the humans, when they are in the mind now, after about 1 year, it's all about mind now. Yes, of course. But then there's so many levels. So I understand what you were trying to say was the food was not physical food. Maybe because it's all about this formation of this, because the six organs associate something.
Yeah, and I think that's where when Sudama gave that explanation about pasahara, contact food, that applies for the baby, isn't it? Because the fast vibration gives rise to
No,
the
the contact
contact
comes later.
contact of the
So the
sensors gives
contact
rise.
is no, contact has also different meanings. Now here, I don't know about the actual Dhamma. I'm telling from my understanding. So sorry if I'm making a mistake here. The sound wave coming with the light wave, that is also passa.
Yeah, that's also pasa. So
So
there can be that
so the
basic
sound,
one.
no, that this is the thing. The even the light happening so fast, how do I say
It's
that?
also pasa.
Yeah, that is the thing. So we never know how deep it can go, as you said, the food is not physical food, it goes deeper. Pasa also goes deeper.
Yeah, because when we talked about what was it, Nama Rupa yesterday,
Yes.
Nama has the Vedana, Sanya, Chetana, Passa, Manasikara there also.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this is all we don't need all this to attain Nibbana. But this is good enough for actually for the discussion point of view, if someone is listening and if they have questions. But if they come here and ask a question, can you tell me about those 5 things? I will be actually, I might have to say, sorry, I'm not that fluent in Pali. I mean, I'm just trying to expand so the horizons are wide. You know what I mean? Like, it's exactly, we have to ask our advance if we have to talk about definition of nama, the 5 things. But it can be understood from the practical aspect, because nama involves this side. That's the way I can say, because this side is always active, isn't it? The chair is there. This side, there's a this side, no, when the Sakkaya Ditthi is there.
Yeah.
That's the Namarupa Prajnaya. Namarupa, what is it? There's a lot of words. So realizing that there's no Adacca Bahidda, there's no
Elimination of the duality, no?
Elimination of the duality. It is a actual, not by thinking. It's a feel. It's actually an experience. Yeah. And then it comes to the consciousness. When the duality is not there, it comes to the consciousness. And consciousness has to be fully realized. That is the speed of the sensory function. And this can't be brought by thinking. So what is the advice from the forums? Please get your mind power down. Reduce your hindrances. Fully realize the hindrances. Reduce your hindrances. Reduce your mind power, so that it is easy to realize this with wisdom. Is that clear? I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Gopala.
Yeah. Because you can't really do anything here, because you can't be there. If you are there and you are doing something, that is like we did the like biology class. There also we did something now. So of course we did something. This Dhamma is completely different. You can't be there to do something. You have to actually slowly, it is actually elimination of you. If you are trying to do something, how can you lose you?
Yeah, that's true.
So this is the thing. You have to get to know all these and then relax. As I said, 30 minutes, 1 hour, know the hindrances and then know all the Dhamma and just relax. And let the Paramita do the thing. I mean, I don't know what the actual meaning of Paramita. I can't remember. I have listened to Arano and say. But to say that in English, I'm not that thorough with the things to say it properly. But we might try. If someone can write it down and discuss, then we can talk about it.
Aryan Mahansi says internal purity, perfections, no inner purity or something. Abhyantara
Yeah, inner
parishuddhati.
purity also. Inner purity is variable, isn't it? Inner purity, you can be very pure here and you can be not pure somewhere else.
In the next thought you will
Next
be,
thought, yeah.
I'll be very dirty in this thought. I'll be so, so nice and kind of so pure, true doctor. And I was experimenting all this time when I touched the 2 hands, like one hand from the other, which is internal, which is external. So that.
Oh my God, that is the touching with the mind. So that's what
Yeah.
I said yesterday. Actually, this is Dr. Sakuntala wasn't there yesterday. Can you touch without mind and with mind? That's the thing. If you're touching with mind, that is still it has this mental image of touching.
Yeah, without that feeling only, doctor. No ownership. I
No,
mean,
no, no. That's also
yeah.
another thought, no?
Mm,
Thought should disappear for the feel to arise.
yeah.
Yeah, you can't keep thinking another thing, and that is manosanchetana. You keep feeding the you keep
Mm,
thinking and thinking and thinking because you think that thinking is the only world we have. That's why.
mm.
That's why we keep feeding, remember?
Yeah, but when two body parts come together, some feeling arises, no touch sensation.
That's in the
They are,
mind.
yeah, but their duality becomes a lie, no, doctor.
Of course, you're talking about a duality. No, in the mind, there is a duality.
Okay.
Actual, this duality thing, even the perception level, the duality is there. It's not as distinct as in the thought level. It's a very subtle level. Dhamma is very interesting. The food thing actually, we just have to know this, okay? This is a phenomena. Just remember, it's a phenomena that mind has this vicious cycle of feeding the mind. I don't know whether you can get this. Just try to feel this. So the mind, next mind, next mind, next mind, next mind, next mind, next mind, in the sense chair, table, tomorrow, my work, or kids class, or the whatever, the school, whatever. So the thought. It's kind of like a push we have. It's a kind of addiction as well, because we don't know anything other than that. We are actually scared also when the mind is not working. So thinking is kind of feeding the mental world.
Thinking is a pastime. It has become like a habit, a bad habit, doctor.
It's a bad habit,
But
it
nobody's doing it. And that's the unfortunate thing. The
that no,
system has
we have to
got
understand the
used to
phenomena.
it like that. Huh?
Yeah, it's overactive now. But what I'm trying to say is, it's a phenomena. The thoughts can happen. We just have to fully realize what this system is doing. Because self-vibration has these 4 aspects. Like it has this self-vibration, has this glue effect, or everything. So the self-vibration, the vibration level, it needs a medium. Actually, just I don't know whether this answers Rangika's thing. Just imagine someone dies and that vibration matched a dog's vibration. The puppy is born, right? In the sense, the zygote of the puppy vibration there's a synchronization. There's always this need for synchronization, kind of push for synchronization, isn't it? That power. So
Yeah.
it is kind of trying to find another physicality, isn't it?
It's keep wanting to keep the momentum going.
Yeah, but
That
it gives the food. It gives the food there. Remember that
They're
this
latching on like
power.
the leech. Yeah.
Yeah. So that this power is so high that matched the puppy's not the puppy actually in the womb, the zygote level. But there is a zygote level, there is a vibration, or physical vibration, and this vibration is actually synchronizing with the vibration that the person who died. So just imagine, it is kind of a food as well. There is kind of a food because there's always a physical aspect. We can't really, this vibration is synchronizing to another vibration all the time.
Doctor, that is nature, isn't it? For existence.
Yeah, I'm talking about the
that,
food
yeah.
food aspect that
Food.
Surangika was trying to say.
All right. Food
Because
thing.
Surangika was trying to describe something that it may be not the actual food, but it is actual food, even in the physical aspect. You know, even if you go to proton and neutron, it is that way, because there is another physical vibration somewhere in a womb, in a zygote, which is actually synchronizing. Do you get it, Surangika? Because the actual story starts now in the puppy, right? Now the puppy, the actual the zygote gets everything from the mother dog and grows.
But what you're trying to say is, until such time it is known as until
It is
such
also
time.
food. But
Yeah,
that's what I'm
until
saying.
such time the vibration is that one realizes that no such thing called the vibration. Everything is real.
Yeah. I'm not talking about Dhamma here. I'm talking actually about this, what vibration does. Nothing about the non-vibration. I'm talking about how vibration, what happens to vibration. So if I die
But
with a lot of
Master says
ego,
no such thing called vibration also. So,
no,
but
there is. If there is, in the sense, there's two aspects to that.
yeah, that's what I was
If
saying. So, to the extent that the vibration is not a thing, is not realized, then everything is true,
is
no?
there? Yeah.
So,
No,
to that, in
imagine.
that sense, with physicality is what you are referring to, isn't it?
I am referring to normal vibration, which keep this cycle of birth. Nothing to do with Dhamma. I'm talking about food for life now. Food for a life field. That's the food aspect. But the
So food
levels
for
are
life field is, of course, not physical food, no, doctor.
Oh my God, we have to talk about the three worlds.
Is food the metaphor for something? I don't really understand this.
No, don't try to understand then. Just relax. Don't try to understand. This is only with Surangika I'm trying to say. Because this is useless. You don't need to know this to become an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is, food includes an umbrella term for continuation of this vibration. Do you get it, Surangika?
Yeah, to that. It's a metaphor, actually.
Yes, it's a metaphor. So the actual thing is why this vibration keeps going.
Yeah, because it
He
needs
has
some
told
kind
it
of
in
food.
different ways. So
Yeah.
no need to fixate into the humans only.
Yes.
So you have to relax into Just go to the level of the vibration. That's why I took the dog even. You can take the amoeba. So person dies.
Difficult to figure out the amoeba actually. Never mind. Dog is better, I think.
Okay. So then if you take the dog, so there's a person dying with high ego. Just imagine I died and I became the vibration, not my vibration. Oh my God, the whole thing is lost now. So this self vibration
Synchronizes to a dog's womb. Yeah.
Dog's womb in the sense I got. So then that physical vibration of that zygote is matching with a alive field now. I mean, this is a very tricky area. Alan once says no scientist will ever find. That vibration with all the data of whatever culpers.
I think I understand what you're getting at. What you're saying is the synchronization itself is the food, right? Seeking of the food.
Yeah. Now, at least. See how difficult it is. Now, if Aran once was here, he will be like, are you Mongol?
Not you, he'll scold me again.
No, even me, because I'm trying to say something which you even can't say. So the food idea, it should be broad. So become open-minded. Don't think about this human life all the time. So go back to the vibration. From the vibration itself, there is a like a medium on now.
There is a hunger, a hankering for something, isn't it?
Yes, there is a need of a medium.
Any medium, any channel would
That's
do.
Right. That's right. Any channel. Matching
That's
channel.
why it'll synchronize to the
The
worm
matching
inside the
channel
pile
is
of
also
poo.
food then. Yeah. No, yeah. Okay. Now we will stop that.
Okay.
Yeah, the food is over, Sudharma. You can relax.
Sudharma, you can ask something.
No, when you said that, I got it, doctor. Finally, I also got it. Right. It's a metaphor, yeah, beautifully explained. And again, going back to this Kayanupassana, doctor, in conventional meditation,
Even Kayanupassana
Buddha
is
has,
much deeper than that, because
yeah, the 32
Kayanupassana.
parts is there. 32 parts are there. I mean,
What
analysis of the
32
body.
parts? Oh, that's
Like
nonsense. That's a very simple thing now. 32
yeah,
parts is just the body
yeah,
parts. No.
yeah.
The actual Kayanupassana is skandha.
Skanda, yeah, in Aryan has this 14-hour sermon. He explains that, yeah. But in
I
conventional,
mean, it can't be just this body. No, this is a human body. This Dhamma applies everywhere. Don't just narrow down to the body you have.
True.
Because actually, it will widen as soon as you realize that the body has nothing to do with you.
So Lord Buddha might have addressed a certain audience with that, no, doctor?
No,
So
it
showing
applies
that
to the
there is
human,
no
because
yeah.
this human also is going to understand everything. If that is not the case, that's not an arahant. Because now, okay, going back to it again. This mind has these 3 levels, don't forget. Even if you are not in the sensual world, if you can get stuck in the form world, even if you are not in the form world, you can get in the non-form world. So this human one thought, this is the beauty of the chair. Don't forget this. This chair itself has all these 3 levels.
Yes.
So when you understand the 3 levels or the one thought, when you pierce one thought, each you can relate to Dhamma, that's all. Each level there is a craving. So each level can be a level. Because this vibration, okay, now you said next moment it's another vibration. So the vibration levels change. This our narrow mind only puts down to a Sudharma's body or something. That's why your color became a thing to you, because you thought that body is yours.
Yes.
What do you think, Surangika? I think, is it time for Dr. Sakuntala to vanish?
Yeah, we have 7
Oh,
minutes.
actually, I'm wondering how she's here still.
Dr.
Anyway, yeah, do you understand? I mean, it is bit, I think I might
Actually,
have to learn Pali also now.
actually, Dr. Kokila, before we forget, you wanted to ask Dr. Sakuntala a question yesterday or day before about
Oh,
Joel.
yeah, actually, I wanted to tell Dr. I don't know whether she's listening. I wanted to tell Dr. Sakuntala whether to ask Aran Hanse, whether we can give Aran Hanse's number to Joel, so that Joel can ring Aran Hanse if needed. I thought that would be better because he can relate to her.
I don't know whether
And
she's listening or is she on the other program?
she may be, actually. Anyway, I'll try to tell. I should have told that in the beginning.
Sorry, I remembered only now, Dr. Kokila.
Yeah, even I was clueless. That's okay. That happens. Yeah, it's a beautiful Dhamma discussion actually. Now, if someone actually comes and asks a deeper question in Pali, I usually catch up with the experience, but it has to be precise, isn't it? It has to be precise.
No, but
But
for someone who at least has a
I was
reasonable understanding, it is the practical experience that is required, doctor.
yeah.
And you
Now
don't
when
need
we
another
talk,
Pali interpretation. You need the practical experience, which is missing from the scriptures.
yeah, true. When we talk about the medium, the medium was there. Remember, there was a vibration in a dog's zygote, isn't it? The dog mother's womb. There is a vibration. So that's a medium. And actually, after the synchronization, it needed from the placenta some food, isn't it? So Lord Buddha is addressing everything. And then after that also, even after the puppy is born, puppy needs something. Then, when we talk about the contact, that's where the actual, until now it is one vibration. Now, slowly, I mean, this is beautiful Dhamma, isn't it, Surangika? Slowly now the eye is forming. I mean, one zygote is just one cell. Even after that, only bundle of cells. Even after that, only, like after a long time, only the eyes begin to appear and the nose begin to appear, and this touch sensation, maybe the skin will be there from the kind of beginning. But this organs, the receptors, they start to appear properly. That is where the actual contact is created, isn't it?
Now it comes out nicely, doctor. Actually, that is what provides power for the, I mean,
No, extension
existence
of
of,
the power. Power is already
yeah,
there.
yeah,
Power
yeah.
already came with the millions or billions of data with that. It
Yeah,
already came,
and
synchronized.
yeah, but it gets augmented with the sensory.
Yes.
Yeah,
Now,
that's
when the sensor starts working, I start working, then I vijnana. Oh, sorry. I consciousness starts. That's a vijnana ahar.
true.
And then after that starts the beauty of the human dilemma, the mind.
Yes.
So Aryan
But the
Hanse
thing
would,
is, without the mind, you can't understand any of these things. Wow.
I
Yeah,
know,
it's a,
isn't it such a, I don't know, whatever. It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of thing, no?
it is beautiful, Surangika.
Mm. Dr. Kokila, here's a stupid question to end the session. This zygote vibration, did it help because you're a doctor and you deal with human births and all that?
My knowledge about medicine, whether it helped me, is that what you're
I mean,
asking?
yeah, because you deal with babies and fetuses and all these kind of things. Did that help to kind of really figure that out a bit?
Maybe. But this consciousness has baffled me for a long time because විඥානය ගමන් කරනවද? What is that? Lord Buddha
Traveling,
was
is it
asked questions,
moving from atma to atma or birth to
yeah,
birth? Yeah.
and he said what nonsense, that question is also wrong.
Mm.
And how can a විඥාන go? විඥාන is දැනීම. වෙන්කර දැනීම. I mean, consciousness. How can consciousness go? I mean, I don't know. This is so fascinating when we really understand Dhamma. But the beauty of this Dhamma is actually fully feeling the non-vibration. Maybe, Surangika, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know.
I think definitely yes, no, doctor. That lot of terms, and this, especially this story of zygote, placenta, all
No,
this feel.
that is from R.N. Hanse. But R.N. Hanse's Dhamma actually, as soon as we tell him, what do you do? I'm a doctor or something like that. If we tell that, he starts with all the scientific things. He knows our all the what are the garage of thoughts. I mean, we have so many field things, no nonsense. So he starts with the nonsense. So it in a way I could relate to him because Aran Hanse changed his way of talking. That's why it was Aran Hanse's ability of changing his way of telling. It matched me not because I could match to him. It was his way of handling the listener is the power here. Do you get it? Yeah. Otherwise, if he told me, don't worry, thought is not real, I will be like, what? I wouldn't understand because my brain will go 1,000 times more into that and ask so many questions. But here, understanding our way of like unwanted thinking, he answers those questions. So that's why. So we worship Paranwanse every day. So we will worship Paranwanse every day. We do. And thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. And yeah, actually, may Dhamma Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokilan. Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan
Thiruvan
Saranai.
Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Thiruvan
Thiruvan Saranai, all
Saranai.
Dhamma friends.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Tedwan Saranai Dhamma friends. Let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. For those of you who are joining afresh, you are listening to the English Buddothpado 24-hour Zoom discussion or Zoom series. And what we are trying to deliver and what we are trying to impart to our listeners, English-speaking listeners particularly through these talks, are to communicate our understanding through self-realization to the extent that it has been realized, this pure Dhamma truth, the pure Buddhist philosophy as realized and exposed and imparted by Lord Buddha more than 2,500 years ago. And also that same truth that was unveiled by our noble teacher, Buddothpado Wahansa, and shared with the world for the last 5 to 6 years. The basic Buddhist philosophy is that this is no self-Dhamma. Everything that is revolving around you is based on the premise that there is a you there. There is an individual here, and that there is a world here. That you are living in a world, isn't it? That is how you have grown up. That is how you have learned things. That is how it has been, you may say, or think. Basically, this world is taken for granted, isn't it? You assume that you were born into a world, that this world existed for millions and millions of years. You in fact know about the dinosaur age, the industrial age, all these type of things, even the evolution theory. All these also, the Einstein discoveries, the Darwin discoveries, all these things are things that you think have actually transpired, and that this world was there. There is history that is learned separately. There is like you understand and believe that there were world wars, there were epidemics and various things. So that is the world that has now evolved, as you say, to the modern times, to the modern centuries, 20th century, 21st century. But irrespective of all that, irrespective of all any kind of advancement of the human race, you know how we say everything has advanced, isn't it? Technology-wise, facilities-wise, everything has advanced. But people are actually living in a materialistic world. Whilst there might be more comforts, whilst everything might be available, at the speed of clicking a button, and ways of communication also are so much greater than back in the old day. Between the suffering that was experienced by humanity 20, 30, 40, 100, 200,000 years ago, and the suffering that is encountered today, is there any difference? Is the suffering that happened at that time different to the suffering that is happening today? Has it reduced with technology advancement, medicinal advancements, all types of other kinds of advancements. Ask yourself, has the suffering reduced? No. So, what cannot be caught to material science, what is not easily discerned to the human eye, what is not easily discerned to any kind of obvious experiences that are, encapturing this world's attention and your attention. All these things, there's something beyond that. There's something more profound. And that is what the Buddha actually explained more than 2,500 years ago. At the moment, I'm looking out of the window, and it's a beautiful morning here. It's very quiet. It's around 6:15 in the morning. The world is just waking up. Everything is almost still. The world hasn't kind of gone crazy yet. So the human noises of vehicles rattling by, all that hasn't really yet started, except for occasional noise here and there. The birds are active. Nature is active. The birds have started their quest for food very early in the morning, and you could see them flitting around. There's a lot of bird activity around. There's a lot of greenery around. And the sky is a lovely popping blue, awaiting the rising of the sun. There is a calmness, a tranquility in nature. And if you sit within nature, if you sit amongst nature, you can feel that tranquility seeping into you. But do we ever have the time to do that? Do we ever take a moment to sit calmly and absorb that same tranquility? And why is it that that is not possible? Because of this mind constantly going on, isn't it? Thought after thought after thought. It takes you away from tranquility. It takes you away from the peace that is actually there within. The peace is actually there within. The Buddha talks about nirvana. The Buddha talks about non-vibration. And before vibration happened, before the sensors started creating a world, before the mind started getting so powerful, that non-vibration was more evident. If we take the instance of a baby with the radiant mind, why we call it radiant is because the baby doesn't have these various perceptions that adults do, various inhibitions that the adults have. If you recall, a baby has no sense of shyness or embarrassment. It will walk around either in its nappy or diaper, or even if it is without clothes, it has no sense of embarrassment. When it laughs, it gurgles with pleasure, isn't it? The smile of a baby is so innocent, so pure, so joyful. Where is that joy coming from? Where is that pure happiness that can be seen from that face and the smile coming from? That is because it has none of these worldly views, none of these perceptions that adults have. Because it is not tainted anymore. Tainted to the extent that adults have been tainted over the years. It has no sense of right and wrong. It has no sense of happiness and sorrow, ugly and beautiful. Everything is the same, isn't it? Everything is like a new experience. There is no rejection. There is no acceptance. Everything is just there. Then what do you think happened after that? How did that radiant mind get tainted? How did this human condition become so complex? And how did it end up with all this suffering, this sorrow, this ability to get into a rage at a minute's notice or at a fraction of a second? How did it evolve and really degrade to the point of putting down other human beings, having only pure self-interest and selfishness at heart? How did it degrade to the point of considering that only things that are relating to I, me and mine are important and at the detriment of everyone else? How are these wars being fought now with absolute callous regard for the lives and interests and welfare and well-being of other human beings? Even human beings, leave alone animals and creatures and nature that is also decimated in the process. How did the human mind become so complex, become so convoluted, become so degraded? The Buddha shone the light of truth onto this whole human condition. Not only the human condition, to all this suffering. This suffering is actually, it has such a profound meaning. It is not referring to the death in a conventional sense. It's not referring to illness. It's not referring to things like that. It is true, those also will bring suffering. But when the Buddha said that Salayatana loko, what he meant was these senses present a world, present a facade of a world. It is the senses that drive and create this world, so-called world. And if there is a realization, if there is an understanding of these senses, how they operate, how they work, then one can see, one can realize an end to suffering. Because ultimately, the core tenet of Buddhist philosophy, unlike any other religion, is that there is no self here. Contrary to the common belief, contrary to the conventional world, where human rights, individuality, personality, civic rights, privacy, all these things have come about because of the sense of individuality and importance that is given, isn't it, to this so-called personality, the I, me, and the my thing. That is fine for a society. That is fine for the conventional world to live in a civilized form. But what the Buddha said, that when one actually realizes that there is no self here at all, there was never a self, that this whole so-called existence is just a process that has come about through this vibration, and it is all just a manifestation because of the speed of vibration. There is no way for a self or a person to get formed, for a being, for any kind of living being to get formed. The fact that we actually think that there is a human here, that there are creatures, animals on the planet, any other kind of living beings, that is all just a thinking process, just a perception. And that is what he actually unraveled through the Buddhist philosophy, through the truth. It's actually not a religion. The Buddha expounded the truth that is behind this reason and this cause for suffering. The suffering, the cessation of suffering, how to end the suffering, and the means to end that suffering are the Four Noble Truths that the Buddha explained and realized. Without those Four Noble Truths, without the understanding of those Four Noble Truths, there is no way out of this suffering. But there is a way out, and that is through understanding those Four Noble Truths. So isn't that even beautiful by itself? There is a path. The Buddha always said, and our noble teacher also always says, that nirvana is always here. The non-vibration is also always here. It is actually there. That is the fundamental level, the level that is actually there within us. But it has been covered by a mind that has become more and more powerful, and with the weight and the importance that it has given to perceptions that have been accumulated from the childhood days, the mind and the vibration has become more and more powerful, and that underlying power has gained momentum over the years to such an extent that the ego has magnified, and that it is that ego that is now driving almost you like a vehicle, where even you don't know how to stop to apply the brakes. But there is the Buddhist philosophy. There is this truth. This truth is actually every living being's entitlement. Every human being should be privileged, should be indeed fortunate to be able to access this truth. Because it is through this truth, understanding it and realizing it and walking on the path of the practical application of it in your day-to-day lives. No matter what nationality you are, what caste or creed or culture system that you're coming from, it doesn't matter. This is just a condition and cause and effect, Dhamma, which is applicable to all living beings. But the beauty of the human existence is that because humans have this consciousness, the mind, it is only human beings in this human existence, in this human realm, that can use the mind as a tool. That same mind that has propelled this existence in the wrong direction, that same mind can be used to actually understand this Dhamma. First to gain knowledge of it, first to then understand it, but then actually to reflect on it with sufficient patience, sufficient perseverance, and sufficient effort, that with that reflection, with that insight meditation, one can actually transcend the mind, liberate from the mind, and find that inner wisdom. Like we said, that the non-vibration is always here, nirvana is always here. The arising of the wisdom through contemplation, through insight meditation, will pave the way to that non-vibration back again, to the point of the radiant mind of the child, of the infant, and even beyond that, to the point of arahathood or Buddhahood or non-vibration. Buddhahood is not controversial. Buddhahood only is another word for non-vibration. It is not a word that is associated with a particular individual. It is not a word which is associated with Lord Buddha, which epitomizes Lord Buddha as a person. The word Buddha has been coined because it was Lord Buddha who actually discovered the truth, something that was never heard before. Never heard or realized before was what the Buddha found, the truth. And because of that, the word Buddhahood has been coined, or the state of Buddhahood, but it is not in reference to an individual. There was no individual, there was no person. The Buddha is not a person. That is a state. That is the non-vibrational state. So how does one actually get to that point? It is through realization of this pure truth. It is through the realization and understanding of this Dhamma, which is what our noble teacher has imparted to us and shared with us for the last 5 to 6 years. He has gone through that journey. He has undertaken that journey on his own after practicing all kinds of traditional teachings himself, and realized that concentration, meditation, all those forms of traditional teachings have not really unraveled that pure truth that the Buddha imparted so many thousand years ago. So he too embarked on a journey to actually unravel this hidden truth, and that is what has been, after self-realization, that is what has been imparted to the world for the last 5 to 6 years, and which we are also trying to, in our own way, try to impart to our listeners. So when the Buddha said that it is these senses that create the world, the cause and effect Dhamma that he explained is also a way of trying to explain how this world has got created. The dependent origination, Paticca if you have heard of it, is also a concept that the Buddha actually created for the very purpose of trying to explain to society, trying to explain this human condition, trying to explain that this is actually just a system, that it is not anybody doing it, it is actually the way the nature forms itself. So when we say about the five senses or the sensory organs, every living being, whether it is an animal or a creature, or whether it is a human, each of these beings have either one or more sense faculties, isn't it? The human has 5 sensory organs, but then if you think about a worm, the worm would have only the body sensor. It doesn't have the eyes and the ears and so on, only that one sensor faculty, the body sensor. So we'll come back to the worm in a minute, but if we think about the human being, so these 5 sensory organs, the way it works is actually the vibration that is occurring in the 5 sensor faculties is the thing that actually gives us a manifestation of various sensory experiences. Again, contrary to common belief, contrary to the conventional worldly view, the Buddha said there is no ability for anyone or anything for that matter to be able to discern or experience a world outside. It is only whatever that gets manifested to the senses that those living beings have that then creates that being's world. And so they are all operating in that world that gets created or manifested as an illusion. It's created and manifested within those sensory faculties. So the same is true for human beings. I mean, if you think about your own life, leave alone what society has taught and all that. If you think about your own life and if you think about what is surrounding you at this moment, or if you think about your life for the last 30, 40 years, depending on how old you are now, if you can think about every concept, everything that you have learned that you can put a name to, everything that you associate, everything that you feel, you can put a name to, isn't it? So how did that happen? These worldly things, if we start with the materialistic things, if we start with the things that are out there in the world, objects, persons, people, all these things have been learned, isn't it? At some point or the other, it has been taught. It has been acquired through knowledge, either through your parents at a very, very young age or at the Montessori or kindergarten level, isn't it? Everything is taught as a perception. If you think about the eye, all that is happening at the eye faculty is a vibration. But that vibration actually telepathizes with vibrations of equal or similar frequencies, and the spark that occurs in the eye is actually then considered as light. It is also, it is considered as light. The manifestation that is occurring in the eye faculty is what we call light. The manifestation that occurs due to the fast occurrence of vibration in the eardrum is what we call sound. The sound is not something that is created outside that we hear separately on this side. If you are deaf, there is no sound. Or for example, if you say not even deaf, if you don't have ears, would you hear sound? No. So isn't that completely reliant on there being ears, there being a sense of there being such a faculty? So what about the other sensor faculties? It's the same thing, isn't it? With the tongue sensor, without the tongue, there is no taste. Without the nose, there is no smell. And without the body faculty, there is no sensation of temperature or cold or even heat and the sense of solidity. All that is coming because this entire body or skin sensor is vibrating. Every cell of this body is subject to vibration. And because of that vibration and the fact that it resonates with similar frequency vibrations, that is how there is actually a sensation that is born here. That sensation is purely happening due to the speed of vibration. But then what happens with all these different perceptions that are occurring in the sensor faculties? There is another thing that actually kicks in. The mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions, the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste, and the smell perceptions. They are also basic consciousnesses. But what happens with those is that they are then combined by the mind, and then an interpretation is given to those sensory perceptions, and the combination of it creates another vibration altogether, which the mind then scrambles to give a name to. When we talk about Nama Rupa in the Paticcasamuppada or dependent origination, Nama means name, Rupa means form. The word Rupa, form, is actually not as if a form is coming from outside, but Rupa in Pali is actually Rupanya, and Rupanya is nothing other than vibration. So due to the vibration, there is actually an image that gets formed. This is also, the formation happens only because of the speed. The pure sheer speed of vibration gives the wrong impression, gives this impression in the sensor faculties that something has formed and that something is there. So the something that is there, which is called the light perception, if it is occurring in the eye, the vibration. Something that is there which is occurring in the eardrum is the sound. Something that is there which is occurring in the tongue is the taste. For the nose it's the smell, and for the body sensation it's the heat, the cold, and the solidity, and so on. It is giving rise to a sensation, but that is only because of the speed. If that speed was not there, there would not be a sensation, because it is purely a creation. If we think about a fireball which is being rotated at speed, you get the illusion that there is a ring of fire, isn't it? But was there a ring of fire? No. But how did we get the illusion of the ring of fire? Because of the sheer speed at which it is rotating. But if you actually look for a ring of fire, there isn't anything like that. So it's the same kind of process that happens in our sensor faculties. If there are no eyes, there's no vibration. If there are no eyes, there's no sight. That's it, plain and simple. No vision. Because the vibration, there's no place for the vibration to occur within this body, and therefore There is no way that anything can telepathize with any other vibration to even create that manifestation of light. Now the light that is getting created is only due to the vibration if one actually has the eye faculty. But if the eyes are not there, even that doesn't occur. So that basic light perception is happening as long as there is a physical body here and the breath is coming in and out of this body, everything, the eye faculty is vibrating. The vibration occurs in the eardrum, the eyes, the nose, the tongue, and the body sensor. That happens. But that is a natural process. As long as there is a body, that process happens. And the light perception forms, the sound perception forms, the tongue, the taste perception, the smell perception, and the bodily tactile sensations form. But the understanding is that what the Buddha said is even that is a manifestation. But then it becomes more complex than that. The mind sensor is a different sensor altogether. What the mind sensor does is, and it is so prominent in human beings, which is what we touched on earlier, the mind consciousness combines these 5 sensory perceptions and then creates another vibration altogether. And that product, that outcome is what we call a thought. That outcome, that thought is what we call mother, what we call father, what we call a ball, a bat, cricket, teacher, orange, apple. This is how these objects have been formed. This is how these names have been formed. Every one of these things that are coined by the mind consciousness combining the 5 basic sensory perceptions is given a name, is given a label. So when we talked about nama rupa or form, name and form, actually why is it called name and form? The vibration that is happening and the sensory images that it is creating, whether by way of sound, whether by way of taste, touch or smell, is irrelevant if the mind interpretation does not happen. The mind interprets, as we said before, when these sensory perceptions are occurring, the mind scrambles to interpret these perceptions, and that interpretation, that creation, it constructs something out of those sankhara, out of those mental formations. It is constructing something altogether new. And that construction of something altogether new is what we call a thought. So the thought of a mother, the thought of a father, the thought orange, the thought apple, the thought cricket bat, the thought school, teacher, school bus, doorbell, car, bird, flower, plant, insect, chair, pavement, rocks, stones, fences, gardens, trees, sky, houses, and the list goes on and on. Is there any one of those objects that have been given a name to that wasn't actually learned? Every one of those concepts have been learned. Every one of those concepts have been learned, isn't it? You take yourself back to the childhood days, and this is the Buddhist philosophy. The 3 wisdoms that have to be realized are what we call Pubbē Nivasanusati Jnana in Pali, and that is the seeing of the earlier thought process, how the thought process worked. And for that, if we take an object, if we take, for example, something that you have in front of you at this moment. Say, for example, it is a chair. Now I also can see a chair in front of me. So let's say we take a chair. Now, how did we know that the chair is a chair? Because at some point it has been, somebody has told us it's a chair, isn't it? Isn't chair a thought? How did the chair be called a chair? Because somebody has told us it's a chair. Now you have never thought of it before. But this is how the insight meditation is done. This is how one actually penetrates the thought and sees the truth behind the thought. So if the chair is a thought, how did we come about like that? So for that, one has to traverse to the childhood time and see at what point this became like that. And then you actually realize that, yeah, at the time of childhood, the teacher teaches, shows various images and associates a sound with it and calls something an object, calls something by a name, isn't it? It will show an image and it will associate a sound with it and it will say that's an apple. This is the alphabet, A, B, C, D, E. This is the color red. This is the color blue. This is the color orange. Isn't everything having to be shown and a name associated with it through sound for it to be actually learned? That gradual reinforcement of that vibration of an image, light perception, and a sound perception coming together is then actually called an apple. An apple is shown and they continuously say, this is an apple, this is an apple, this is an apple. So the constant reinforcement of those two vibrations, those two perceptions, will then entrench that perception of not the light, not the sound, not the, if you touch it, there is a feeling of solidity, roundness in the apple. But then ultimately what is sticking? The word apple, isn't it? The name apple. So the same thing with the chair. An image is shown. The child might even be allowed to touch the chair. What is felt to the touch is solidity, isn't it? Just solidity, hardness of the chair. If you touch the cushion part of a chair, if it is a cushion chair, then the cushion part will be softer. But still, that's only a degree, a gradient of solidity, isn't it? It is still a solidity, sense of solidity. If you touch the frame, it is more solid, more hard. But so what is actually felt to the hand is just solidity in varying degrees. What is seen is an image. And then a sound is associated with it and it's called a chair. So then if you actually so in this way, every object, whether it is a taste, an orange is given to drink like orange juice, and so then the tongue has a taste. It is only a sensation of taste. There is no sensation of sweetness, there is no sensation of sourness, nothing of that sort. But what do? That the teacher teaches it, or whoever it is who is teaching it will give certain names to it, will attach certain names to it. And so the orange juice is then said, it is orange, it is sweet, it is tangy to the taste, it's cool, it's nourishing for you, it is full of vitamin C, and so on. So then these are taken, every one of these aspects that are given are just names that are given. The fact that it is good for you, the fact that it has vitamin C, the fact that it is sweet is all taken separately as perceptions. What is heard is a sound, and with that sound there is a name, a label associated with it, and then the mind creates the thought, the construct called orange juice. The mind creates the construct called vitamin C. The mind creates the construct that it is good for you. So good, vitamin C, orange juice, that it is a liquid. All that is actually thoughts, isn't it? They are all turned into, constructed and created as thoughts. And if we now actually talk about something that perhaps you and me probably won't have somewhere close by. Say, for example, we think about a car. So straight away you will get an image flashing in the mind about a car. It can be actually your car that is sitting in the garage, or it can be even some other car. But generally, when I say car, you know exactly what a car is. You know exactly what it looks like. Generally, you also know the different brands and models of cars. You have a tendency and a preference to a particular car. You know the solidity. You can even feel the solidity of the car, isn't it? Almost as if you are running your hand along the side of the car, you can actually feel the solidity of the car. You can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers if you are driving. If you're a person who generally drives a car, you can actually, sitting here in the lounge or sitting wherever you are, you can actually feel the solidity of the steering wheel under your fingers. How is that even possible? Can you see that at some point, whether it is in the kindergarten time, whether it is in the grade 2, 3 school time, whether it is at a young teenage age, at some point, perhaps at the teenage age, you might have started learning to drive. That might be the very first time you got behind the wheel. And then only you actually felt the solidity of the steering wheel, turning it around, knowing the little tension that you have when you turn it around, the feeling of sitting on those padded seats, the solidity of that, the feeling of motion when the car is in motion, all that you have, isn't it? But if we talk about the car now, when you're not driving the car, when you're not seated behind the steering wheel, when you don't have even a car in sight, how did that entire thing, that entire experience come about in this thought? Because it is ultimately a thought, isn't it? What happened to the solidity of the car and all? That solidity is actually felt in the thought. So these thoughts that we have, every one of these thoughts is actually a combination of those basic perceptions that are formed in the sense faculties, the 5 sense faculties. Whether it is the light perception from the arising of the vibration and the telepathizing of the vibration that is occurring in the eye with a similar frequency outside, which gives a rise to a manifestation of light, is what we call light perception. Whether it is the light perception, the sound perception, the touch, the taste and the smell, it can happen in varying combinations, but irrespective of what combination is used, invariably 1 or 2 will combine together to form or construct this thought.
And it is these thoughts, like we said halfway through, it is the thought of the mother, it is the thought of the father, it is the thought of the bat and the ball and the cricket, the teacher, the school, the doorbell, the car, the whatever, that is being associated now, isn't it? These are the things that make up the world. But where are these actually getting created? They're getting created in the mind, isn't it? Nowhere else. Each one of these things have been learnt. Each one of these things have been combined together in various forms and permutations, and then they have come together to form what we call a thought. And then what happens? So these objects, persons, people and things, each object has been given a name. Each object, each person, each thing, animate or inanimate. As we grow older, there are these other concepts like nationality, patriotism, being community-minded, happiness, kindness, sense of belonging. All these type of concepts, emotions, are also added to this list of objects and things that have been learned, isn't it? And then together these things actually form this so-called world. Now this is where the Buddha dealt the biggest blow. The biggest blow is from the truth, the pure truth. The biggest blow that he landed here is to attack this illusion. And how did he attack it? He actually realized through self-realization that this world as we know it, this world as we call it, comprised of all these things, all these objects, people, things, animate or inanimate, including persons, including the people that you hold extremely dear to you, your parents, your siblings, your husband or spouse, your children, and then most of all you, are all coming about as a result of these sensory perceptions. So if we backtrack a little bit from that point, and so when we talk about these objects that have got created over time, mainly the learning happens at Montessori time, and so these objects and things then gradually make up the world, isn't it? The child learns about the initial couple of things, then that learning becomes more earnest in kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and then suddenly there is this world. I can't say suddenly, sorry, it's gradually. A world starts getting formed, and when this world gets formed with objects, people and things, the baby is taught, the child is taught that you're waking up in the morning, the sun is rising in the morning, the sun sets in the evening. When you wake up in the morning, you have to brush your teeth, you have to have a shower, you have to get ready to go to school, you have to put on your shoes, you have to get your school bag ready. So there is a routine that is taught. Not only objects, people, the routine is taught, brushing the teeth, and so on. Every one of these things is learned as a perception. Nothing is taken without learning. So the learning, the perception, the naming of these things is all what, as we explained, it's a thought. But with this process happening like that, with an object becoming real, with an object being taught and a name and name being given to every form, whether it is coming by way of sound, touch, taste or smell. Form doesn't mean only an image. Form can be a taste form, a touch form, a sound form and an image form and a smell form. Every one of these things is called a form. So if every one of these forms has been given a name and a label, that is how the dependent origination commences. Immediately there is this sensation, there is a perception that that is actually real. The object is real and the collection of objects is what we call the world, because what is getting constructed in the mind is actually getting projected outside. And when it is projected outside, the mind itself has this notion that it is outside, that the objects are actually outside. And then with the objects are being outside, there is then a so-called feel of existence that comes about, that there is a world outside and that this world exists, that existent feel comes about. When this whole thing actually starts from vibration, the vibration carries an underlying power. And that underlying power translates itself through those sensory perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. And when that combines into what we call the thought of the mother, the thought of the father, the orange, the chair, the car that we spoke about, those are just thoughts at the beginning. But the more and more they are perceived, the more and more that they are considered to be real, the feeling that the chair exists, the feeling that that orange juice is real, the feeling that when the orange juice was drunk, that taste was real, that sweetness that was felt was real, comes about. That feeling, that underlying feeling is actually that underlying power that vibration had. So now we don't have the light perception, that sound perception separately. What is felt is that the orange juice exists. Not the taste separately, not the smell separately, not the color separately. It is orange juice now, isn't it? So I want orange juice, so I don't like orange juice. Or I want orange juice every day. My mother gives orange juice in a drink bottle for me every day. Orange juice is nutritious, and so on. So all these are perceptions that are occurring because of orange juice, not because of the taste. If you actually look at it, it's just a liquid, isn't it? Juice is just a liquid. And what is seen to the eye is just orange. And if you actually touch it, it's just liquid, like water. That is all. How did it become orange juice? Because of a construct. As we said, the combination of all these things, the orange color, the taste of sweetness, and these concepts, names that have been given to it, the name that has been given to it by coining it together to form something that was actually not there. It's a construct. So like that, every thought is a construct. And so in that way, when these objects form, the world is now full of objects. And then one also gets the feeling through that underlying power that is under the vibration, underlying the vibration. In that same way, the feeling when that an object is there, a perception that occurs, also carries that feeling that that actually is there. Nobody calls it a perception. That is the analysis that is being done through the Dhamma. But how has this deception happened all this time? The orange juice is now true. The orange juice exists outside. It's there in bottles. It's there in the supermarket. Now, so all this is now true. The orange juice is there, the tree is there, the mother is there, the father is there, the siblings are there, the mother, father, everything is true. And when these are true, what happens? The sense of I, the sense of I being a person, I am experiencing it, I am tasting the orange juice, I am drinking it, I know how important vitamin C is, I know how important those nutrition is, and so on. Everything becomes real. The I and the self gets born as a spin-off of this entire cycle of perceptions that are occurring right through from the inception of that single vibration turning into light, sound, touch, taste perceptions, then those perceptions combining to form mind perception, which we call the thought. We call it the mind object. We can call it a mental picture. In other words, it's the orange juice. In other words, it's the chair. In other words, it's the car. So it has those elements of, if it's the orange juice, the runniness, the liquidity of it, the orange color of it flashes before your eyes. The sweetness of it flashes before your eyes. But just like the car that we explained, you might not have orange juice anywhere near you now. But the whole thing has come about, isn't it? The whole thing is there now. Orange juice has become real. So moment this object becomes real, there is a person here, a self that is formed, an I has formed. Knowing about the orange juice, having tasted the orange juice, having experienced the orange juice, it is I. Everything is attributed to the I. If the object is real, then automatically an I has been created here. So the object is outside and I am here. So there is this duality that gets formed, which the Buddha said is actually non-existent. That too is a creation by this whole way this mind phenomena works. And that, Dhamma friends, is exactly what it is. Just a natural phenomena, just a natural process. Just like nature, this vibration is happening in varying forms, and whether it happens in an animal, whether it happens in a human being, every one of these aspects is just a vibrational energy forming itself in various forms. Different animals will have different sensory perceptions. We talked about the worm earlier. The worm has only one sensor faculty, the body sensor, and it has just the feeling of coldness, dampness, the solidity component of it. And yet, even from that solidity, dampness, coldness, the worm still feels the sense of being alive, still feels that existent perception. And that existent perception, because of that underlying current and power of that vibration, makes the worm automatically go in search of the dampness of the earth, the coldness of the earth. And that is where this whole self-perception comes about. So there is this incredible amount of discovery that can be done of this human condition, but ultimately what the Buddha said, the self-view is the thing that is a spin-off of this creation of the sense faculties and the sensory perceptions. It is not true. There wasn't a self here, there was never a self here. It is only a construct. Just like the thoughts of objects being a construct, the self-view is also a construct. So through the Dhamma, through the insight meditation, one actually then understands that this whole sense of an outside world being true is a nullity, is actually a falsehood. And when there is a realization that that's a falsehood, that it is only a perception of the mind, then the perception of the mind and the mind gets examined further. And then from this analysis that was done, there is a realization that the perception also, there is nothing to it. That also occurs only due to the fast speed of the vibration. Then what happens to that feeling that arises out of it, the sense of being alive? That sense of being alive, that self-perception that comes about, can that be real? Can that be separate and stand on its own? No, it can't. When the entire foundation is made up of sensory perceptions caused only because of a speed of vibration, and that too, these perceptions are only manifestations, can the self-view stand? Can the self-perception stand? No. So that underlying power to understand that and to help diminish that power, that is what we call the I. That is what is called this whole self-perception. This feeling that you are alive actually is a spin-off of these manifestations. But if one actually understands this full breadth and depth of the way this mechanism works, then there is an understanding and a realization through that insight meditation that there wasn't a self here. And when that actually starts breaking down, the defilements of clinging, aversion that we talk about so often in Dhamma teachings, gradually starts fading away. That is the asavakkaya jnana. Looking at the past minds helps to understand the truth of the moment, the thought that occurs in the current moment, because any thought is made up of the same components. If one understands and pierces one thought, then that is the ultimate realization of every thought occurrence. And if that is done, that is the Chutuppapata jnana, the wisdom of seeing the truth in the thought that is occurring in this very moment, then the path to the third wisdom, the asavakkaya jnana, the fading of the defilements, and the ability, the wisdom that is seen through the fading of the defilements arise. And through that comes the inner awakening. Through that there is a path that gets paved to the point of non-vibration. That underlying state that was always there is then allowed to emerge. The vibration and the mind that has confused and complicated a world for no reason has diminished in power, has dwindled in power, and the non-vibration, the state of calmness and tranquility, the inner transformation starts occurring. And then the path to Buddhahood, the path to non-vibration can actually become clearer and clearer until that state is reached. So we'll stop the talk there for today, Dhamma friends. Let me pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, for all your noble teachings and guidance, without which this realization would be impossible. The Kalyana Mitra is so important, as the Buddha said, and that is only felt by practitioners as one traverses the various pitfalls along this path. So our humble gratitude to you, Aryan Wahanse, and Theruvan Saranai Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath, wisdom of Asia, ever glow. With light, dispelling suffering as we
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpado.
Truth of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. First of all, I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyan Mitrayanan Wahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ අවසරයි. As usual, this is the English PeoTV channel. Radio channel, English in English, where those who are looking through Dhamma in English language will be benefited with all this Dhamma talk. 24-hour Dhamma talk is telecast throughout the day. So those who are really seeking for this true Dhamma are really fortunate to listen to this true Dhamma through this Buddothpado PeoTV channel. There are so many avenues. If you are a real seeker of this true Dhamma, there are so many avenues to these Buddothpado sermons. Really more than 10,000, that means nearly 12,000 Dhamma sermons are discussed, and also Dhamma sermons are there, discussions are there in different topics. If you have any doubts regarding this Dhamma, you will be able to clarify them with the Zoom discussions done throughout the day, even in Sinhala, even in English language. From 3 to 5, you can discuss this through Dhamma, where you find all the solutions to your problems, if you have any. If not, you can discuss what you have experienced, what you have gained from this Dhamma. So everywhere you can get this. The knowledge can be gained everywhere by listening to all these things. There are books written in Sinhala language as well as in English language. There is another Zoom going on in Tamil language as well. If you are a real seeker, even in Tamil, there are Zoom discussions and all in that particular time and date. So all these things are in these websites. You can go to all these websites and you can refer all these things. And not only that, even in Mehini Ashramas and also Buddothpado Mehini Ashramas, Metmal Mehini Ashramas, and also Metmal Vivekashramas. There you can find the practical sessions. This Dhamma is totally depending on this practical. This Dhamma, in the sense, this is true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. So you can experience this. First of all, you have to get the knowledge from Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. The message you can get later on. You can by gaining this knowledge, actually you can experience this by your own. So this is not something given to you by force. So maybe you have different misconceptions. Maybe you have different beliefs and all. So even maybe you are not a Buddhist, even as we say under our in front of religion, in the birth certificate it says whether you are a Buddhist, Muslim, or whatever the religion. Against that religion, maybe different titles you have. It doesn't matter whatever the title you have. So the thing is that you have to understand this Dhamma. So while understanding, you can feel this Dhamma, because this is true Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago. The same thing is preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, Kalyana Mitranan Mahanse. So you are really fortunate to born in this era, actually, in this period of time, because you can listen to this true Dhamma, and you will be able to eradicate your all sufferings. The suffering, in the sense, we all are being born to this world, we all are suffering. Maybe you think, no, I am not, but that is not so, because this is something with the story of sometimes you are happy, sometimes you are sad, because the happiness, it is not something constantly you can get until from the birth to the death. So it depends. Even if you are suffering, even the whole life, maybe you suffer. It depends the way you take it. So this is something that all these things are impermanent. So there are no permanent thing in this world. So this is what Lord Buddha has said. All the things are imaginary. The world is imaginary. So this is what Lord Buddha has preached in his philosophy. The philosophy of Lord Buddha. This is what we have missed throughout our life. We missed it, actually. You, everybody in the sense, before listening to these Buddothpado sermons, we were doing some beliefs which we thought that we have to collect all these merits. If not, we thought they are demerits. So to collect merits with the intention of going to the heaven, actually. After birth, we were thinking about the heaven, and we thought to go to heaven, we have to collect all these merits. So we collected merits by giving alms, kapru puja, even katina pujas, so many things we did with some intention, with the intention of getting something, or if not, listening or that means with the Maitri Bodhisattva, that is what, thinking that we will meet one day, meeting of this Maitri Bodhisattva. Even these things were in our minds. So all these things collapsed, actually, right after listening to these Buddothpado sermons. What we thought was completely different, and what we think now is the right truth. Now we understand. So this path is that giving
giving or showing the correct path for the seekers. There are seekers, the truth, seekers of the truth actually. What is the truth? So they want to know the truth. Most of them, they want to know the truth. They are actually some people are tired of looking for this Dhamma because they go for meditation and sometimes looking for this nirvana, they do meditation, thinking that Lord Buddha has told the nirvana or the liberation of mind or the liberation is there. Is that so? So sometimes when you are stuck there, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to go ahead, so there we are helpless. Even the teachers, well-trained teachers, when we ask questions, they will not be able to identify our question. So they don't know how to answer the questions, the arising questions for the real truth seeker. So we are helpless sometimes at some point. So if you are actually looking for this true Dhamma, this is the only path. So your liberation is there in these Buddothpado sermons. So you can follow these sermons as I told you, even in Sinhala, English, or in Tamil language. If not, you can directly talk to Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi. He will explain, he will solve your problem if you have, because he identifies with his experience, because he himself has searched this true Dhamma from his childhood. So at last he has found, just like Lord Buddha, he has at last found this with his Abhinya Jnana. He is revealing this truth, and actually this truth is unshakable. So this is the truth. So if you understand this truth, you will say Buddothpado is the only way for the liberation of our mind. So we are fortunate to hear to these Buddothpado sermons. If one is wise enough, so if you are wise enough, you will be able to understand this, and you will be able to feel this Dhamma. So this Dhamma is the pure truth. So what Lord Buddha has preached, කාලයේ වැඩි තලාවට සැඟව ගිය සත්‍ය ධර්මය. This was covered with dust actually. 2,500 years ago, what Lord Buddha has said, this is the pure truth. What Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi reached to the whole mankind with the intention of his kindness. His kindness to the whole mankind. He is revealing this truth to the whole mankind. So, are you fortunate to grasp this? If so, you will be able to liberate from this whole world, whole soul, where we have attached to this I, my, mind concept. Because wherever we go, the concept is there. I, my, mind concept is there. So is that true? Because we live in this we live in, as human beings actually, we live in this society not knowing the reality of the world. We don't know every moment the thought becomes real for us. That is because we don't know the creation of this world. We did not know actually. We were living in this mundane world. Even some people still, they are living in this mundane world. The world has become to everybody. Because of that, you are there, and the thoughts are there. So the duality is there is duality. So there is a mechanism here. So that is what
we have to learn the mechanism of this. Um, that the mechanism, in the sense the thoughts are not real. It is a spark, or a vibration. So this vibration always gives us the wrong idea. That is what, but there is a natural phenomenon which we have to understand. So that is what we have missed. This is what we have missed. So the truth is actually there is nothing outside. As we all know now, there is there is a Zoom discussion going on from 7 to 9:30. Even sometimes it goes up. So that is the Zoom is called in Sinhala actually Lokaya Satyak Karagat Satyak Loke Satyakara Datta, not the mundane world. They have identified, they can't understand that this mundane world, this is the mundane world. You have to identify it. That is what in English. So Loke Attakara Nogattayage Zoom discussion. It is how it goes. So that is what it says. There is nothing outside and even inside. The outside is only a thought, as well as you do not meet a thought outside. It is only a meeting of sounds and colors together. The meeting of sounds and colors together. So all these things are well explained by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse in Buddothpado sermons in different topics. If you really interested in, you have to listen to these sermons. No doubt you will find what I say. They are not just statements. These are not just sayings. So you can identify, you can experience these things, because there is no such thing called outside. Even outside and inside there is nothing called, and only a meeting of sounds and colors together. Coming together of sound, color, smell, taste and sense of touch causes a spark. So there are 6 senses. So even from this, so these things, all these things cause spark. The mind is there. The mind, we can call it as mano vinyana, is formed due to this spark. This is a spark. The mind, if not mano vinyane, we can say all these words, just words, but all these words, different meanings also it forms, but all these things are the same. But the thing is that all the mind is formed due to a spark. That is why we say that the mind does not exist inside the body. The mind is not existing. There is a misconcept or a belief that the mind is inside the body. So that is a misconcept. That is a misconcept actually. That is a wrong belief. The mind does not exist inside the body. Even the awareness of a color does not arise from a mind inside the body. So you have to have a thorough understanding about what I say now. We see because there is a light. In that case, it is a spark that allows the sense of seeing. The mind does not exist inside the body. The mind does not exist anywhere. So it does not exist anywhere. Most of people, they have this misconception of that mind is somewhere inside. So you don't find it. It does not exist anywhere. That is what the most of the people, they have these complications with the mind. Actually, there is no such things everywhere. Everything, it is emptiness.
that what do you call that is sunyata, if we can say. So mind is not anywhere else. Vijnana, mind, whatever it is, thoughts, everything. It is not anywhere, everywhere, everything. It is emptiness. There is no such thing called mind. Mind, it is also emptiness. That is what to be free from this dukkha. Lord Buddha has mainly explained about the mind and the nature of the mind. So even Lord Buddha has explained so many explanations are there about this mind and the nature. It is applicable to any other things as well. Lord Buddha emphasized only the nature of the mind. That is what we missed. So this is what in Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahasi has experienced by himself and giving it to the whole mankind. This is about the nature of the mind. What is important for us is the path to freedom from suffering. If not, we can say that freedom from a non-existent mind. This is what the most important thing. The mind, if it is not existent, so why we are suffering? For that, we need to see the seeming formation of the mind or the reality of the mind. So this is what we have to do. We have to understand this mind. There is no thing called mind, and also we have to understand the reality of the mind. Can you understand what I say? If not, please listen to these sermons. So where we have always misconcepts and also different beliefs, because not knowing what to do, we listen to these sermons done by different common, actually, all these monks, nuns, and there are some lay people. They preach so many things nowadays. Maybe they follow these Buddothpado sermons, and they like to preach the same way what Buddothpado Aranhasi has given to the world. But they do not have that real experience within them. They are just taking some points from this and they are talking. But the real experience and the real practical part is with this Buddothpado sermons. So what you have to do is seeing the formation of the mind or the reality of the mind. So you have to understand this reality of the mind. It is not that easy. Maybe one can listen to somebody else's sermons, and also some can copy all these things, and some can do a very proper way of these sermons in a particular way. But that is not what we say. This is some kind of a practical what Lord Buddha has preached 2500 years ago with the practical. That means Satya Jnana. In this Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahasi clearly shows how this philosophy of Lord Buddha, what he has preached to the whole world 2500 years ago, that is what this non-existing feeling. What you see outside is not true. This is not just words. The practical is there in this Buddothpado sermons. That is the most important thing. There he has taken very nice examples with the baby in the cot. And also once the baby goes to the Montessori, what will happen to the mind of the baby? From the very beginning, baby does not know anything. He does not know anything. He or she does not know anything, because the white paper, the mind is not there actually. only the sensations, the faculty sensation is there. The baby does not know about his or her father, mother, sister, family outside. There is no world to the baby, nothing. There is nothing but we, when baby looks up, we say, the baby is smiling, the baby is raising her hand or his hand, the baby is reacting to the merry-go-round. But baby, does that baby know about the merry-go-round? Or if we give something to the baby's hand, does that baby know it's a toy? No, the baby does not know. That is why Aryan Vahanse clearly shows the baby is having that white sheet of paper, the radiant mind, the radiant mind is there. So the mind is really white sheet. So this is a very good example to understand somebody about this true Dhamma. So what will happen once the baby is open to the world? The teacher or the somebody, most probably the Montessori teacher, is teaching everything to the baby. This is your mother. This is your father. So likewise, that white sheet is gradually getting polluted. What we have to do is we have to have a pure eraser to erase the sketches what we have drawn in that white sheet. This is a very good example. So it is not that easy because it was the white sheet from the very beginning, but we ourselves, by giving details, data, we enter the data to that baby's mind. So we have to erase all these things, showing that there is no I, my, mind concept is there. That is what the reality is. The reality is there is no mundane world outside. So from that Montessori stage onwards, baby is getting polluted, that white sheet is getting polluted, and he is accumulating everything. I, my, mind concept starts there. So it is not that easy to remove that where it was not from the very beginning. So it was not there, but forcefully it was taken, and to remove that is not that easy. So this is what Buddothpado sermons, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is clearly given to the mankind. So if we say suddenly, I explained that what this Satya Jnana, but the practical session is there. So once if you want to realize this Dhamma, you have to have the thorough knowledge about this Satya Jnana, the philosophy of Lord Buddha. So there onwards, if you say suddenly there is no mind, actually, many people they will not believe it, actually, because this is unbelievable. If you say one of your friends that there is no mind, call something like that, so they will not believe it. They will say, are you mad? Something like that they will say. In that case, we need to show the truth behind it. If definitely just telling this, there is no mind, won't help anybody to understand this. Is that so? There is no mind, they will understand. No, they will not understand this. So we need to show the truth behind it by simplifying the nature of the mind. That is where actually in Buddothpado sermons, Aryan Vahanse has explained it in detail, step by step, the process, so that the one who wants, the real seeker, is able to grasp it. So this is what This is just a sentence I said, maybe just a sentence, but you know, people will not believe you if you say, even I will say, there is no mind for something like that. People or you will not believe. So what you have to do is step by step, the process that I told you. So you have to start it from there, because how the mind is formed. There are so many. There are so many actually. Mm, Even sermons actually in different topics. So if you can listen to these things, you will gradually start realizing the truth. There is no such thing called mind. It is merely a concept. Actually, it is a concept. If we understand and see clearly this pointing, it will be a great actually understanding. So we can't say that it is not just understanding. Even in this point, if you can understand this, there is no so-called mind. If you can liberate from your mind, even this is very common saying. You may have heard this, but what Lord Buddha had said, what Lord Buddha says. If something like that, one can shoot an arrow to split a hair of a horse into 1,000 parts, but seeing this truth, ultimate truth, I mean what I told you as the truth, is almost impossible. That is what. So that what I said about the hair of a horse into 1,000 parts, that arrow spilled, but that also can be happen. Just imagine that thing can be happen, but seeing this truth is almost impossible. This is not easy. What we thought was, what I said earlier was easy about that horse hair, but it is easy. This is not that easy. That means knowing this truth is not easy. If one can understand this truth, if one can experience this practically, if one can experience this practically, actually, that is the liberation of mind. So that is what this is, the liberation of mind. So it is not that easy. Now you can understand how difficult it is to grasp this truth throughout this ordinary human mind. If you have a mind, actually, if you have a mind, if you try your level best, you will be, but you must have that courage. And also, there is another thing that Lord Buddha has said. This is also something common. You may have seen this. One can see a rainbow in an early morning dewdrop on a grass blade only if one sees it at an exact angle. That means that position only. You can see the rainbow in the morning, that dewdrop, morning dewdrop. You may have experienced this actually on a grass blade or somewhere in a leaf or somewhere, something like that. So you can see this rainbow only if you see that exact position. There is an exact position to see that rainbow. You will be able to see it through that position if you see it only. So in a similar way, we will grasp this truth only if we analyze and understand this truth in an appropriate understanding. in other words, if I say we must have the correct attitude, correct deservedness, the deservedness, and also you must have that viewpoint. Then only you have this chance to recognize this truth. Otherwise, it is not just telling it is not just mere words. So this is not that easy, although you think that you can, but as I told you, these two examples earlier, so you can understand that how difficult to understand this according to what Lord Buddha has said. Even Aryan Mahanse, he himself says, this is not that easy. So he is trying his level best to make it simplify. Make it simplify in the sense, there I have never seen such type of a teacher, spiritual teacher, where giving the Kamatahana individually, one by one, giving the Kamatahana individually, in order to break the sansara chakra from one soul. So he is trying his level best to give this what he has experienced to the whole mankind with the effort of doing this within this 24 hours. He is doing this, trying his level best to realize the people. This is how you are suffering by showing different stories. Even these things are very common. Every day we listen, although we listened to these things earlier. Now we feel these stories. What Aryan Mahasi says, he is emphasizing these stories of Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Kuduchara, and also all these stories of Angulimala. So they are lay people. They are just ordinary human beings. So if they have realized this truth, even Sunita Sopaka, very small children, at the age of 7, they have realized. So different types of people he is giving as examples. He is emphasizing this. That is the most important thing. Each and every person, according to the level of the person, whether they are matured in this dhamma, or they are not matured. Maybe they are new to this Dhamma. Maybe they are matured in Dhamma. Both are in the same boat because the mundane world, the world has become real to them. So this is the problem. They don't feel this non-existing feeling. They feel that I am there. This is my this is my house. This is my daughter. This is my son. This is my husband. So the world has become true to them. So in these Buddothpado sermons, Aryan Mahasi is trying them his level best to show that you are living in this mundane world. You are watching a film. You are watching a film. You see dreams. You are seeing a dream. So very nicely. That is why I told you nobody can explain this with these examples, because he is talking his own experience. He is actually what he does is he wants to give the whole thing to the mankind. That is the most important thing. If somebody is asking him a question, he wants to from different levels. That means in different Zoom discussions. Even when he meets people in small gatherings, what Lord Buddha has done 2,500 years ago, he is talking only about Dhamma. He wants to eradicate the suffering of these innocent people. So he is trying his level best within 24 hours. He wants to give something to this mankind, and he wants to eradicate this suffering of our mankind, of this mankind. So that is why all these Zoom discussions are there. That is why this type of TV, radio channels are there. Even different people, those who are unable to listen to this with the help of these internet services. So the radios are given to them. So how nicely he is serving this Dhamma to this mankind. He is really serving it in a tray, giving it in a tray, in a plate, golden plate. He is keeping it on a golden plate and offering it to each and everyone. Come and take this. So are you wise enough to take it? So that is the problem. He gives it to the hand. So it is our duty to fulfill. Now the duty, our duty is to listen to this true Dhamma, identify it, acquire it, and feel it. So this is what we can do. There, your suffering will be eradicated. So because this Dhamma, the Dhamma tree of Buddothpado is unshakable. Nobody can shake this. If you are trying, you can't do it. That is useless, because all over the world there are so many people, there are so many disciples of Buddothpado. So what they are trying is they are trying to circulate, they are trying to give this Dhamma to each and everybody. Those who have understood, those who have stopped suffering this Dhamma, those who have stopped suffering, those who have eradicated, those who are going the path of Nibbana, those who have understood that they are trying their level best to give this Dhamma to the whole world, because that is that much beautiful. This Dhamma is that much beautiful because the practical is there. This is not some kind of a knowledge. This is not some kind of a reading. This does not in a sentence. This does not in a book. This does not in a magazine or something like that. This is completely depending on the practical session, what Lord Buddha has said, and what is covered in dust. So if you are a real seeker, you will understand the creation of this mind, because you have to have a fully understanding about this mind. There is no such a core thing mind. So there is no I, my, mind concept here. That is what the whole. There is no soul here, non-soul. That means non-existing feeling. Once you get that feel, you will feel that you are very, very, you have liberated from the mind. The thought that given, the power that you have given to your thought will become zero. The power of I becomes zero, because there is no I, my, mind concept here. So only the sensory faculties are working. Only the sensory faculties are doing their sensory jobs. That's all. So that duality between inside and outside, it breaks. It collapses. Once it is collapsed, you become the nature. That is what it happens. So there you feel the nature. There is no I, my, mind concept there. This Dhamma is really beautiful. So that is that we are living an illusion actually. When we live in this illusion, the illusion leads us to the circle of birth. So we can't stop that. If you want to stop that, you have to identify, you have to have a clear knowledge about the creation of this mind. What is, who am I? Who am I? If you can try, if you try to find the answer for this question, your samsara chakra will be broken, no doubt. It is breaking. So the dushtis, the realization, if I say the realization of mind creation will help to eradicate the illusion of thoughts. So gradually the value that we assign to each thoughts and external world will diminish. This is what happens, but it will not happen within one day. It will not happen within a small time period, but it happens according to your understanding. So that is what it happens according to your understanding. So and also the effort to see the truth. That there should be an effort for you to see the truth. If you have a strong determination, if you have a strong determination, you will be able to feel this. That is what the most probably the determination and also the effort is very, very important. There is no existing world, all are an illusion. One day you can understand, as I told you, it takes time. The most important factor is it is practical path and you can experience it in your day-to-day life. This is not something you can find from outside. You have to have it from your day-to-day life. There is no other teacher actually other than Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse who will explain this pure truth. So we are really fortunate to listen to this truth. So don't miss it. This is the ultimate truth where you, I, all the mankind can eradicate the whole suffering. So to stop this suffering, please listen to these Buddothpado sermons. It will help you to eradicate all the sufferings, and you will be able to lead a very balanced life, and you will be no burden to the society as well. You will be an asset to everybody. So if you realize this true Dhamma, you will eradicate your suffering and you will break the samsara chakra forever. So today, as I mentioned, please listen to these Buddothpado sermons where you can find the ultimate truth, and you can eradicate, not just stop. When you start feeling this, it is constant. It is a straight line. So there will be no changes. So try to understand this, what Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has given to the whole world, to the mankind. Please listen to this Dhamma and stop your suffering, stop your burdens. It will stop your burden. It will stop your suffering. It will eradicate all your sufferings and burdens, no doubt. So the time has come to the end. So I would like to wind up my Dhamma talk. as usual, I would like to say some statements like this. May we have the courage to look deeply. May we have the wisdom to let go. May we awaken to the moment, and may all beings be free from suffering. So at last I would like to wish again, may all beings be free from suffering. No doubt all these Buddothpado sermons will help you to stop your sufferings, which was preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. I would like to pay my utmost respect to our Kalyana Mitrayanan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. පාද නමස්කාර කරමි බුද්ධෝත්පාදෝ ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May the triple gem bless you all. තෙරුවන් සරණයි all Dhamma friends. Thank you.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Today, as we gather once again in this peaceful morning, let us pause to truly appreciate the rare and beautiful opportunity before us. The chance to be together as seekers of truth, freedom, and inner peace. These moments are more than routine. They are a gentle invitation to reflect, to awaken, and to walk the path of Dhamma with kind of sincerity. With the deepest reverence, I first pay my humble homage to our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, whose boundless compassion and wisdom continue to guide us on this path of true liberation. And I extend my sincere blessings to all who are gathered today. Therwan Saranai to all of you. As I always mention, we do not come together merely to hear words, but to listen deeply, attentively, to reflect carefully, and to internalize this timeless truth which have been revealed 2500 years back by Lord Buddha. This Dhamma is not only timeless, it is timely. So it meets us exactly where we are and shows us the path when we are ready to walk. So it's like a flashlight. So if you are ready enough to walk along this path, it will shed the light upon you. Otherwise, it won't guide you at all. So, and this morning, we start our walk together. As is our practice, we usually start our discussion after reading few pages from the uh, reading after reading few pages from the book series called The True Dham Has Awakened. So it is a profound collection of text available freely at our main website. That website is www.buddothpado-dhamma.com website. So if you go there, and there you will find plenty of PDFs that have been written in English, Sinhala and Tamil. So they are free to be downloaded. So either to your laptop or to your phone, so they can be downloaded. So please feel free to read them attentively. If you have any questions or doubts, so you can bring them up here and we can discuss them openly, and we can also, this is kind of a big opportunity to all of you, all of us, to ask directly the doubts from the noble friend. So our noble friend usually comes this forum as well, so we can ask him directly, so we can get them clarified. So other than that, if we have another website that is called www.wisdomofasia.com. Wisdom of Asia, you have to type it as a single word, wisdomofasia.com. So if you are a science savvy gentleman, so please feel free to visit that site also, because it clearly shows how these modern day sciences become in line with the ancient wisdom, the wisdom that has been revealed by Lord Buddha. So then from there you will be able to understand how the teachings of Buddha, the validity of the teachings of Buddha for the modern to the modern era as well. So please feel free to visit that site as well. So before going into our discussion, I'd like to recap some important points that we have been talking during past few discussions. So we have been reminded that the inward journey must be built uniquely by each practitioner, by each follower. So that in the sense we can talk together, we can discuss the issues, we can discuss the deep things that are there in the Dhamma collectively, but we have to understand this Dhamma individually. So my understanding would be not relevant, not valid for you, because you are coming from a different context. I'm coming from a different context. So my experiences may be different from your. So even we talk openly here one single Dhamma fact. The extract that you gain from that particular discussion would be maybe different from mine. So understanding, though we collectively discuss in these kind of open forums, the understanding we gain would be different from one to another. That's why, so that particular understanding will lead you, will guide you, understanding is becoming your guide through this journey, not the learning things, not what you have heard. The understanding you got from what you have already heard is the guiding, is the guide, is for your journey. So that's why even though we often discuss, you must build your rafter individually. So that boat will be made up of your the capacity, the ability to understand this Dhamma. So it may be different from one person to another. How much you understand, how much you become thorough with this Dhamma, it would help you to move to the bank of the river very fast. But if you are a slow gainer, it would take some time to cross the river. But it's all right. So you can't do anything for that. What you can do is you have to see this Dhamma by yourself. How much you become thorough with this Dhamma, that will eventually push you towards the next bank of the river, the other bank of the river. So listening and open discussions have some part, but the responsibility of the understanding is completely lies upon you, your ability, your intention, your curiosity. How much you want that, to that extent, your journey will speed up. So that's why Lord Buddha said, your after should be made up on your own. You can't hop on some other one's rafter and try to sail to the other side of the bank. It won't happen. It is kind of an individual journey. So what we were trying to highlight in every discussion, we have seen that clinging to the notion of I, me, and mine keeps us bound to the defilements. Defilements in the sense, again, the I-ness, the feeling of I-ness. The feeling of I-ness can be defined, in other words, as defilements. Why we have that kind of defilements? Because we don't know the truth. So through these kind of discussions, through the text which are available in our websites, what you will gain the knowledge. What is the knowledge? The Dhamma. What is the Dhamma? The cause and effect law. So through this cause and effect law, what Lord Buddha tried to highlight into the world, none's all Dhamma. So then at last, what we are trying to find, whether this Dhamma is true, whether the things what have been preached by Lord Buddha is true, whether it can be applied to myself, to me. So that will make you to realize, that will help you to understand there is no self in me. That is the whole focus of this entire Dhamma. That is the core teaching. Even though you think that you are there, it is a great myth. It is kind of an misconception. How much the extent that you feel that you are alive, you are existing, to that much you have ignorance. What is this ignorance? Ignorance is, in other words, feeling of the existence. How much you feel that you are alive, to that much you have the ignorance. People tend to say ignorance is that you don't know the Dhamma. You know the Dhamma. What is Dhamma? Is Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect law. You know it, but for the knowledge only. But you still feel, but you are still feeling that you are alive. You are existing. Your ignorance is there. So it is very tricky. This Dhamma has to be seen in another perspective. There is some room for your knowledge. Yes, that's true. To knowledge that knowledge, that space can be filled with the knowledge of Paticcasamuppada, how your mind gets created. So you can know. So if you read the book, you will know. If you take part in this discussion, you will get to know. There's nobody here. But if you still feel that you are existing, your ignorance is there. So that is the most difficult part to get rid of. Because you have been born, we'll say about 40 years back, but you have been dealing with a self or throughout all these years. So if you recall your memory back, so you know how you your school age. As you were a student, you learned in this school, you entered to that kind of university, then you got a degree, then you went to then you went to a job. So you have been doing a job, and you are some kind of a title, doctorate or lawyer or so many things, and also you have some kind of an identity in the society as well. You are a good person, you are a bad person. All these are all collectively, all of them make you to feel that you are existing. Collectively, they all makes an individual who really exists. But what Buddha said is, even though you say so much, that much, how much you say, there is nobody there. Even though you feel that you are a living being, that is not true. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to give to the world. In the absence of a self, would there be any kind of a suffering or sadness? No. So if you take that you are existing being, Lord Buddha said, the suffering is inevitable. You can't get away from the suffering because you think that you are existing. But once you feel that you are not longer existing living being, so where would this suffering take place? There's no place to there's no room for the suffering because you are not there. But it is rather difficult to see. First, we have to learn the Dhamma, then we have to practice that Dhamma. So how we should practice this Dhamma? So we listen this we after by take part in this kind of discussion, we hear there's no soul here. So there's no concept called me, my mind. Those are illusions. So the worldly perceptions that we perceive, that we deal with, are not real. They are illusion. So myself, the notion of self is also a part of that same illusion. We know those things, but only thing, we still feel that I am alive. That implies we do not experience the non-soul. Even though we know this Dhamma, even though that we are living in that kind of an illusion, the self is, we know that the self is also the part of that same illusion, we still feel that we are living. We do not feel that we are not existing. That is the problem. Why is that? Because the ignorance is still there. Ignorance is not merely something that you know. Ignorance is something that you feel. As long as you feel your existence, you are still in the ignorance. So what what would be the next step that we have to put forward? The practice. We have to incorporate those understanding to our day-to-day lives. Day-to-day lives. This is not a thing that you practice uh, uh, after going somewhere into a jungle or somewhere. This Dhamma can be practiced now itself. How can we practice this? That is the question. To that, to practice this Dhamma, our noble friend has revealed a nice way of doing it. Earlier, he introduced a 7-day program. Now, the 7-day program has been concised to a 1-day program. If you do it as our noble friend says, you will be at the end of the day, you will be able to feel the non-soul, non-existence. That is the magic. It is kind of a miracle. No, it's not a miracle. It can be perceived. It can be really felt. So what is the first step that you have to do? Before all these things, you have to know what this Dhamma is. You have to know it very, you have to know it. So what you have to know, it's just simple. So some may need to learn this into a granular level. That's all right. According to their curious mind, they will drill down this Dhamma into the atomic state and they try to understand this. It's all right. If you don't understand, it is also all right. What you have to understand is the world we are living is an illusion. So the so-called notion, me, my, mind concept is also becoming a part of that same illusion. So for the knowledge, you have to know these things. As Lord Buddha said to who's this Rahula, the world you see is very much similar to the image, the reflection that you see in the water puddle. Means that water lake or somewhere. So if you lean on to a basin, a clear water, you will see the reflection of the world and yourself as well. So whether you have to think whether the image that I am seeing is real. Then you will understand it is also, it is a mental fabrication. It is not real. It is a simulated kind of world. It is a mirage. So that understanding, that knowledge is very much sufficient to take the first step in the practical. So in the first stage, in the practice, what you would do is the same thing, whether the things what I feel outside is real. So then you will understand all the things that you touch, that you see, that you feel are, are mental construct, thoughts. In other words, thoughts. Are these thoughts real? Then you come to the second third of this uh, second half of the vidarshana, or the uh, penetrative insight. Then you will understand the thoughts are not real either. So thoughts, in the sense, the faculties. So faculties, in the sense, the senses. The senses collectively create a world for you. Then then you think that world is real. That is how you can understand the illusion, the mirage. So if you see a mirage from a distance, you will see a water-like thing. But if you move closer to it, if you go towards it, you will understand there is no water there. It's only a mirage. It's only a illustration. So how this illusion gets created within your senses? The faculties, the five senses collectively creates kind of a illusion for you. So then you think how pathetic your situation is. You tend to think the illusion is real. But on the second half, first you got to know there is no outside, only the mind, thoughts. So then on the second stage, you will get to know the thought I receive is not real as well. Then you will understand the illusions. The notion of I is also included in that same uh, same 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 thing. So on the third step, what you will understand, everything happens in your senses. Other than that, there is no kind of a worldly thing here. So illusion gets created within your senses. Other than the senses, there won't be anything here. So then you will understand, even though I think I am the owner of those senses, it is also kind of a misconception. There is no owner for these senses as well. Senses work in their own. So senses collectively creates a self as well. There's no self as such. So then what you will feel, what you will understand, there is nobody here. That is the truth that Lord Buddha wanted to show us. Even though you think that there is a person or doer, Lord Buddha wanted to show us there is no person as you, no soul. So then you gradually you also tend to feel it. That, in other words, what will happen? Your I-ness, your mm, self notion of the self identity get dissolved. It can be felt. Ultimately, everything happens as usual. You see the things, you deal with the things, you engage with your friends and your family. Everything happens. But what you feel is you are not there. You live in the same world, in same way, without attaching to any one of these. So that is the liberation of mind. It cannot be achieved overnight. For some people that will be true, but for most of the people, it will take some time. So don't hurry. Just you have to some kind of a curiosity within you to see whether the Buddha, the statement that declared by Lord Buddha is true. So it is the experiment that you conduct within you. For that we call the noble experiment, noble investigation. Ultimately, what would be the result? Feeling of non-existence. Yes, I think I have talked too much. Yeah, we have Randima, Sudharma, Niroji, and Justine. Yeah, we have a lot of friends here. So we can start the discussion. That's good. Yes, Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Randima. Do you have anything to add or to start with this discussion? Do you have anything to tell? Teruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi, I think you are great explaining that for practical, I think techniques. Yeah, so I think Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. I think yesterday we had a very interesting discussion where Aryan Mahansa was explaining these four techniques. You see how one can practically experience these four techniques in the walking meditation. I think in a way like that sermon is very unique because all this time there is a bit of mix here where when one explaining this four techniques, it's more like the contemplation part or thinking part coming like an even while the person is doing this walking meditation, they tend to think. They don't feel, but they continue to think. So, but I think Aryan Mahansa and even you also now highlighted very correctly. These four really is a experience. So from the first technique to the fourth technique, there is a experience here. So it's very interesting. Maybe we can discuss that part today based on how Aryan Mahansa explained that yesterday. So I think the first one is this, the first technique is where no reality found as external world. So there is no reality. Actually, there also like we need to be very clear. We are not saying there is no external world. We are not saying there is external world. So it is not, you see, falling to any extremes. So, so what is this sense system experience? So that's the point. When someone analyze this sense system experience, so what is the experience? Is there a way to experience the so-called outside? So then the Dhamma is necessary, but this is the contemplation part. But contemplation part and the real how that is experienced in the walking meditation slightly getting advanced when someone practicing this. So more than the contemplation, they start to feel the truth. So so we understand this external world, where this external world is created, that is created in the sense. So that is the interesting thing here. So it is a sensor created world. And so how a bee experience a world, how a bat experience a world, how a cow experience world, and how a human experience world. So all these we have to understand different sense experience. So that sensation or the feel of something or feel of any world is purely created in the sense. So no one knows what is the correct word. So there is no truth actually find here, because it is the forms, it is the forms in the present moment at different senses. But when these senses, you see, create all these illusion, once these senses coming together only. But when someone study these senses isolately, the experience is different, because the isolate experience is different. So that's why the third eye, like one need to have insight as to what really happening in these senses by taking one sense at a time. So now still you see this is the contemplation part. So so in the walking meditation, you see, when one have this contemplation also, and it start walking. So when that start walking, it can experience various sensations. Because now through Dhamma part, they understand this is this sensor created sensation, and it is thinking, you see, something. So a sound occur, and it is thinking it is a sound of a crow. So now it understands. So now when this guy start to walk, so it start to feel the sensation. Maybe it starts to feel sight. So so now this sight, you see, that occur, but that sight doesn't carry any value, because it is just a scene only. I mean, it is that insight. That inside it can see some dead pictures, like dead pictures, like, because it just walk, and it can feel this process is occurring. So then it can feel the sensation change to the sound. So sound occurring, and sound disappearing, sound occurring, disappearing. But what is the sensation experience? Sensation, it's what's the feel here? It's just a sound only. There is no value, just sounds occurring and disappearing. So like dead sounds, because all these carry a meaning or value when it start to think on it. But none of this sensation it can understand. Even when it walk, it feels the softness of the grass or hardness of the stones. So that is just a sensation there, and you see it can feel the hot, it can feel the cold. So the feet doesn't know that it is the grass or it is the sand or it is the stone slide. Feet doesn't know what's the color. So it is the insight, the gradually which is getting built up here, that it understands the senses task. So that is the, you see, with that actually the first two techniques basically, it's initially it is the contemplation, but it starts to feel, you see, there is no anything value here, because external world is no reality found, and even the thoughts, there is no reality found. So slowly it can see just various perceptions arising as the mind, and nothing meaningful. So now see, the first two really is the duality. When the duality, the external and the internal, brings down, you see, then what is left? It is just the senses working. So that's why when it comes to the third step is actually no contemplation. The third one is really experience of just the sensor process, just the tranquility. The sensors are just, you see, working like a robot system, automatically. And the eye is like a camera, just for capturing of the sights, see. Ear is like just a eardrum light. So now it is not like you see, because with the first two experience, it was really a person was carrying out that insight. But when it comes to the third, you see the third technique where it is just a process happening here only, then it's more like a robot system. Now there's nothing to think here, because it can almost feel when it walks, even just walking happen, just the body rhythm happen. So, and that task is happening. So that mind signal, now it is not a thinking. Now there is no requirement to think, like mind signal comes and you see just the whole, that mind image of the whole, this walking comes, and according to that, someone is walking. Now there is no requirement to think like that. It can almost feel without anybody's intervention. This naturally is, the process is happening. So therefore this third one is very interesting, because it is the tranquility, it is the peace here. So that is not a thinking, not a thinking. Then the last one is actually experience of the non-soul, because you see here now there is nothing more to think or doubt or anything else, because just like a tree, just like a tree, because it can almost feel this is non-soul. So it is also not a thinking. That is also feel of experience. So I think these four techniques really providing a practical way for somebody to experience that so-called external world, no reality found, and even this perception or the thought world, second one is no reality is found, nothing is meaningful, nothing is in control of anybody, just the process is happening. And then the third and fourth is really experience, where just the robot system and just like a tree and just like tranquility and feel of liberation from self. So I think you also can add, others also can add. Dr.
Yeah,
Ravi? Yeah.
yeah, Sarana, thank you very much for your wonderful explanation. So, yes, as you said, as for a beginner, you need to contemplate. Otherwise, you won't be able to figure out what you have learned and how you can practically apply into your uh, your day-to-day life. I mean, so if you do a walking meditation, so we'll say as meditation, but it is not the meditation that ordinary people talk about. It is kind of a penetrative insight. So gaining some kind of a penetrative insight, that means you look at your senses and the behavior of your senses very logically. This is the meditation that we talk about. So it can be done while you are walking, while you are sitting, while you are laying on the bed, irrespective of your posture, you can do it. So as Sandima clearly said, first you have to apply your knowledge and see whether this knowledge is true. So how you can apply these things? So you can apply to your senses. So am I seeing the world really? If I am seeing the truth, how about another animal? So it might think, so I am the one who is seeing this world as real, as though the humans say they are the one who see the reality. They do not. I am the one who is perceiving this world. But analyzing about your own senses, you will understand your thought pattern has been limited to the capabilities of your senses. Your thoughts will be limited by your sensory, the abilities of your senses. So that means for a dog, it can hear above higher frequencies than humans. So then you can think whether the dog hears the right thing, whether am I the one who is hearing the correct thing. No, both are wrong. Our capacities of our senses limit our worldly perception. So we can see the three dimensions, but most of the animals can't see it. But they can feel, they have some kind of sensory patterns. So for the cockroaches, they have whiskers. With those things, they track the vibration. They might create an image that image may be more vibrant than ours. We don't know. That is the capacity of their senses. So we have only 5 senses. With these senses, we capture a part of that world, but we can't say what we perceive is real. So that is the understanding that we have to have before we start this practice. So then we can incorporate this understanding to your each and every faculty. Eye sensor, ear sensor, nose, skin, and the tongue. So all capture one part, a certain amount from the experience. That experience collectively builds you a world for you. So the world that has been created in your senses is the world that you live in. So that's why our noble friend, as our noble friend says, all 8 billion people live in their own worlds. They have unique worlds, but the senses are more or less same. That's why we can communicate to each other. We can't communicate with cockroaches. We can't communicate with ants because the senses are different. The world the ants live is different from ours. But as human beings, the senses behave more or less same. That's why we are able to communicate to each other. So what is this communication? It is that even though we use words, actually what is happening, we express our feeling to another person. So what actually happens within these senses, they capture the feeling. They capture the feeling. But that feeling is limited to the is limited by the capabilities of their senses. So that has to be understood. So it can apply to your practice as well. It can be applied to your practice as well. So am I the one who's stepping on the tiled floor? So no, the sensor feels the temperature of the tile. Then my mind says, you are stepping on that tile floor. So always our mind creates a world, creates kind of an entity for us. So we think that entity is real. That is the ignorance we have. So we tend to believe whatever mind says is correct. So mind also acts as a sensor. The thought cannot be correct because the thought is made up of the inputs of the senses. So senses are not correct, not accurate. They are giving the signals only. The signals are not correct because the capabilities of the senses are different from one person to another. animal to another. So this input is not correct. The thought that has been created with these inputs are also not correct. So the world that we live in is also not true. So that from that you will able to understand this world is not real. So Sudharma, you must have some kind of experience on that also. So can you please explain a little bit?
Teruvan Saranai Aryan Master, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi Randima, and all the friends. It's a very interesting and very useful topic. That is the practical part, how we should practice this. How that actually depends on how clear for us this mechanism of the six senses, the sensory organs. So the more we understand the mechanism of the six sensory organs, we get rid of the self-will. We get rid of the misconception that somebody is doing this. So as both of you highlighted, Dr. Ravi, if I talk through my experience, now as knowledge, as Randima said, at the initial level, we know as knowledge that there isn't a person, the eye perceives, then the mind consciousness get with all other types of consciousness come together collectively, form the label, and the actualization of the stimulus happens. But when we practice, when we see this through our day-to-day life, Dr. Ravi, we begin to realize, actually for this, we should have the consistent mindfulness. Otherwise, one may not discern that this is the work of the sensor, not the person's action. No, I see this. So there's a difference between the belief I see this and this is happening in the eye consciousness. Now, for example, as you all said, when we open our eyes right now, we see the process of seeing occurs. There is no doer here. But the moment the mind focuses on certain object, the label comes. Then the combination of sound and the form occurs, and we might end up seeing the flower vase or the brass lamp or whatever. So it is the same scenario with the ear, the process of the function of the ear also. So actually I was just wondering, Dr. Ravi, now when I was listening to both of you, so when I hear your voices, there are a lot of other sounds around, but when I hear your voices, I was just wondering whether there is someone who has kind of inner liking to listen to Dr. Ravi's voice or Randima's voice or say Aryan Mahanse's voice. I was just contemplating honestly, and how, if it is so, how come it happened? If it is the work of the ear, how does the ear know that it is Dr. Ravi's voice explanation, it is Randima's explanation, or it is Aryan Mahanse's explanation? So it is the so as the moment I hear your explanations, that the sound gets connected with the label of your name, maybe, which is also a misconception as seen as thinking that I hear Dr. Ravi's voice or Andima's voice, and then the sound occurs on the eye consciousness and the processing of data, the telepathizing and trying to figure out what they are telling, that happens. That is the real mechanism. But still, unknowingly, we tend to think that, okay, I like to listen to them. I like to listen to them more than now. If somebody, suppose a neighbor or another person comes and knocks on the gate, so I will not be very happy at that moment. So why is this the difference? So is there the person who likes to listen to Dhamma and who does not like to be disturbed by the outside sound?
Yeah.
It is also a misconception. This happens due to the familiarity of the what I mean is the ear is familiar to the sounds coming from the Zoom. That familiarity, it also the when you hear, now it is the same phenomena with their family members. A child may like to listen to mother's voice, or a child may believe that I like to listen to my mother's voice, my siblings' voices, my favorite teacher's voice ignorantly. But what really happens is, Dr. Ravi, to my understanding, in that system, those sounds are the most familiar, most often heard, so that the familiar pattern naturally occurs in that particular consciousness or the organ. So that is why we feel that I would like to listen to these people so much, or maybe it's same with objects. Now we say home sweet home. We say there is no other place like home. It is also because of this familiarity, the familiar patterns that naturally occur in the sensor system, but ignorantly, out of delusion, one might believe as I am attached to these. I am attached to these sounds. I am attached to these perfumes. I am attached to these sceneries or surroundings or whatever, Dr. Ravi. So I just tried to explain what I just experienced right now. Hopefully you can elaborate on that, Dr. Ravi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, Sudharma. So once you hear the sound, that is the very moment that your ear faculty gets active, gets generated, gets created. So once your ear faculty gets generated, what will happen? There is kind of a power is being built. So that power, how this power comes, the telepathization. So earlier you had previous experience of speaking in of hearing this kind of sermons, then what will happen? It telepathizes with the previous kind of instances. So then you get a actual feeling that it's existing. This conversation is happening. It exists. So you get a feeling that as soon as the faculty gets generated, gets created, you get a notion that it's real. So that's why you get some kind of feeling that someone is focusing towards that conversation. So it is the function of your faculty. So it is not, there is no person behind who keeps the concentration from one point to another, who directs the concentration from a scenery to the music. So there is no one. So as the result of your creation of the sensor, due to the telepathization, it creates some kind of a power in it. So that power makes you to feel that conversation is happening. It is existing. It is happening. So that makes you to bring about make you to feel that I am the one who is concentrating. So it is very difficult. So that's why yesterday also Aranwanse said this. So as long as you feel the chair is existing, you are there. There is person. There is a person who is focusing, who is gazing at this chair, who is looking at this chair. So that's why there are two different perceptions. One is the seeing the chair. One is the chair is the existence of the chair. Those two are different. So it doesn't. As we understand this appearance will not be vanished. The sight will not be vanished. So it will be there, but the feel of the existence of the chair will be gone. So that will guide you to get away from this focusing. So you get an internal kind of some kind of a feeling that am I the one who is focusing on this Dhamma discussion. So that feeling will not come if you clearly felt that there's nothing existing. So it is the experience that we are talking about, the experience. So as long as feel this conversation is real, that much you are there. To that extent you are there. So even we speak, even we communicate, even we share our thoughts in this public forum, if you don't feel it's real, so you are not here as well. So that is my understanding. So anyone who can add to this, or anyone who
Yes,
can
Dr.
comment?
Ravi.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Ravi. And what I wanted to explain is, Dr. Ravi, that sensor system may react to familiarity without the involvement of the self. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi? The sensor system, yeah, it is ignorantly, yeah, with somebody who doesn't have this Satya Jnana or the knowledge of this true philosophy may take it as I am interested. I am
Exactly.
yes.
That's why from the childhood we felt the world is as real, because we didn't know. So whatever the things created within our senses, we believed it as true. So that is the ignorance we have. Not only we believed, we felt it as true. So that is we believe, we didn't know these are sensory creations. So that make us to feel that they are real. Involuntarily, it created spontaneously. It created a I-ness behind everything. So it is very subtle, but that has happened, unfortunately. But with the understanding, what we get to know is there is no kind of a person here other than a sensory creation. So the senses create some illusions, some unrealistic things, but these are not real. So as if you still feel they are still existing, that means your ignorance is still there, but it will fade away. But because you know this is an illusion, so there is no self here either. At least for the knowledge, we know this. That is the point. Your Sakkaya Ditti got away. From that point onwards, whatever you feel, the perceptions you receive from your senses will no longer be true for you. Isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
That current should fade. That current that is generated within should fade automatically. So you can't enforce it.
Exactly.
So if you put effort, that means you empower that. So you energize that. So it should not be the way. Let it happen. Let it happen. It will gradually fade. So
That's true. That's true.
That is true. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for your inputs. Dr. Sakuntala is also here with us. Dr. Sakuntala, do you have anything to add or comment?
Maybe something small because it was very interesting. Three of you sort of gave inputs from three different sides, I would say. Really now, for a person who starts listening to this Deshana, even for us it happened at the beginning because when you are standing in front of a tree and say that there is no tree here. Now, according to what we hear, there is nothing real here. So how can you say that? How can you say there is a tree right in front of you? So it's the concept that we have been solidifying ourselves all these years. The things are existing outside. There is a world outside, and we live in that world. And then at the end of our lifespan, we die. So that was a concept that we have been nurturing for a long, long time. So breaking that is not easy. But I think this the having the basic knowledge about this concept, how it happens, how the world is created by your senses, with their capacity, because the senses, as you all already mentioned, have different capacities, different levels. So the senses will create something, and then we believe that it is the true world. But another animal or an insect have a completely different world for them depending on their senses. So convincing is not easy. But if I give you an example now, if you look at a mirage, if you see water in a mirage, a small child or an animal and an adult, all three will see it more or less in the same way. Will see as if there is water. So the child will take it as real, and animal also, if they can see it as water, they will also take it as real. But when it comes to the adult, we see in the same way because there is some vibration in the eye, and that creates something, and your mind consciousness will give the conclusion that it looks like water. So there is a difference in the way that you take it up. But we know that it looks like water, but our inner feeling, we know that there is no water. So I think it's something like that. The world, we take it as real, but actually there is no real world.
But we see the mirage as a different thing, but we see the rest of the world as a real thing. So that is something that we have to understand. So it's a kind of a big mess actually that we have to sort of slowly disentangle and get into the realization that this is all this like mirage. What we see is everything is a mirage outside.
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
Yeah, so I think these 4 steps that Randima mentioned at the beginning is the pathway and gradually sort of getting rid of this illusion. In the 4 steps, I think we have to sort of have the concept of non-soul, or the non-soul concept should be fading away right from the beginning. Not that first step itself, we take it as a person who is seeing and the person's mind is understanding what it is. But right from the beginning, we should have the deep-seated sort of concept that there is no self who is experiencing this, and then gradually that feeling of no soul or non-soul should get stronger and stronger towards the the last step.
Yeah.
I think yes. Okay,
Yeah,
I think that.
That may be relevant for those who know this Dhamma.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, those who doesn't know this Dhamma from the beginning, they might experience some kind of a tranquility, but not the exact way as we feel. So we know this Dhamma, so there's no soul here, but person who does it for the first time, who listen this Dhamma for the first time, he or she doesn't know that there is no person here, but he also can feel some kind of a tranquility. So that comes from the
Exactly.
that's it.
I think yesterday Andolnatmaka Deshana Aryan Mahanse very nicely
Yes,
explained.
exactly.
I
Explain that
couldn't
out.
actually listen to the whole thing, but he explained how exactly a person who joins new feel, and then gradually how that change occurs, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He pointed out it very nicely how these two tracks get merged each other. So it's very nice. It was very nice. Yes.
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 Okay.
Thank you very
Thiruvara
much.
Saranai. Thiruvara Saranai.
Yes, Mr. Bernard, do you have anything to add? Thiruvan Saranai? Yeah, I can see Dr. Yeah. Yes, go ahead. Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard? Okay, he may be having some kind of difficulty of connecting. Anyway, I can see Dr. Kokila is also here with us. Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Thiruvan Saranai. Yeah, it's really interesting to know that how this system works, and actually the priority should be given to understand this Dhamma, not actually to do something. So when you understand, we kind of understand that there is no self, but the thing is, even the correctly said by Dr. Sakuntala, the mirage thing, what sometimes our mothers do is like they kind of try to think that this is a mirage at that particular point. That's not what we are trying to say. It's trying to get the essence of this, like try to get the understanding, what is the message behind this. So if whatever thought that arises in your mind, whatever vision that you get in your eyes, whatever the sound that you hear in your ears, whatever the senses you get, like the temperature, touch, smell, and taste, they can be felt. Whatever they are, there's nothing much to seriously take. Like, it's not actually existing, even not seriously take it. We feel it as there, it's okay, but we need to not understand that it's actually that we feel like that, but that's not the truth. So when we keep understanding this, the weight we give to all these points, the stimulants will go down. That's how it is, and that's how light you would be, how you would be feeling. So it is interesting and to know that everyone is trying to understand this more and more now, and a lot of people are listening, trying to get the the message. And yes, Lord Buddha said all the perceptions are like, he took an example as a mirage, and any sensation would be like a water bubble. So, and whatever you I mean, there's nothing which comes out of this pattern. So there's nothing which falls out of this box. So it's kind of like a structure that Lord Buddha tried to explain, to explain the non-existence, basically. And when we understand this, even this structure, we keep understanding that it is also the same way. Any stimulus is the same way, because any stimulus is understood because there is a ability to understand. The ability to understand is there until you the respiration or the inhaling and exhaling, until that power is there, you will have some kind of sensation. That's okay. And you will have ups and downs, a kind of your body will hurt, you will have so-called problems, because there's no actual problem in life. It's so-called stuff that we have because they're all construct of your mind. So we will have like a film. It will go on until the last breath happens. But this film, if you are aware that it's just a film and there's nothing real in this, so the magic will play, but you know that there's nothing much in that, because you know how the magician plays this magic. So vijnana is like that. I forgot the English word for that, but the what is the word for that?
Consciousness.
Yeah, the consciousness. Oh my goodness. The consciousness is kind of like a output of a magician. And then when we know that, what happens? What the consciousness will be there. I mean, until the last breath, there would be some consciousness. So what does that matter? Because we know that it's how that magic works. So let it be. That's all we can say. I mean, let it be. And let it go. And yeah, that's the basic message, I think, isn't it?
Yes, Dr. Kaupala, thank you very much. Yes, so I have a kind of question. So yes, if you are able to give a short answer, that's fine. So what does really mean by the ignorance? Actually, not knowing the Dhamma or not feeling the Dhamma?
Well, I would say you feel something and not knowing that it is not important, or not knowing that it is nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how else to put it in that way, because ignorance per se can't manifest, because ignorance can't manifest without consciousness, Like it's part of consciousness. But the thing is, it's once we realize that consciousness has not. I mean, consciousness is not the thing. I mean, there's nothing that is not a construct. That everything is a construct. Yeah, I think not knowing is that whatever you feel is a construct. That not knowing that, I think so. I mean, it's a bit difficult to put that. I think I don't know whether I might get another idea. That's all I can get at the moment.
Yeah. It is rather difficult to convey the actual meaning. Yes, I know.
And if it has a meaning, by the way, Ravi, you think that there would be a meaning? Everything we try to find a meaning, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I think we try to. So if you think that there is something called avidya, you won't attain nirvana. Basic like that, because you think there is something called avidya that you don't know.
Yeah.
It's like nirvana that you don't know. It's like something that you are going for. If you're trying to, if you feel that there is something, that is the ignorance.
Ignorance, yeah.
So if you ask about the ignorance, yeah, that is the ignorance.
That is the ignorance, yeah, I got that. Thank you very much. Yeah, anyone who has some kind of question to ask Dr. Kokila, so you can ask. Yes, I think we are running out of time today, so I think it's high time to conclude our session. So thank you very much for everyone who joined today, Randima, Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, and Dr. Kokila, and others. So we will conclude, we'll wind up this session for today. We'll meet up tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, everybody.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Ayubo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpado's website, buddothpado-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with the last paragraph of page 71. Obase means a situation or a feeling related to the fading of the notion of the individual self. At times, this situation is created by illusions in the mind, and this is not the true Obase. Here, the notion of self is still very much alive. People who are stuck in this situation without achieving the state of stream entry or sotapanna, proceed with the misguided idea that they have reached the sotapanna state. Such people bless others and preach to others while holding this misconception. That is why I said without following the true path, Nibbana is impossible. So this obhasa is a kind of a temporary glimpse of freedom. But it can be misleading if the mind is still attached to the sense of I. Then even if someone feels spiritual, it's not genuine liberation. People can bless or teach others thinking they're enlightened, but without following the true path, without understanding and realizing for yourself how the mind is created moment to moment, Nibbana remains out of reach. In true obhasa, the notion of the individual self is diminished. But there's another one that feels just like that, but there's a the illusion of the self is slightly present and it's very subtle, so it's very difficult to detect, and it's only momentary because that person doesn't follow the true path. In the Sambodhi Sutta, the Lord Buddha stated, if I had not liberated myself from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong views, including Maras, Brahmas, and humans, I would not have declared myself as the Samma Sambuddha. This world is full of wrong views, including the view of the existence of an individual soul. For those who hold these views, the outside world appears entirely true. With these views, it's impossible to achieve the 4 spiritual states. Here, in the Sambodhi Sutta, the Buddha talks about his own self-realization, the state of being Samma Sambuddha. He says if he had not liberated himself from the unskilled, undisciplined world full of wrong views, including Maras, Brahmas, and humans, he wouldn't have declared himself as self-enlightened. So, this liberation requires seeing through all wrong views. Every view is a wrong view. In the correct view, actually correct view is one that is absent from all views. It doesn't believe in this deep-seated belief of an individual self. That is the one that's slowly fading away. And if you think the world and yourself are exactly as they appear, you cannot truly reach the stages of awakening. The stream mentor, once returner, non-returner, and the arhathood. Recognition of these wrong views is the starting point of real spiritual progress. When the notion of an individual self disappears, the feeling of separate I exist vanishes. Along with this spiritual change, the burning nature of the mind caused by defilements fades. A person who achieves this state of mind can experience inner peace and tranquility. For an example, it's an experience similar to sitting under a tree in openness and allowing yourself to completely relax. You lose yourself. You merge with the feeling of being. and the sense of a separate self disappears. The cycle of birth and death comes to an end. This is the heart of the spiritual transformation. When the ego dissolves, the constant fire of desire, aversion, and delusion dims naturally, because there's no longer a belief of an existing world or a self. Because in the first place, they were just beliefs only. There was no truth to it. It was based on a lie. It was based on the manifestations of the vibrations that that occurred due to the sense faculties. And mind feels very peaceful, like the calm sense you sense when you simply sit under a tree, completely at ease. You must have had these moments in your life. Very relaxed, fully relaxed states. There is no longer you separate from the world. And this breaks the cycle of suffering. This sense of you, the idea of you, the thoughts that contain the idea of you, even the weight, the value that's been attributed to them are very minimal. The restlessness, the anxiety, they're very subtle too, because there's not much of weight to these thoughts. This is somebody who's been in the path for a while. For this person, the restlessness of a single thought is felt much vividly, and this person recognizes how tiring thoughts can be when you have so many lots and lots of problems that your challenges that you're dealing with in your day-to-day life. For example, a sick parent, bedridden parent, taking children to school, juggling with a tough boss. There's political unrest and social unrest in the country. When people are going through all these major challenges in their lives, the restlessness of a thought is not much. But as these big defilements are diminished by seeing the truth, which is that the so-called external world is not, it itself is not real. The country will be going through all the crises still. There will be economic crisis like we were going through. I guess we're still going through to a certain extent. And all the things that you're going through with life, they will still be there. Nothing changes. What changes is how the world is experienced through this system. Because if there is no self, if that sense of self is slowly diminishing, who is going to suffer? The sufferer is also slowly diminishing. If this so-called self is reinforced and has a powerful presence in your life, if everything in your life is about you, if every time, there are people like that. And people who are like that mostly end up seeking for this truth, because the pain is more vivid, the suffering is more elaborate. So when this main actor kind of dissolves into the drama, that sufferer is not suffering much, and Now it's not the big things like wars fought in a country, economic crisis, or the fact that the so-called you is going through a divorce, or the fact that one of your children is constantly sick, whatever it is. Now it is some simple words somebody said, or something you said upset you, something you said made you feel a little less than you should have felt. Very subtle things. And sometimes it's not even that, it's just you were so relaxed, there was nothing, and a thought came, I need to go to the grocery store and get stuff for the house. And after a while, like, you still haven't gone to the grocery store yet, but there's an uneasiness after a while that's being noticed. Turns out it's that thought that you need to go to the grocery store. Now it has become a big thing, it has become a task. Now mind is restless. And that single thought itself brought in so much unease and restlessness. And now this mind is a clearer mind, it's a thinner mind, not a thicker mind. And these kind of subtle things can be detected now. So when this goes to cessation, that breaks the cycle of suffering. Participant, these Zoom discussions guide people toward achieving the ultimate goal of Nibbana. Participation carries a sense of responsibility and people benefit from it. Aryan Wahanse, yes, this is a Dhamma discussion. It's just like the discussion the Buddha had with Anuruddha Thero. In this Dhamma gathering, participants gain an understanding and direction on how to perceive Dhamma accurately. So these kind of discussions that help the practitioners with the practical guidance. There are about 9 Zooms that's taking place during the day. Only one of them is conducted in English. The rest of the 8 are conducted in Sinhala. And there's a lot of guidance that's delivered there through Aryan Wahanse, because this path is full of pitfalls, and many situations could be misleading without the help of the noble friend. It's not just a treacherous path, it's just an impossible path. That's why Lord Buddha said to Ananda Thero, this doctrine, this prevalence of the doctrine or the Dhamma is solely depending on the noble friend. So that is 4 factors for becoming a stream mentor. Association with the noble friend, listening to the Dhamma, and being present to see the Dhamma in the moment, being able to see the Dhamma in the moment. And associating with Dhamma. So those are the 4 factors to become a stream mentor, and one of which is the noble friend, the message of the noble friend. So this is why all these gatherings are there. And it's of utmost importance. If Aryan Wahanse is joined, it's greatly advised that you ask questions as much as you could to clarify whatever the doubts you have, to
if you don't have a question, just make a comment and, request for feedback or something. That way our advisor can, that non-vibration can feel the vibration of the practitioners, and the necessary guidance will be communicated. Even it could be in the terms of words, it could be, it might be, it might not be, but that guidance is of utmost importance, that help to see Dhamma clearly and how to apply it. Because this is not just theory, and everyone's journey is unique, and it's always advised to associate with someone with a lesser vibration than, even in the case if you are not able to communicate with Aranhansi directly, go to someone with a lesser vibration than you are, so that person could be of some help. And there's a responsibility that falls upon every practitioner to walk the path with clarity and make their practice meaningful, because a very limited number of people even recognize the value of this message, even puts the time, invest that time and effort required to see through the illusion clearly. So that kind of person has a responsibility to share it with others who are interested in or who are capable of understanding this. So yeah, so today's 7 o'clock discussion was a very important one. It lasted for almost 5 hours today. And it talked about again and again, it's the same message that's delivered every day. You may feel like it's the same thing, but the thing is, even though we feel like we listen to the same thing, when you hear the same words, one day your focus will be on the sense faculties, even though every, how the mind is created is communicated every day. Maybe on day 1 it will be on sense faculties, on another day your focus, even though the message is delivered, for your focus will be on name and form. So this intellectual knowledge, first, that's how it's understood. Only one piece of the puzzle makes sense at a given time. I mean, it depends on the person also, but the average practitioner, as we have seen with our experience, that's how it happens. And the next time you listen to it, it makes even more sense. And this, by any explanation, this is not even though it comes to you as even though it came to us as knowledge at first, this is not knowledge that is being communicated. It's a feeling that's being communicated. It's the fact that there is no self. Just not knowing it and avoiding thoughts is not going to take you there. If someone kind of gets to that state by kind of suppressing thoughts, that state is not going to last long. That is why it will be a concentration, meditative absorption. As you get up from your practice cross-legged position, it cannot prevail, it cannot sustain unless you continue to practice. If you continue to practice, it'll sustain, it'll prevail for a while. If you give up your practice, then you will lose the edge of it. But this Lokottara Samadhi or supramundane meditative absorptions, they are irreversible, because this is a realization. When it's, once you see that, you can't unsee that. Once you realize that that cannot be reversed, once you realize for yourself this world is not real. There's a nice metaphor that Aryan gave today. You imagine you have a blank piece of paper. You draw 3 dots into a shape of a triangle. That 3 dots, even though they're not connected, communicates that there's a triangle. That is the perception or sanya or the signpost. But actually what's there is just 3 dots. Similarly, if you draw 4 dots in the shape of a square, as you look at it, automatically you feel like it's a square. But in essence, what's there is 4 dots. Every perception is like that. When we look at a so-called tree, the outline, the silhouette gives the idea that it's a tree. But in essence, there's no tree out there, because the tree didn't call itself a tree. The humans called that a tree by the conventional designation, because we share similar sense faculties which detect similar ranges. For animals, it's some other world. Even though it seems like they're living in the same world, they do not experience the same world. Even people with different capabilities in their physiological sense spaces experience different worlds. We have this conventional designation that gives us the idea that we are looking at the same thing, we are experiencing the same world. When we talk about for an example, if all of us read the same book, I will get some idea, you will get some other idea, another person will get some other idea. Even if we look at a painting, and we think that is okay, that is, enjoying the painting or enjoying the book or the poetry book or whatever it is. But we do not realize and recognize it is the same way we enjoy or experience the whole world. The tree is just like the tree, the 3 dots. 3 dots. Instead of the 3 dots, that's kind of on a 2D piece of paper. If it was a 3-dimensional pyramid shape, dots kept in a 3-dimensional pyramid shape, then the perception would be that it is a pyramid, but there's no pyramid in reality. Even the sound is the same way. If you observe the sound, this sound also has what? You're not getting the sound, you're not experiencing this. I mean, when we say sound itself, it's already labeled. But the experience of listening doesn't carry any labels. Without these signposts, these sanya, these perceptions, we cannot experience this world. We experience this world through these signposts. And when we look at a chair, if you pay attention to a chair right in front of you right now, that shape, the colors, that shape and colors doesn't carry any chairs in it. And when I say the sound chair, the word chair, the sound chair, that doesn't have chair in it. But when they are entangled, when they're together, when that sound is used to label the color and the shape, and then that color and the shape is used to label the sound chair. There is a chair that feels real. That you create this mind sensor just created something out of nothing. That is what it means. The world is not real. It's a mental construct. And if you contemplate on the image that we see, that is a manifestation of the vibration. If you don't have the eyes, you won't see it. That's a manifestation of vibration. Sound is a manifestation of vibration, the label chair. So it's all manifestation of vibrations put together. And again, the put together, nobody's putting it together. It's the natural phenomenon that they get tangled. Someone calls it the chair so many times as a child. You keep on getting that label. And
Teruvan Saranai, my dear listeners. As usual, we have gathered here to listen to the profound truth that has been revealed by Buddothpado and Mahase through Buddothpado sermons. So this truth has Lord Buddha revealed this truth about 2600 years back, but it has been gone under the sands of time. So we couldn't find the exact same thing that was preached by Lord Buddha. But I think nowadays we are fortunate enough to listen this truth again. Through these Buddothpado sermons, you will be able to listen and you will be able to comprehend what actually said by Lord Buddha. So that's why I pay my humble worship to our spiritual guide, Buddothpado and Mahase, at very outset. So we have been talking how this world became real for us, how this self became a real living thing for us. So it is due to a certain whole set of process that rolling out one after another contribute to formation of this particular alive field. Just because we have such a live feel, we tend to feel the worldly perceptions. So, but Lord Buddha's message was something that is totally different from that what we feel. We feel that there is a person within us, there's a living being within us. But Lord Buddha's message was not like that. There's no living being here. In Pali terms, it can say like Nisatto Nisjivo Sunyo state. Nisatto means no living animal. Nijivo. Nijivo means no such a live feel kind of things. Shunyo. Shunyo means other than the emptiness there would be nothing. That emptiness is not the emptiness that we talk using our mind. So mind gives us some kind of another mind has some kind of another meaning for this emptiness. So as soon as you hear this word emptiness, the mind will create you a perception like a place where nothing in it. So empty kind of a space. But it is not the emptiness that was revealed by Lord Buddha. So this emptiness has to come from internally. So only through the understanding this Dhamma, one can attain the state of that noble kind of emptiness. So, in order to do so, what should we do? So, we are in the conventional world. We feel ourselves. There is a person within me. In other words, we can say, I have my own self-identity. So, how this self-identity got created? So, Lord Buddha asked us to have a look how your self-identity was built up within you. Had it been there after you have been born? No. During within 2 years of your first stages of life, did you notice, did you feel there is a person within me? You can't remember these things. That's the problem. But by looking at a newly born child, we can see whether that child has that kind of a self-identification within him or her. There's no way. He doesn't know that he is a living being even. What he does is just reacting to the stimuli that receives through his perception, through his senses only. So when some sadness when a sadness comes into his mind, he reacts as a high-pitched cry. So when he starts crying, his mother will think he might be in pain, so the mother will act accordingly to console him or her. So that measurement will stop the child's cry. So see, everything happens into a certain kind of a rhythm. But only thing we have to figure out is, other than the interplay between our senses, there will be nothing, there is nothing as recognized as a person here. to mind sensor. If you take the same example, the mind sensor of the more little child had some kind of a sad kind of a feeling. It's a feeling. How does this feeling came from? The feeling, how this feeling came through the mind sensor. It is a mind sensor, or maybe a pain which received from the skin sensor. So the response is again a high-pitched cry. Or cry means another kind of a output. So mother will hear the sound of the cry. Again a sensor. So then she acts to stop that cry, takes necessary steps to stop that cry. So again she executes certain things to console this child. Maybe she starts to feed. Maybe she will start to give a rattle or distract the small child from that particular pain. So again, see, the mother tries to comfort some of the senses of the child. So again, these inputs will console settles down the child's senses. So that will contribute to stop the cry. So everywhere, in every action, in every thought, you can recognize that there is a kind of interplay between among these sensors happens, but other than that, there is no kind of a self or voluntary involvement there. But at a glance, you will think the mother took an action to console the child, but again get the mother's angle, again try to see from the mother's perspective, right? Mother heard a sound, it activates her ear sensor. As it is activated, what will happen? A thought comes to mother's mind. The functionality of the mind sensor is to giving rise to thoughts according to the perception that received through the ear sensor. So mother starts to react according to that particular sound. So what he did was feeding the child, or showing a rattle, or making the rattle sound from the rattle. So that will again his body sensors collectively start to work. So what will happen again? These changes will be detected by the sensors of the child. Then the signals that are being generated from the child's sensors, ear sensors, visual sensors, and the sensors in the child's tummy will contribute to stop the cry. See, in all the instances, these things happen. But at that particular point where mother thinks to feed the child, there is kind of a misconception that mother voluntarily did it. But it is not the actual situation. The mind is not mother's. So mind does not belong to that mother. So mind behaves as another kind of a sensor. It created a thought of feeding the child. So people tend to take that particular point as I thought of feeding the child. So when I start to feed the child, stop crying. But it is not the absolute truth. The mother thinks that within his mind is beyond her control. So she thinks that she is the one who is thinking. That is the misconception. So if you apply this same thing to yourself, so when you are listening these sermons, you tend to think that there is underlying understanding of that you are listening. I am the one who is listening to this Buddothpado sermons. So from where this I, or notion of I, came from? So in small child, as we discussed earlier, small child did know that he was born here. But gradually, this self-identity starts to develop within himself. So Lord Buddha asks us to see how this has happened to you. So you were born into the world in the same way. So if you look at a newly born child, you can also interpret that you have born in the same way. So in the beginning, in the very early years of life, you didn't have such a self identity for you. But as you grow older, unknowingly a self identity got developed within you. Lord Buddha encourages through his message to see or to explore how this self-identity became a real thing for you as you grow older. So that is known as Samudaya Satya. Samudaya means get formed, the action of forming something. So what has formed? The self-identity, which was not there when you were born. But now you have a self-identity. So if I ask you a question, who are you? So you will say, I'm 64 years old, I'm a female, I'm so and so, I did so many things, I studied in this school and I get graduated from that particular university, and I did my my first job was like this, and my mother is my mother is this, then I have daughter, I have good family life, and so on. So many things will say. So all the things were centered around you. All the things are centered around you. So all these things will collectively solidify, give some uniqueness to yourself. So think. So from where this signal comes? This signal comes from your mind. So understand. So that your self identity is coming from your mind, right? So if you think that if you just take an example, so if you happen to visit a coma patient, so even though we ask him or her any question, who are you and what are you and so on, will he respond? No. Even though he gets out from the coma condition, as soon as he wakes up, will he be able to respond, or will he be able to give the particular answer, the exact answer for that question? No. But at that moment, his self-identity has been lost. He doesn't know who he was before going into the coma state. So maybe he has to recall who he was. If it became possible, so he will tell, before I go into this coma state, I was an engineer. So my age was 32 years. So I don't know how long I have been in the coma state. So I have to recalculate my current age now. So we'll say he was in a coma in 3 years. So now he needs to calculate the previous thought, and the previous thought, there was the when he fell into the coma state, he was 32 years old. Now 3 years he spent as a coma patient. Then again he regained his consciousness. Now he has to calculate his own age and put it as another kind of a thought, that he is now 35 years old. See, all these things are in there, in his mind. So they are stored as thoughts. They have to come as thoughts. So the profession that you were in before this coma state, you have to, it has to come as a thought. Your age, so the names of your own relatives, all of them, now you can understand, all these are there in the thoughts, in the form of thoughts. So Lord Buddha said, just investigate about your thought. Once you start to investigate about your thought, you will be able to figure it out, who you are, what sort of a self-identity that you have. Or is that the self-identity that you are telling with a thought is a real thing or not? So again, now we can understand your self-identity, your I-ness, also they are in a thought. So then another kind of a challenge that we come across. So what is this thought? How does it form? And what are the composition of the thought? So what contribute to formation of a thought? So in that case, you have to know how your senses work. Why is that? Because thoughts doesn't come without the help of um, the senses. So for an instance, just get an this is a hypothetical kind of example. Just think, just after being born, if you are pushed into a outer space place where there is no light, no sound, no wind, no tactile stimulation, and nothing is there in outer space place in a outer space. So will there be a chance of creating any kind of a thought? No. So that's why we earlier explained that how this small child starts to react or start its activities, his activities in the just after being born, other than responding to the reacting to the stimuli that comes through the senses. The small baby doesn't do any voluntary things. So this opportunity is lost when you push to the outer space where there no kind of a stimuli can take place. So at that point, is there any chance of developing a thought there? No. Then we'll assume that the time starts to pass by and the child grows and child becomes a 10-year-old kid now. Now again we will analyze his state. So no sensory inputs came so far. So any kind of a thought, is there a chance of creating any kind of a thought even he grow older? No. Because from this kind of a hypothetical example, we can apply that same thing to the newborn child. So and the mind or the thoughts get created initially from the senses, from the sensory inputs, combination of the sensory inputs. So what are those sensory inputs that as a human being that we have? First we have the eye sensor. So we have something called a vision. So what sort of a thing is a vision is? So vision is just a recognizing ability of some kind of a light perception. Vision is a recognizing ability, or we'll say like that, recognizing ability of a color gradient. So color in the sense of light. So gradient in that particular light is felt through the eye sensor. For that entire process is called as the vision. The people say that humans have a vision, a range of spectrum of 7 colors. So that ability may be differ from the another kind of a species. So we'll say you take a dragonfly. So dragonfly has lot of eyes. So his visual range is so vast, and at the same time we only see about 170 degrees in the visual field. We have only maximum about 170 or 180 degrees visual field, but the dragonfly's visual field spans over all 360 degrees. So the world that dragonfly sees may be totally different from what we see. So the color gradients that dragonfly recognizes would be totally different what we recognize. So see this, and also if you take a bat or owl, so we can't see at night, but the bats or owl or other reptiles can easily see at night. So their vision is very different from our ones. Maybe they may be seeing not the light, they may be seeing the temperature gradient of the animals. Especially for the reptiles, they only see the temperature gradient. So the temperature gradient is capable of creating them a kind of an image. So if you talk about the human beings, so the color gradient will be is able to create an image for the humans. So this vision thing is not a universal thing. You can understand this, the so-called vision. So we say that humans can visualize certain the worldly objects. So this vision is per se is not a universal thing. So we can't say, though the earthworm does not have the eyes, we can't say that these earthworms cannot visualize things. I don't know, we don't know from other receptors that it has, it may be giving some kind of a visual impact for them. They may be seeing, they may be they may be having, recognizing their own partners even at the dark without the eyes. So this vision is a kind of a thing that is very relative. It is not unique for every animal. So it is not a universal thing. So same way, same thing can be applied to the hearing as well. So we only hear 20 to 20,000 hertz range only. But you obviously know that the dog's hearing range is more than that. And some animals do not hear anything at all within that frequencies. So this hearing is also a relative thing. So we can't say some animals do not have ears, but that doesn't mean that they can't hear from other kind of a signal that they perceive through the other sort of sensors. It may create some kind of a sound within them. We don't know. We don't have such an ability. So we'll say, do you have, as a human being, if I ask you a question, do you feel the gravitational power at this moment? No, no. You, as humans, you don't feel the gravity power, gravitational force, actually. So, but even though you, as you do not perceive that the gravitational power, can you say that the gravitational power not there at this very moment? No, you can't say. But the problem is that none of your senses are capable of detecting that gravitational power or gravitational force. But there may be some other animals who feels this gravity power. So other than that, we'll say, do you as humans, can you recognize the electrical current that conducts through the wires? Until you touch it, you won't feel it because you don't have relevant sensors for that. But think, the elephants, the dogs, the other kind of animals, they do not even come close to that particular place where the electric current is there. They can feel it. Their sensors, or most probably their skin sensor, is sensitive to that electric current flowing in the wires. So they feel it. So they in their sensors, collectively it will create some kind of a impulse for them to refraining from getting closer to that particular hazard. But we don't feel like that. We may be stepping onto a electrical wire. So just after being stepped on it, we tend to feel that some kind of a irritation. That's why we take out our feet from there. So we don't have sensors. Since we don't have particular sensors to capture this particular force or power, we can't say that those powers or those forces are not there. Likewise, there may be millions of kind of forces or powers which we can't perceive. We only have 5 basic senses. There may be other kind of animals who have more senses than ours. So they are the world that is created using these perceptions will be different from human perception. So, but we see all we are living in the same world. How does this happen? Because in certain instances, we tend to feel both our senses and these animal senses works more or less in similar way. In that particular case, we can share the same kind of experience among us. So this is the communication. This is the method of communicating each other. Especially we are able to communicate with only humans. So we can't most of the time communicate with the other animals because their senses, the way that their senses behavior is different from ours. That's why we can't communicate with them. But birds and birds can communicate to each other. Elephants and elephants, they communicate to each other. But we can't communicate with them because the senses, the mental formations or the impulses that are received from the senses that we have is different from their senses. Another important thing here is the self or the self-identity also comes as another kind of a thought. It is a mental formation. So this mental formation will again be shaped up with the sensory input that it receives from the different kind of senses. So as you grow up, this self-identity doesn't stay constant, or so it will also differ. It will also change according to your age. The experiences, the worldly experiences that you perceive throughout your lifetime will bring about a solidified nature to your self-identity. So if you analyze this process very closely, so there is only one thing to get away from it, get rid of. What is that? The thought of the I-ness. So when just after being attaining to the state of Buddha, the first person who met Lord Buddha when he comes out from the jungle or from the forest, so was the Upaka. So Upaka asked, by the looking at the appearance of the Buddha, Upaka asked a few questions from Lord Buddha. My Lord, are you a human? His first question was that. So then the answer was given as no by Lord Buddha. So then Upaka asked another question. Are you a god? Oh, then again Lord Buddha said, no, I'm not a god. So are you a Brahma? So Lord Buddha replied, no, I'm not a Brahman either. So then who are you? What Lord Buddha said is, I am Buddha. Buddha is a different state. So that state does not contain the notion of the I. So the rest of the other states will have the notion of the I. Even you are saying that you are a god, even if you will say you are a human, even you are say you are an animal. So there is some kind of a underlying an existence field. So that brings about the notion of the I. But in the absence of the existence field within, so there are no any chance to have such a notion of a I. So you are not longer become a human. You are not longer be a god, neither or animal. So that's why that kind of a state is given that particular name. That name is the state of Buddha. Buddha is not a person. So people tend to say, this is Buddha. He had a figure like this, and so many statues and so many paintings are there saying this is Buddha. That is all right. But the internal transformation that he achieved to that realization is a another kind of a state. He himself is not a human anymore, because the self identity or notion of the self has been lost with the particular understanding. So that state is now given a special name. That is the state of Buddha. So once you understand this Dhamma, same thing will happen to you. Your self-identity will be lost. So you no longer feel that you are existing. So, in other words, the same state that you will achieve would be the state of Buddha. So everybody will end up in that state once you tend to feel that there are no self here. So actually speaking, we are living in a thought. So earlier we discussed how this has happened over the time to us. So when we born with a radiant mind, there were no such a feeling of the existence of the self. So baby doesn't know that he is alive. He has been born, and he doesn't have an idea of whether he is going to die or whether he will meet with certain life incidences and so on. So he starts his life just by responding to the stimuli that are received from the that are perceived from the senses. So but involuntarily a self had started to develop within her. Then it started to solidify with more and more inputs. So actually, when you understand this Dhamma, we get to know this, that the way of formation of this self-identity. Actually speaking, this self-identity not a thing that really exists. It can be confined. It can be expressed as a thought. It's a thought. So you know how a thought is formed now with the sensory inputs. With the sensory input, thoughts get arised. In the same manner, your self-identity, the thought of your self-identity also has been formed from these sensory inputs. So just see how your thought of self-identity, or your name at least, has been formed. So when you are smaller, you will go before when you go before in front of a mirror, so you will see your own reflection, but you doesn't know at that point, you doesn't know that you don't know that your own reflection is there in the mirror. Then at the initial instance, you tend to go behind this mirror and see whether there is the same kind of a person within that mirror. So you will find nothing. So then you will be doing the same thing again and again for a certain time. Then you get some kind of understanding there is no such a person behind this mirror. It's only the reflection. So what sort of a reflection is there? Then you start to think. So you just keep smile. You smile at him. So the reflection also smiles at you. You do whatever you do, you do certain actions. The same actions will be performed by the reflections by where it is in the mirror. So then you tend to understand gradually, this is me. So the image, the reflection I am seeing through the mirror is none other than the myself. So this is the way how your self identity gets coupled up into a mental fabrication or mental formation. So that now this self identity also has a certain figure for it. Whenever somebody calls upon your name, you tend to remember. You begin to remember. He's calling my name, and this kind of a figure that I am having. So this is me. So from that day onwards, he tries to figure it out, everything around him as the things that perceived by myself. So this kind of a self-identity was not there when you were born. So this has to be carefully examined and you should try to understand, because this is the key point. For that, Lord Buddha said in Pali terms, Pubbe Nivasanusati Jnana. Pubba means prior. Nivasanusati means prior feeling of the self. That means how this self has been created in the previous thoughts. So that is the way that it has been formed is very much important to understand the present state of self, because it had not been there when you were born, but unknowingly, without involvement of any one, yourself got created. Then what happened with the external inputs? It get consolidated or it gets solidified. Then you have a notion of, you tend to create a notion of self, the so-called John. My name is John, so I'm 55 years old. So I have 2 sons. So I'm the breadwinner of this family. So I'm a fisherman. Likewise, so many things now they are in the in the thoughts which are coupled with the self-identity. So you have to be that this is your present stage, this present state of your self identity. Earlier you had nothing, then you try to figure it out who you are, then a reflection of the mirror came coupled to that particular thought of existence, then it gradually developed with the day-to-day experience that you receive through the senses. Now you have a strong kind of self-identity within you, tied up into your name, designation, and your social status and so on. But actually speaking, there is not such a thing other than a thought. So that's why I showed you with an example of coma patient. So if you go into a coma state right now in this moment, after being recovered, do you remember? Will you remember anything? No, because everything will be erased. So there is no chance of creating thoughts at the state of coma state. So Then after recovering from the coma, anybody will have to feed you that you are this kind of a person and your age is like this, and you have been performing a vital role in society, and so many things you have to be fed externally. Otherwise you don't feel that you are a living being either. So with that example you can uh, realize, you can understand that everything, the notion of the I is there with, is sitting, or it comes along with the thought. So whatever you see, whatever you deal with, social interactions that you perform, that any activities that you perform, everything has underlying notion sitting in each thought. So that is the self-identity. So once you understand this is a thing that has not been there, it is a certain thing that got gradually developed, that was not there in the radiant mind. So then what is the purpose of maintaining it? So you get a certain feeling there of the why we should maintain it. So you don't feel like assigning any value, because at the time of the death everything will be gone. So in that particular time, can you carry this self-identity forward anymore? No. So what is the purpose? You are nourishing a thought that was not there when you were born, and you were feeding up, then you leave it and you have to go. So actually if it is the notion was yours, can you could you at any point, do you have ability to get away from that? No, it comes along with that. Why those things happen? Because as long as you feel like you are existing, this notion or this thought comes along with that. The existence feel is the problematic thing here. So we have to know how this existence feels gets created within ourselves. So it is it comes. So everything, as I said earlier, everything starts with our senses. So when the senses tend to feel that the light is there, due to the functionality of these own senses, so yes, that perception will carry another kind of signal along with it. What is that? This light is real. The feeling of the existence of the particular perception is also coming along with this perception. The similar thing can be applied to the sound as well. When you start to hear a sound as a result of the vibration that happens in the ear faculty, so it kind of existing a real nature of the ear sound also comes along with that particular perception. When all these perceptions combine to each other, and then what will form? The worldly objects will be formed. The chair, the father, mother, and relationships, worldly entities will be formed through the perceptions that are received from the senses. So the worldly objects that we deal are also perceptions. So they also have certain kind of underlying feeling of their existence. So we tend to feel like that this chair is as a real object. Why this has happened? Because the 3D nature of the chair will give some sort of impression to inwards. Then this chair is real. So as soon as the chair becomes real for you, on the other side, unknowingly, another kind of a perception comes. So what is that perception? There should be some kind of a living being to capture that existence of the chair. Whenever the chair is, whenever we feel the chair is as an existing thing, at the same moment, the person who is perceiving this existence feel also gets created. In that very particular moment, the thought that you think you are the one who is seeing this chair will come automatically. So all these combine each other, all these perceptions combine each other, and final outcome is I am the one who is seeing the chair. It is another kind of a perception. So these worldly objects, that is the way how your worldly things get created. The material world has been created in that way. So there is no kind of atom materials or other solid objects or liquids. All the things are captured through the senses. So the extent of the ability of your senses will define you the extent of your own world. So if you don't feel that the solidity, as an example, you will say like this: if you don't feel the consistency of any particular object through your skin sensor, do you feel the 3D nature of that particular object? No. So you can recreate a situation like this. So if some kind of a anesthesia medicine is given to your hand, so will you be able to perceive the consistency of an object when you touch it with a numb hand? No. Yes. Do you feel the 3D nature of that particular object that you are holding when your hand went numb? No. The senses collectively defines the world, whether it's a 3D world, whether it's a 2D world, whether it has multiple dimensions. All these dimensions are there in your sensors. The capacity, the capabilities of your sensors define you, your extent of the world. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you are living in a mental world, the world that is created in your mind, which is not a permanent thing. The mind gets created then and there. In the absence, at the beginning of this explanation, I ask you to take an hypothetical example, saying that imagine that you have been pushed into the space, outer space, as soon as you are born. You are born with the absence of the any kind of sensory inputs. Will there be a world for you? No, even there is no chance of creating a self in that particular state, is a particular place. Even though you grow older, you don't feel like you are existing, because no sensory inputs are coming from the your senses. There is no chance of creating a worldly perceptions there. So in the absence of the worldly perceptions, so there is no way of creating a self within that same world. Or in such a person, there is no kind of a world. So he doesn't feel that he is living even. He is a living being even. So it is very difficult to understand at a glance. But if you study these faculties one by one, then you will realize, yes, what Lord Buddha said was correct. So that's why, according to the amount that you can logically figure out, so that much you will be able to understand this truth. This is the truth. Other than that, there won't be any kind of a truth here. So we are living in an illusionary world. We are living in we are seeing a mirage. So we are thinking that we only see the dreams at night when we are sleeping. But it is not true. Even you are awake, you are in a dream. The dream has been created by your own senses. So collectively, they were able to create yourself, which is not there actually. So you are thinking you are existing in this world. So you are a human, and you are so and so. You are an engineer and so and so. But in reality, it is not so. You are, because you don't know this truth, you tend to believe what your perceptions, what your you tend to believe on the perceptions that gets generated within your perceptions that generate within your own senses. So ultimately what you have to understand is there is no kind of a permanent self here. So with this understanding, if you start to perform your day-to-day activities as usual, so you know there is no such a permanent thing called self here. So, but you still, even though you know it for the knowledge, because you worked it out nicely, there is no kind of a permanent thing except a thought. So that thought is not real. You know, the thought belongs to your mind. So your mind is not yours. because it behaves as another kind of a sensor. So it is like your eye faculty, like your ears. So it is beyond your control. The functionality of a mind is generating more and more thoughts. So likewise, it generates a thought of a self-existence. So, but unfortunately, what has happened after it has been formed, that particular thought also has underlying feeling. So you tend to feel other than the thought that you have as existing, but it tends to give you some kind of a feeling of the existence. So that gives you to perceive certain things as, this has happened to mine, this has happened to me. So this sadness comes to me. So I have such a burning pain. So because you have such a misconception that you are alive, that's why it gives such a feeling to you. But with the understanding, after figuring out this process, you know there is no person here except a thought only. So then, even though you initially tend to feel certain feelings, but from that day onwards, you won't take it has happened to myself, because there is no self. You with the understanding, you get to know that there is no kind of a permanent self here. So as you move like that way, in that understanding, the internal feeling tends to dissolve gradually. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. So to come about this kind of understanding, you needed the previous way of forming the thought, previous mechanism of formation of the I-ness, that is Buddhe Nivasanussati Jnana, and the present way of formation of this I-ness, that is Chutupamacha Jnana. But when you acquire those two, the rest, the third one, Asavakya Jnana, the dissolvement, the diminishment of the self-feeling will start to happen. That is the third jnana. So jnana, in the sense, the three sciences, these are the sciences that have been taught by Lord Buddha. So those sciences will automatically come to you. So that makes you push you towards the wisdom. The third one is asavakshaya jnana. That means you tend to feel, it is not a thought, you tend to feel your I-ness, or the self, feeling of the self starts to dissolve gradually. So it will take some time, that's no hurry. So let it happen. What you have to do is just to purify your knowledge more and more of how these thoughts get created, how the identity of a self got created, as well as the feeling of the I-ness. So the samudaya, or the formation, the seeing the formation will lead you, will automatically directs toward the diminishment as well. So that's why the third one is the something that you can feel is the dissolvement of your defilements. That is another kind of a feel that is known as asavakya jnana. So these three things
has to be developed. Actually, first you have to do is just get to know, then make it into practice. Once you start to make it that knowledge into practice, actually there's nothing to practice voluntarily, or let it happen. Let your understanding act on your day-to-day activities, because you know there is no such a permanent thing called mind or self here. So that understanding itself will direct you towards the diminishment of the feeling of the self. That is the asavakchanana. So the asavakchanana will automatically happen. So ultimately, what state that you can achieve is the state of Buddha, feeling of non-self. So you also can give answer to the upaka, saying, I'm not a person, I'm not a human, I'm not a god, I'm not a Brahma, I'm Buddha. So in that state, even though we use the word I am, but we can't say like that, because the self-identity is gone. Everything becomes same. It is a special kind of a state that you feel there's no self here. So I think that is enough for the day, so we can discuss further. So see you tomorrow, and we'll start from here to discuss again. So Therwan Saranai to all of you. Therwan Saranai.